What it takes to become an absolute villain. Evil Noble Reincarnation in a Fantasy Novel. Volume 1 by Masakorin, translated by K, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Reincarnation of a Villain. A Tale of the Land of Reinana. A civil war broke out in Reinana, the most prosperous country in the continent. The Duke of Ark, who rules the Ark territory of Reinana, is the leader of a dark organization, and evidence of their many crimes has been leaked from within the country, prompting the king to order their defeat. The hero, Alto, a descendant of the heroes who lead the army, and the heroines who are fascinated by him. There are no more allies for you. Give up Absolute Ark. Absolute Ark has no allies left. All he has is his high pride of never kneeling and the high fighting power he has cultivated to maintain that pride. He had not lost yet. HMPH, you think you're stronger just because of your numbers. The coward who cannot fight alone is a hero. This country has fallen. I'm worried about the future. What, you? The hero goes out of control, but the heroines around him quiet him down. Don't let him provoke you. We'll surround the place and take him down. Don't worry, you're not a coward, we know that. With the advice of his friends, the hero cools his head, regulates his breathing, and looks at the enemy. Thank you. Hey, Absolute Ark. It's true that I can't defeat you on my own, but I have friends, my irreplaceable friends. I will defeat you with the power of our bond. Let's go. From there, a heated battle ensued. Absolute Ark showed an overwhelming difference in power, but the hero covered and countered with his overwhelming strength in numbers. The hero's sword pierced through Absolute Ark, and the heroes won the battle, despite taking much damage. The hero, who contributed to the destruction of the Dark Organization, was recognized for his contribution, and received the territory of Ark, which was being rebuilt, and spent his time getting along well with the heroines. The end. When I opened my eyelids, which were heavy with a strong sense of fatigue, I saw an unknown room in my field of vision. As I looked around the rather spacious place with a Western feel, I heard a voice from nearby. Congratulations. You have a successor, Boya. The voice belonged to an elderly woman about 60 years old, dressed in a maid's uniform. The old woman, who was dressed in a maid's uniform without considering her age, called out to a strong-looking man with black hair. That man looks familiar to me somewhere. Who is he? But still, what the hell is that old woman? I wonder oddly if the aging of the population means that even an old woman like that is in demand as a maid. An old woman wearing a maid's uniform at that age makes my mind even more confused, but I could see that my body has shrunk. I see this magic power in a baby, it's terrifying. And his skills are charisma, royal supremacy, and absolute evil. Perfect skills for someone who stands at the top, and it goes well with the magic of the Ark family. But absolute evil is a rare skill. I believe the first head of the family had it, but I don't know the detailed effects. But my son will be a strong man in the future. I shall name him Absolute. Absolute, did he just say absolute? And the Ark family, Absolute Ark, is a villain in a fantasy novel I once read. The Tale of Lainana Land, I think. I believe it was set up that the Ark family is the one who does evil deeds on the other side of the country, and is destroyed by the main character who can't stand it. Does that mean I've been reincarnated as a character from a novel? So that means the man I just met is Absolute's father. I've never seen him in the original work, but he looks just like Absolute. Absolute Ark was arrogant and proud, but he had the ability to match his arrogance and pride. And in addition to the Ark family's unique magic, he also had a sword and a good head on his shoulders. He is, by the way, quite handsome. However, Absolute Ark did have a weakness. He had no allies. As an organization, he had 80% of the kingdom's dark organization, but some of the nobles under his control betrayed him to the hero's side, and the others left one by one as the situation worsened. As a result, when he fights with the hero, Absolute is alone, and his fate is to be killed by the overwhelming power of the hero's side. Really, in a sense, he died alone. When I read the novel, I felt sorry for him in a way. Because he is betrayed by his allies and lynched to death, right? The protagonist's side is so unbelievable. What should I do? If the story continues as is, I will be lynched and killed. There are two options. 1. Reform and be friends with the protagonist. No, I liked the novel but disliked the main character, so that is absolutely physiologically impossible. 2. Beat up the protagonist as a villain. Before the story begins, I'll eliminate the uneasy elements and beat him up with all the preparation I have. Definitely 2. I hate heroes. My policy in this world has been decided. Since I was born as a villain, I will be a villain as in the original story. But I will not be defeated. I'm going to defeat the hero as the absolute evil one. I promised myself that I would overcome the hero as a villain and slowly closed my eyelids, which were getting heavy. Absolute Ark. Age 0. Skills. Charisma V1, charm is compensated. King's High Road V1, increases own status. Reduces the status of enemies. Absolute Evil V1, increases status easily. Impression of the opponent will become bad. Special correction for those who are holy. Status. Level 1. Physical ability, 1. Magic power, 100. Brain, 50. Chapter 2. 10 years after reincarnation. 10 years have passed since I was born as Absolute Ark since my birth. I have trained myself diligently. And with my previous life's reserves of knowledge, I have learned everything I could from my teachers, and have been praised as a genius. I joined the Ark family's knighthood and raised my level by training, going on expeditions, and interacting with my subjects. At first, my skill, absolute evil, gave me the worst impression even though I had done nothing wrong, but as I crossed swords with the knights, they began to look at me differently. I don't mean to say that they are good friends, but I think they respect me now. I was making good progress with my policy of training myself and increasing the number of my friends until the story began. That is when I was called by my father. Incidentally, my father is the head of the kingdom's dark organization, but I had a good relationship with him. At first I thought he was a scary man, but he was kind to his family. He was merciless to his enemies, though. While I'm thinking about this, I arrive at my father's study and knock on the door. Knock, knock. This is Absolute, may I come in? Sure, come in. I enter the study and face my father. He is a tough-looking man, but I'm so used to him by now that I even think he's a little cool. He looks at me as if he is glaring at me, but I don't mind because he always does that. I look him straight in the eye and stare back at him. There are only 3 people in the room, my father, the butler, and me. My father urges me to sit in the chair across from him. I've heard reports about your studies and training. You are the next head of the Ark family. Don't forget to continue your studies. I feel like it's been a while since I've been praised. It makes me a little happy. Thank you very much. I will devote myself to it. Well, enough preamble. Let's get down to business. Next month, there will be a party to commemorate Prince Michael's 10th birthday. It is a party hosted by the royal family, and this time many people your age will be there. Absolute, you must attend. Prince Michael, huh? I remember he was on the hero's side in the original story. The protagonist is not involved at the moment since he is enrolled in the school with the backing of the Marquis family, but let's see what kind of person he was. I acknowledge. I hate to say this, but you are easily misunderstood because of your skills. You should keep it quiet at the party. Well, it is true that I am the worst impressionable person because of my skills, and even the children of the nobles within our faction are so scared to approach me. If I went to a party like this, they'd be aghast, wouldn't they? It's depressing, but at least at the party, I have to bridge the gap with the children of the nobles within our faction. I don't know what the reason was for their betrayal in the original story, but I have to make the relationship stronger and draw them over to my side. I understand, is that all? Then I will return to my training, if you will excuse me. I left the room and returned to my training, thinking about the measures to take regarding the party. Father's side. I didn't expect him to stare back at me, without paying any attention to my intimidation. Villain Ark, the current head of the Ark family, smiles pleasantly. I have been informed that his level is over 40 at this stage, but it seems a little doubtful. I think it may still be higher. Suhai, the butler and intelligence officer, replies. He's a very good boy. Not only did he endure the training of the knighthood at a young age, but he also watched my torture without changing color the last time he saw me. I have no complaints about his mentality. I don't think that's something a 10-year-old should be exposed to. And as for the servants of the Ark family and the knights in residence, Absolute's impression is slowly improving, but the rest of the situation is not so good. Will it take much time for him to lead the forces of the Dark Organization in the future. Well, by the time Absolute takes over, he will probably be one of the strongest in the kingdom, so at worst, he can just use force to subdue them and make them follow. That's what happened with me. Thanks to that, I follow you, but you're not popular at all. Huh, I'm not popular. Anyway, in order to win the hearts and minds of the nobles under his control, Absolute Sama must improve his impression. Otherwise, the company may collapse from within in the future. This is the reason for the defeat in the original story, and whether or not this can be improved will make a big difference in the future. This party was to be a turning point. Absolute Ark, 10 years old. Skills: Charisma V5, Charm is corrected. King's Highway V5, increases own status. Reduces the status of enemies. Absolute Evil V10, status increases easily. Impression of the opponent will become bad. Special correction for those who are holy. Status: Level 47. Physical ability, 50. Magic power, 500. Brain, 70. Magic learned: Fire, Water, Earth, Wind, Recovery, Darkness. Techniques: Swordsmanship, Torture, Gross Resistance. Chapter 3, at the Anniversary Party. Prince Michael's commemorative party was held at the royal castle in the capital city in the center of the country of Reinana, away from the Ark territory. I, Absolute, along with my father, Villain, paid tribute to the king and Prince Michael and dealt with the nobles who came to greet us. Although there are black rumors, the Duke Ark is a high-ranking person, so the lower nobles have to come even if they don't want to. Some of the nobles came with their sons to greet us, but the sons were afraid of me because of my absolute evil skill and the impression I gave them. After most of the greetings were over, my father told me that the rest of the seats were for adults, and I was led to the floor where the children were gathered, separated from the adults. Inside, many sons and daughters had already gathered, and all eyes were on me as I arrived late. I was met with stares of avoidance and contempt, but I didn't feel comfortable, so I stared back at them and they all looked away at the same time. HMPH. I snickered a little. Looking around a little, I noticed that several sons and daughters were entangled. If you look closely, they are people under the faction of Duke Ark. You're connected to your family's dark organization. How dare you show your face at the celebration? Leave now. That's right, the Ark family members were surrounded and people shouted abuse on us. Many of them were from the lower nobility. Some gritted their teeth and endured, while others cried out. Some of them resisted, but were beaten to a pulp. Absolute stared at the scene with cold eyes. It's unpleasant. A small fry who is just drunk on the violence of numbers is getting carried away. Absolute unconsciously overlaps his own last scene in the original story with the current scene. The figure of Absolute, defeated by overwhelming numbers, and the current figure of those under his faction. When I came to my senses, I was in a position to stop them. What are you doing? I invoked the highway of the king's skill over power and entered the midst of the nobles who had surrounded me and intervened to protect those under my faction. I will say it again. What are you doing to the members of the Ark family? Some of them have been violated, so let me ask you what you want. I said this with anger, and the nobles surrounding me were intimidated by the king's tyrannical coercion and the impression of absolute evil. And some of them became incontinent or even fainted. When no one responded, I turned to the son of the Marquis, who had the highest title, and said to him, "The members of the Ark family are all under the same roof. You have meddled with the people under the Ark family, which means that you have messes with the Ark family. I've memorized your faces. You'll have to wait and see." The nobles, their fear reaching its limit, ran away at once. Absolute turned to his subordinates. As soon as he turned his face to them, they changed color and some of them stood back in fear. He realized that he had forgotten to release his intimidation. I forgot to release their intimidation. Thank you very much for your help, Absolute Sama, and I am sorry for bringing disgrace to the name of the Ark faction. The son of the Earl family, who had been violated, apologized on his knees on behalf of the others. Seeing him, the people around him rushed to break their knees, but I stopped them with my hand. I placed my hand on the shoulder of the Earl's son who had broken his knee and used recovery magic. Him and those around him were surprised by my recovery magic. Absolute called out to him, "You are Chris of Hosa family, right? You are in terrible shape." He worried in a roundabout way, Ha! I apologize for showing you something so unsightly. The other party had many high-ranking nobles, so I couldn't rebel, and as a result, things escalated. I take full responsibility for this. Please forgive me and not punish others. Hearing this, one of the daughters interrupted. Excuse me for interrupting. My name is Lady Cruel of the Viscount Cruel. Chris Sama was injured while defending us. We are responsible for it. Please forgive us and don't punish Chris Sama. The others hung their heads in unison and begged for forgiveness. Chris is more popular than I am. I don't envy you. But why did this happen this time? Unless that is improved, punishing one person will not solve the problem. As the next head of the family, Absolute will try to solve this problem. I understand what you are saying. But this time it's the fault of all of you, not just Chris and you all. Do you know why? On behalf of the others, Chris, answer me. Is it because we were looked down on by the other party? Because we are lower nobility? That's one thing, but you knew beforehand that our reputation was bad. You knew that you alone, without the upper nobility, would be targeted. Chris said with a look of anguish on his face. Then, what are you going to do about it? I looked Chris in the eye, his face showed his grief. Absolute tells Chris. Why didn't you wait for me? Everyone looked up with an expression of what? As Chris said earlier, this incident happened because you are the lower ranks and they are the higher ranks. If I had been there, I would not have let them do what they wanted. Everyone is listening to me. This time, the other party is overwhelmingly at fault, but even though I haven't finished greeting the other nobles yet, they were afraid and quickly left. Therefore, I will punish them. Now, as I told you, you are also responsible for this incident. Therefore, you will be punished. Everyone shook their shoulders. Some of them were ready to cry. Whenever you enter an event like this or the school, try to stay within my line of sight. That will be your punishment. The unexpected ending left everyone with a look of astonishment. I know they don't like being with a guy like me, but it can't be helped, so they'll just have to put up with it. It's possible that someone I couldn't protect will betray me. Don't get me wrong. I'm doing this for the Ark family, not to protect you guys. It looks like they're coming for you. You guys go back to your parents now. Next time, don't leave on your own. And with that, Absolute left, and the party came to an end. Absolute Ark. 10 years old. Skills. Charisma V6 enhances charm. King's Highway V6 increases own status. Reduces the status of enemies. Absolute Evil V10 increases status. Impression of the opponent will become bad. Special correction for those who are holy. Status. Level 49. Physical ability 60. Magic power 550. Brain 70. Magic learned. Fire, water, earth, wind, recovery, darkness. Techniques. Swordsmanship, torture, gross resistance. Chapter 4. An Umbrella Nobleman's Perspective. I am Chris, the son of Count Hosa. My family is a family that makes a living off slave business in the country of Reinana. It is a rather gray job, but it is legal in the country of Reinana. And above all, I'm proud to say that it is a job that is more than a little indispensable to this country. However, there is something that worries me in the future, and I have been thinking about it every day. It was about Absolute Sama, the eldest son of the Ark family. My family is a noble family under the Ark family, and I have visited the Ark family several times and met with him, but I can't shake the feeling of dislike I have for him. My family, because of our profession, went to various territories to do business. In some of the houses under the Ark family, I have actively approached and befriended children of the same age in the house. I am confident in my communication skills, but I didn't think I could get along with Absolute Sama. I had talked to my father about it and asked him if I could be absent when he went to the Ark house. Chris, you know the most important thing in the slave trade? It's to develop an eye for people, isn't it? I've heard this many times. I know how you feel about Absolute Sama, but look a little closer. He's great, isn't he? He's going to be a big deal in the future. He didn't take me up on that. I knew this with my rational mind, but my instincts weren't happy with Absolute Sama. I asked the other sons and daughters of the factions secretly if it was just me, and they all felt the same way, which made me feel relieved. I was glad to hear that. I wasn't wrong in the way I looked at people. It was my father who was wrong. Just as I was thinking that, an incident happened. After greeting my father and the top nobles at Prince Michael's 10th anniversary party, I was separated from the adults and headed to the floor where only the sons and daughters were. Since I have a broad face, I got along well with the sons and daughters under the Ark family and enjoyed being at the center of their lives. Why are there filthy people like you present at this festive gathering? The sons of the upper nobility called out to us and formed a circle around us, isolating the members of the Ark family in the center. I, the one with the highest rank, took the initiative in speaking up. We are also nobles of the country of Reinana, so there should be no problem with our participation in the party. Certainly, but if there are nobles like you who make a living off filthy occupations here, the dignity of this party will drop, right, guys? Laughter overflowed from those who had surrounded us. My pride was aroused, and I found myself about to walk up to the son of a high-ranking nobleman, but it wasn't to be. I was intercepted by a couple of people and I was seized. Hey, you guys teach him a lesson. I was lynched by the men who surrounded me and held me by the arms. Chris, don't move. The daughter of Viscount Cruel and some others tried to come to me, but I stopped them. The other party was a high-ranking nobleman, and we could only imagine what would happen if we, as a lower rank, did anything. I was beaten and kicked so many times that I became numb. Why did I let them do this to me? I was about to lose consciousness, but suddenly I became conscious. A tremendous pressure was being directed toward us. What are you doing? I looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the true identity of this pressure was Absolute Sama. It's amazing. How can he exert this much pressure when he is only 10 years old? A crowd of people avoided Absolute Sama and stood between us and the upper nobility. Looking at his back as if he was protecting us, Absolute Sama looked very big. I will say it again. He's a member of the Ark family's faction, but what have you done to him? In addition to his quiet but angry voice, the pressure he was exerting increased. The surrounding high-ranking nobles couldn't bear the pressure and ran away. Seeing the nobles fleeing, Absolute Sama turned to us. This time, the pressure was released on us, and I could feel Absolute Sama's anger directed at us. I immediately fell to my knees. Thank you, Absolute Sama, for saving us, and I am sorry for bringing disgrace on the Ark family. Absolute Sama moved. He's going to kill me. I closed my eyes as if waiting for that moment, but as soon as Absolute's hand was placed on my shoulder, I knew that my wounds were healing. I'd heard that he was quite talented with magic and swords, but I didn't know that he could even use recovery magic. You're Chris from the Hosa family, right? You're in terrible shape. He called out to me, but he must still be angry. The pressure is still being released. I am sorry to have shown you something so unseemly. The other party had many high-ranking nobles, so I couldn't rebel, and as a result, it escalated. I take full responsibility for this. Please forgive me and don't punish others. After my apology and pleas, the daughter of Viscount Cruel and others followed me. Then Absolute Sama spoke. I understand your story. But this time it's the fault of all of you, not just Chris. Do you know why? Chris, on behalf of all of them, answer me. It seems that our plea didn't reach him. He answered the question in a trembling voice. Is it because we looked down on by the other party, because we are lower nobility? That's one thing, but you must have known beforehand that we have a bad reputation. Why did you all gather here so diligently? You knew that you alone, without any upper nobility, would be targeted. That's certainly true, but we had no idea that we were being targeted to this extent, I said, almost in tears. Then, what in the world do you want us to do about it? We, with our lowly titles, cannot go against those of higher rank. But Absolute Sama blew away such thoughts and said, Why didn't you wait for me? We didn't understand what he was saying for a moment, but we soon understood. Absolute Sama repeated his words. As Chris said earlier, this incident happened because you are the lower rank and they are the higher rank. What if I had been there? I wouldn't have let them do what they wanted. That's right, we were all disgusted by Absolute Sama. We caused a commotion because we acted to avoid Absolute. Now I have told you that you are responsible for this incident. Therefore, you will be punished. For a moment, I was prepared to die, but it turned out to be a surprise. From now on, when you enter such events or school, try to be within my line of sight. That will be your punishment this time. I was astonished. There was practically no blame. Not only that, he told us in a roundabout way that he would protect us from now on. We had misunderstood him. I had no idea that he was such a generous man. I was ashamed that I had been so disrespectful to Absolute Sama. Tears began to well up. When a carriage came to pick me up, Absolute Sama returned to the house, but I couldn't stop crying after he left. After the party was over and we returned to the mansion, I told my father what had happened today. He listened to my story to the end without saying a word, and then he told me, "I know you didn't like Absolute Sama, but think back. What did Master Absolute do to you?" I shook my head. Certainly, I don't remember receiving any violence or slander from Absolute Sama. Our conversations were casual, but they were normal when I think back on them now. My father repeated, "This conversation is confidential. Don't tell anyone. The fact is that Absolute Sama's skills make him look bad to others. That's why I have told you many times to cultivate an eye for people. I wanted you to judge his character and not be misled by his skills." I was astonished by a fact I didn't know. How could you not have told me that he had such skills? I couldn't help but think that if I had known about the skill, I might have responded differently to Absolute Sama. Cool your head, Chris. Details of personal skills are a matter of privacy, especially if you are a high-ranking noble. I understand, but that would mean that Absolute Sama would be all over the place. It's hard to make friends, let alone allies. I have told you in particular. You were the most adored of all the members of your age group. I had hoped that through you, even just a little, your view of Absolute Sama would change. Hearing those words, I despaired. I was so disgusted with Absolute that I had made my friends of the same age agree with me. I had left him alone. I couldn't stop crying. That strong and somewhat gentle man had no one on his side. How hard a road had I put him through? My father rubbed my back and said, "You gave up on him, but he didn't give up on you. How will you repay him in the future, Chris?" I had made up my mind. I wouldn't let him, who seemed arrogant like that high-ranking nobleman but somehow kind, be alone any longer. I will never give up on Absolute Sama. I will fill his surroundings with allies. That's my responsibility to him. Hearing this, my father nodded happily. First of all, let's look for allies who share our views. The smart daughter of Viscount Cruel may share the same idea. And so Chris began to make his move. Chris Hosa, age 10. Skills. Slave contract V4 can enslave a person with whom he has a mutual contract, the other party who has made a mutual contract. Status. Level 10. Physical ability 15. Magic power 40. Brain 60. Magic learned. Fire. Technique. Strong communication skills. Chapter 5, Chris and Lady. After Prince Michael's birthday party, Chris of Count Hosa's family and Viscount Cruel's daughter began to visit the mansion frequently. Chris and his family apologized for having been distant and began to hold tea parties and other events to bring me closer to the nobles under our faction. Thanks to their efforts, I think we have grown a little closer. I didn't mind because of my skill, but I wanted to be close enough not to be betrayed, so I let them spoil me. Now Chris, Cruel-san, and I are having a cup of tea after our magic training. That was quintessential, Absolute Sama. You can use the 4 attributes of fire, water, earth, and wind, as well as recovery magic and dark magic. I was so impressed. I admire your ministry. Cruel-san is a good girl who is quite a joy to be around. She likes me because I'm a cool villain, so I'll go through with it. HMPH. It's not much, just that there is a lot of magic you can use. Unique magic is important when nobles fight. I hope to inherit it soon. Inherent magic is magic that has been handed down from generation to generation in the nobility, which can only be used by those of a certain bloodline. Inheritance is only allowed at the age of 15, and until then, no matter how talented you are, you can't use it. The Ark family's unique magic is Ark Summon, a magic that allows them to summon a spirit and make a contract with it. In the original story, the power of this spirit is so powerful that it can destroy 40% of the subjugation army. The best thing about it is that it doesn't betray you. I can't wait to see it. If it continues like this, I will surpass the original Absolute. If the brave almost lost to the original Absolute, I would never lose to him now. I naturally relaxed my cheeks and smiled ferociously. My pressure leaks out and Chris gulps. Cruel-san is like, "Ha, lovely." Her head was pink. I calmed down and returned my expression to my usual Buddhist expression. "Oh yes. Chris, I want to prepare a maid for when I enter the academy. For that purpose, I would like to choose one from among the slaves and give her an education. Can you talk to Count Hosa? Yes, I understand. But wouldn't it be quicker to find one from the Ark family? I don't like people in this house. Tsu, the two looked sad. No, don't get any funny ideas. In the original story, everyone leaves, so I want someone who will never betray me. A slave would never betray their master, which is perfect. And I don't want to give the hero a chance. By the way, the old woman in a maid's outfit, who was there when I was born, died 3 years ago. Now her daughter, 48 years old, is taking care of me. If I don't have young girls in my workplace, the Ark family's mansion will be a MILF maid cafe. How disgusting. I understand. I will prepare the best slaves for you. Do you have any requests? I don't care what race they are, but I prefer those who can defend themselves. I see, how about me? Cruel-san appeals to me, I don't need it. I rejected her, the lady collapses in a heap. Chris gracefully went through with it. I understand, I'll do that, I'll contact you when it's ready. After that, we had a chat and disbanded. From Chris' point of view, the Ark family's maid was certainly afraid of Absolute Sama, and this must not be a good feeling at the academy. Chris reflected vehemently that he hadn't given enough consideration to Absolute. Poor Absolute Sama, I wish I could heal him. He looked at the lady with a blank expression on his face. What was that from a while ago? You're not that kind of person, are you? The Lady Cruel was supposed to be a strict and calculating girl. At least, she wasn't such a light-hearted girl. Oh, because Absolute Sama is just as stubborn as you are, I thought that this kind of character would be better if you want to close the distance. Besides, he looked troublesome, but he didn't refuse right. I let out a sigh with a huff. I was about to become suspicious of women, wondering if they could create so many characters within them. So you mean to say that you were just pretending to be in love with him earlier? I thought she was playing with Absolute Sama's mind and lightly glared at her, but she shrugged her shoulders and said back, No, it's pure love, it is pure love. I, like you, misunderstood Absolute Sama and left him alone. And then he saved me at that party. When he told me about his skills after that, my heart was almost bursting. I thought to myself, if he ever felt like he's going to be alone again, I want to be there for him this time. I also thought that if I treated him comically, it would convey to those around him that he's a big man who doesn't need to be reserved. I take back what I said before. I honestly respected that Cruel-san had thought that much about playing the clown. And isn't he handsome? A high-ranking nobleman with a promising future? We have to keep him in check so that other girls don't make a move on him. We'll be busy closing the outer moat from now on. I'm beginning to think the latter reason is more honest. Well, there's nothing better than having many allies on Absolute Sama's side. For now, let's consult with my father about the slaves. Chris thought so and left the Ark house. Absolute Ark. Age 10. Skills. Charisma V6, corrects charm. King's Highway V6, increases own status. Reduces the status of enemies. Absolute Evil V10, status increases easily. Impression of the opponent becomes bad. Special correction for those who are holy. Status. Level 49. Physical ability 75. Magic power 600. Brain 70. Magic learned. Fire, water, earth, wind, recovery, darkness. Techniques. Swordsmanship, torture, gross resistance. Lady Cruel. 10 years old. Skills. Ice Magic V4. Use wind and water magic to perform ice magic. Ice magic by using wind and water magic. Status. Level 12. Physical ability 10. Magic power 78. Brain 68. Magic learned. Water, wind. Technique. Strong love. Chapter 6. Buying a slave. I made an appointment with Count Hosa's family, and today I came to the long-awaited slave trader. Count Hosa and his son Chris greeted me in front of the slaver's house. Welcome, Absolute Sama. We are pleased to have you with us today. As you requested, please select a number of slaves who are capable of self-defense. Chris will be your guide, so please let him know if you need anything. As for the escorts, excuse me, I don't think that's necessary. We have restricted the activities of the slaves just in case. Please take care of yourself. I understand, I thank you. I will let my father know that I've been taken care of. I thanked Count Hosa, and Chris led me into the slaver's house and into the largest guest room. Now I will bring the slaves here one by one. I have bound their behavior with the skills of the contract, so there's no need to worry about them acting out. If you find a slave you like, please tell me. I see, the individual interview system. It's going to be the purchase of a lifetime, so I have to choose carefully. It's just like a house. Chris came back. Thank you for waiting. I'll let them in one at a time, first one in. A petite beast woman wearing a thin slave suit entered the room. She looked at me and twitched. My name is of the Wolf Tribe. I am 8 years old. Please buy me. Wow, she looks like she's about to cry. It's always hurtful when I'm hated so much. Chris looks like he's about to lose his temper. Chris is still young, but can she fight properly? Yes, the Wolf Tribe is a fighting tribe, so even at this age, they are stronger than a lowly nobleman. Her current level is 18, and her skills are searching for enemies and beastification. If you include the room for growth, I would recommend as the best. Oh, searching for enemies. It's good for preventing surprise attacks. And it's good that she's still young. She's scared now, but if I treat her gently, she'll get used to it. I see, that's a possibility. Yua higu, gyue. She started crying. I think I'll stop after all. Chris is about to lose his temper again. I understand for now, call the next one. I forced him to keep aside and called the next guy. The next person called was a 40-year-old muscular woman. No way. I'm Elizabeth. I'm 43 years old. If you buy me, I'll take good care of you. You're a handsome little boy. Oh no, but isn't she stronger than me? If I buy her, she'll definitely attack me. And she's old. Elizabeth used to be a mercenary, but she was captured in the war and sold into slavery. Her level is 40, which is quite high for a commoner. Her skill is monstrous. In terms of current fighting power, Elizabeth is number 1. Really? I mean, she's looking at me like I'm hot. Isn't my skill working? She's breathing really hard and excited. I get it, she's a shotaken. You can't give power to a shortaken. The shortas will be exterminated. No, we can't let that pervert go free. Elizabeth should stay in this mansion for the rest of her life. All right, call the next one. Elizabeth felt a sense of satisfaction and looked at me with expectant eyes until the end. The next slave entered. She had the dignified air of a knightess. Maria Stella, I am 15 years old. Maria said nothing more and fell silent. She didn't like me, but she didn't show it in her expression. I thought it was a mature response. I thought she was being mature. Maria Stella, I think I've heard that name somewhere. Maria used to be a noble, but lost in the succession struggle and became a slave. She has skills as a knight. She didn't inherit her inherent magic, because she was sold before she turned 15. Chris's story reminded me of her. Maria Stella is an older sister heroine in the Tale of Lainana Country. At first, she is a bit brusque, but as the hero buys her and treats her, he gradually spoils her and reminds of her brother who has passed away. Hey, you're already exhausted, huh? Here, let me lend you a knee. When you wake up, you'll have to continue your training. You have a cute sleeping face, cute. Move the towel, you can't wash me properly. What is it that makes me feel so big? It's always like that for men. So don't be shy, I'll wash you properly. The protagonist is such an outrageous guy. But if I keep Maria in my camp while I still can, I can take away the main character's strength. And if I finish Maria's upcoming events, she will be able to use her own magic, so she will have a lot of room to grow. It's decided. Chris, it's decided. Are you taking Elizabeth? Hey, don't try to sell me perverts. I'm buying and Maria. Make a contract. Chris started to get ready, looking somewhat disappointed. I'm sorry, Chris. I know you recommended Elizabeth. It was decided, so he called Count Hosa, and the contract with and Maria was completed. I turned to the 2 slaves. I'm Absolute Ark, your master. From now on, you will serve as my attendants. Hearing my name, they turned pale. Hath, the Ark family is said to be the worst in the country. Huh. I won't deny it, but we're just running amok within the laws. You're from the Ark family, no wonder you're so vile. What are you going to do to us? If you're going to kill us, then kill us quickly. Even though I'm from the Ark family, this is a terrible thing to be told. I don't intend to kill you. You are to work as maidservants, but from now on you are my slaves. It seems that you don't know your manners of speaking. I invoked his skill king's dominance to intimidate the 2. The pressure was as if a strong wind was blowing against them. The air felt thinner, and they could no longer breathe properly. The 2 women's faces turned pale, and they were trembling. I think that's enough. The pressure was lifted. From now on, you watch how you talk, got it? I saw the 2 of them nodding cockily, and I gut-sponged in my mind. I had made 2 women understand. Chapter 7. Slave's Point of View. Maria Stella's Point of View. I, Maria Stella, was born into a noble family. However, my parents and younger brother were killed by my uncle and his wife, and I, still a young woman, was sold to a slaver. My daily life with the promise of a future as a knight, with kind parents and a cute little brother, was destroyed. I, Maria Stella, was bought by Absolute Ark, the son of the Ark family, to work as a slave and maid. When I first saw him, I thought he was a very unpleasant child, even though he was about the same age as my dead brother. I had no idea that he belonged to the Ark family. The Ark family is the head of the aristocrats who are in charge of the gray business in the country of Reinana, and I was told that they are doing some very dirty things behind the scenes. To be honest, at first I wondered what kind of dirty things they would make me do, but my job was just an ordinary maid. The senior maid, Maido-san, 48 years old, is also very kind and very good to me, so much so that I cannot believe that she belongs to the Ark family. However, since I am Absolute Sama, or master's slave, I spend comparatively more time with him. Only that time was painful. I didn't want to burn myself to take care of someone I detested, but since I was his slave, I couldn't go against him, so I had no choice but to follow him. However, when I saw the life of the master, he was so quiet that I couldn't believe that he was the son of the Ark family. His arrogance can be seen in his every word. His expression is basically expressionless, and the ferocious face he sometimes shows is impressive, but he has never raised his hand against a servant or a member of the nobility. It was also surprising that he was the first to use recovery magic on another slave who had broken a vase, instead of scolding her. Something's off for someone who's giving off such an air of a jerk. Maria couldn't understand Absolute. After I have been at the Ark house for a while, Maido, a senior maid, called me and told me that she had resigned and that I would be in charge of Absolute Sama from now on. I had heard in advance that I would be placed in Maido's place as soon as I got used to it, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Maria, you learnt your work very quickly, and is now able to do all of the housework, so my role is over now. Please take care of Absolute Sama for me. Finally, I asked her about something that had been bothering me for a long time. Aren't you afraid of your master? Maido-san spoke sadly. I would be lying if I said I wasn't afraid. But you know, when my mother passed away, Absolute Sama cried quietly for me. Then, after working at the mansion for a while, I asked him about his skills. Then I felt more sympathy than fear. I'm sure all the servants in the Ark family feel the same way. Skill, that's new to me. I've never heard of it. Attacking her in a slightly roundabout way, I inquired more. I'm going to tell you now that you are officially Absolute Sama's maid. But you never showed your face or attitude when you received Absolute Sama's skills, so I was not sure whether to tell you or not. All the servants in the Ark family feel sorry for him, so they couldn't help but treat him like a tumor. So Absolute Sama, who was still very young, became sensitive to the atmosphere and stopped smiling so much. It's our responsibility as adults. I know it's too much to ask of you, who is still so young. But you should treat Absolute Sama as you always have. Maria was then told all about Absolute by Maido. I never thought that his skills would make the worst impression of him. Maria was told everything about her master. About Absolute's skill, that he had never had any friends because of his skills. Recently, he finally found a friend who understands him. You've been hurt a lot, even though you're so young. Maria lamented the current situation of Absolute, who is about the same age as her brother used to be. Maria then goes to Absolute's room and tells him that she has taken over the job from Maido. In place of Maido-sama, from now on I will take care of you. And, well, I was told about master's skills when I took over. The master looked at me once and said, I see. After saying that, he began to look through the book again. Aren't you in pain? I asked something I didn't need to ask. I regretted it a little, but time wouldn't take it back, and the master answered me. I don't care what other people think of me. I'm Absolute Ark even if all people hate me. That will never change. The eyes of others will never change me, ever. That's a great determination. And it is sad, too, that it made my still young master this determined. I'm sure master will continue to live with the hurt. That's too much. I no longer feel the disgust I felt when I first met him. I felt sad and love for master, who is now hurt, but trying hard not to see the hurt. The figure overlaps with my brother, who used to be a cocky little boy. I found myself hugging my master from behind. "Hey, what are you doing? Get off of me." I didn't loosen my arms. I had a good hold on him, so even if he was stronger than me, he would never be able to get out. Master must have realized this, because his resistance weakened. "Master, from now on I will be by your side as your slave, your maid, your sister, and your family member. I will never leave you alone. I understand now, just let me go." From now on, I vowed to heal this clumsy and wounded boy's heart. "I'm tired of dealing with you. I'm going to take a bath and rest now." "Get the bath ready. Shall I join you?" "No." After this, I broke into the bath and joined him in the bathtub. Maria Stella. 15 years old. Skills. Knight becomes stronger against physical attacks. Increases her own physical ability. Status. Level 30. Physical ability 70. Magic power 35. Brain 47. Magic learned. Earth. Technique. Swordsmanship, ideal sister. Chapter 8, What is the Ark family? It has been a while since I bought Maria and I think we have a pretty good relationship. Maria even had a bath event that was supposed to happen with the main character. Of course, I didn't touch her, right? I'm only 10 years old, so I don't have much of a sex drive. That's my only regret. "Master, I'm going to wash your back." "Foo-foo, I'll wash your front too, so please turn around. I understand now, so please quit intimidating me." "If it's you, Master, I don't mind if you do it a little bit. Then let's get in the bathtub together, shall we?" "Foo-foo, I'll wash your back every day from now on." I'm worried that she's going to get into it by accident. But in the novel, she was pretty strict with the main character and then spoilt him as a reward. But she's so lenient with me. I wonder why. In the original novel, Maria used both candy and a whip to inspire the protagonist, who had a gut that was in a slump, but Absolute only knew the whip. And Maria decided that what he needed was candy, so she was lenient with Absolute. As for he once healed her with recovery magic when she was injured from breaking a vase. Since then, their relationship has improved considerably. When she was not working as a maid, she started to follow Absolute around. When I was spending such days, I was called by my father for the first time in a while. I know that when my father calls me, it's not a good thing. I didn't want to go, but I had no choice but to go. I went to my father's room. My father was waiting for me, looking as tough as ever. "Welcome, Absolute, you have grown strong again. As the head of the Ark family, I am proud of you." I felt like I was being told the same thing every time I came to his room. Is there nothing else to say? "Yes, I work out every day. May I ask what you want?" My father proceeded to talk quickly. "I have told you many times that the Ark family is a necessary evil for the nation of Reinana. We manage the country's ills, and behind the scenes, we deal with the disaffected elements of the royal family, as well as the dark organizations that come from other countries. Yes, in the original story, the Ark family is portrayed as just evil, but in reality, they are a shadowy force behind the scenes that is responsible for national defense. Considering that they were ultimately destroyed by the heroes, it's possible that they will be cut off from the country in the future. Given this, it would be dangerous to continue to serve the royal family. We must think of a way to deal with this." "Yes, I understand. I have done the job many times, so what is the mission this time?" It seems that the color gangs that don't belong to the Ark family are planning to form a huge organization in King's Landing by joining forces with other color gangs. Go kill them, every last one of them." Absolute nodded silently, then he asked for more details. "I understand. Then I'll be on my way." With that, he left his father's room. Are you going to work now?" "I will inform Maria before I leave. If she went to look for me, it would be troublesome." "Shall I go with you?" Maria looked at me with a worried face. "I don't need it. And I might not be able to come home today. You don't have to wait, you can go back to bed." "Understood, please be careful." With Maria bowing deeply, I left the mansion. Underground bar in the capital of the Kingdom of Reinana. A total of 108 members of the Red Papillon and Green Ant, a color gang that doesn't belong to the Ark family, were present. Soon an alliance ceremony was about to take place, and the two organizations were about to become one. "You guys, from now on, we'll call ourselves the Purple Moth. This is no longer the era of the Ark family. It's our time. Let's turn this country upside down. Oh. The birth of a new giant organization in the land of Reinana, or so it seems. But then, a mysterious pressure hits the color gangs, whose family's days are numbered. They look at the owner of the voice. He was just a kid. Dark Hall. The mysterious child chants, darkness spreads on the ground, and black hands sprout from the darkness in great numbers, dragging the gang members with them. What the hell is this? Calm down, it's dark magic. Anyone who escapes the magic, attack that kid. Those lucky enough to escape the magic try to fight back, but the kid was nowhere to be found. Where the hell did he go? Find. Boom. The head of the leader of the group, who had been giving orders, fell off. Hesh, leader, what the hell is going on? Bow. They noticed that all the heads of the colored gang members who were standing there were falling off. Now is that all of them? What a bunch of nonsense. What a convenient handyman. We can't be under the royal family after all. Power is needed. Strength to resist the violence of numbers. Rattling, Absolute looks toward the sound. It seems there are still survivors. Who the hell are you? Why are you? The man looked at Absolute as if he were looking at a monster. Absolute mocked and then answered him. I am evil just like you. With that, he put a stop to the survivors. He then used his magic again to deal with the scene. Dark Hall. He cleaned up the remaining bodies and left the place. Late at night, when everyone had gone to bed, Absolute returned to the house. Welcome home, master. He was surprised to hear a voice he thought was already asleep. Maria, I told you to go to bed, didn't I? He sighed in amazement. I wanted to be the first to welcome you home, since you are serving this country. Maria smiles, but Absolute is surprised by her words. Where did you get that? Absolute glares at Maria. It's She was worried about you, master, and told me about you. Actually, was waiting for you, but she was too sleepy. I was still surprised. I didn't know the Ark family had such a role. Maria looked at Absolute with a sad face. Skill is scouting. I'll scold her later on not to tell anyone. Hey, what? Maria hugged Absolute gently. Master has been fighting for this country for a long time, even though he is still so little. Maria's embrace strengthened. I hate myself. I hate the country, the adults who make Master, who is still a child, fight. This is not right. Maria's emotions explode. She is angry even to the extent of Absolute, who does not usually show emotion. Maria, I'm fine. As you can see, I'm fine. No, you are hurt. Your heart is aching. Absolute chuckled. I don't deny it, but it's late today, so let's go to bed early. I still have something to say, but it is out of line to say it to you, master. I understand, then let's sleep together today. I don't want I'll sleep alone, don't come in. With that said, Absolute went back to his room and went to bed. The next day, when he woke up, he felt a soft touch. What is this? Master, you've been busy since morning, it's all right. Your sister will take care of you. Maria was in the bed. Get out of here. Absolute Ark. 10 years old. Charisma V7, quite a correction in charm. King's Supremacy V7 increases his own status, reduces the status of enemies. Absolute Evil V10 increases status easily. Impression to the opponent becomes worse. Special corrections for the Holy One. Status, level 55. Physical ability, 78. Magic power, 600. Brain, 72. Magic learned. Fire, water, earth, wind, recovery, darkness. Techniques. Swordsmanship, torture, gross resistance. Chapter 9. Martial Arts Competition. Absolute and Maria were engaged in a mock battle of sword skills only. Maria was better in terms of reach and defensive strength, but Absolute was many steps ahead of Maria in other areas. The swords clashed several times, and in the end, Maria's sword was sent flying by Absolute to settle the match. That's 10 consecutive losses. Even if we look at swordsmanship alone, is there anyone who can beat you, master? In fact, the average level of soldiers in this country is 20, which is quite low compared to Absolute, who is currently at level 70. Maria is also a strong enough person with a level of over 30, but the difference between the two is still huge. You know, but my father could easily surpass me. He's a monster. Once, when Absolute and his father faced off, Villain won. Absolute remembers being horrified. It was his first defeat since being reborn in this world. In the original story, my father never came out. By the time I graduated from the academy, Absolute was the head of the family, and as long as I saw my father maturely following the royal family, I couldn't say he was completely on my side. I don't know what my father was doing when the Ark family was condemned in the original story, but I should be prepared for the possibility of hostility. Maria looked worriedly at Absolute, who was thinking about it. Noticing this, Absolute left his thinking behind. I'm sorry, I've been thinking a little, let's continue. Maria put down her sword as Absolute readied himself. No, master, you seem to be tired. Why don't you take a rest on one of the benches over there? I've prepared some refreshments. Seeing Maria's refreshments, he felt hungry, so he agreed and took a snack. The feeling of fullness made Absolute feel sleepy. Master, you seem to be tired. Please use my lap if you like. With his head resting on Maria's soft thigh, Absolute tries to fall asleep. Oh, I have seen this in the original training event. He thinks so, but Absolute's consciousness slowly sinks into the soft, early afternoon. It's been a while, Absolute-sama. Chris and Cruel-san came to the Ark family residence. The two of them have been helping to mediate between the nobles under the Ark family. Thanks to them, the relationship between them has improved a lot. Oh, so? How was your day? He is as brusque as ever, but they don't mind. They know this is just the way he is. There's a martial arts tournament in the capital. Would you like to participate, Absolute-sama? You will be the winner for sure. Cruel-san is speaking enthusiastically. Her face is close, too close. Don't put your beautiful face so close to me, I'm so nervous. The under-15 division is a good opportunity to see what others in the same age group are capable of doing, don't you think? Besides, I heard that the descendant of the hero will be there this year. Chris adds, what? It's certainly not a bad idea to see what the current strength of the hero is at the moment. Unlike the original, Maria is attached to the Ark family. It's not a bad idea to see how that affects him. I understand what you're saying. Let's go. Really? Absolute-sama will be the winner for sure. No, I won't be participating. The lady's shoulders slumped. I'm sorry, I don't want to show the hero too many moves. I'll enter instead. I'll nominate my wolf race maid behind me. Herself was amused by the abrupt nomination. Master, I'm going to participate. I'm weaker than you, and I'm going to smear Master's reputation with mud. Don't worry, you are much stronger than you think. After all, I have personally remodeled you. If you were the main character before the story started, I think you'd do quite well. It's an unnecessary worry. You'll be fighting in hand-to-hand combat. You're not going to be defeated by some random guy. If you can beat the descendant of the hero, I will treat you to the most popular sweets in King's Landing on the way home. Oh, eyes widened. The first time ate something sweet after coming to the Ark family, she was moved to tears by the deliciousness of it. Has had a sweet tooth ever since. It was because she was immersed in it that Absolute was able to tame her. In other words, it was baiting. If you win, I'll buy you anything you want. How's that sound? I'll win. I want a new weapon and some pretty clothes. She seems to think she has already won. But now we can use to assess the strength of the hero. I understand. Win the hero and get what you want. Yes, I will definitely win. This is a man who has the skill of a hero and defeated the superior Absolute in the original story. Although he had an overwhelming numerical advantage. Absolute never lets his guard down. The battle has already begun. The side of the hero. The Marquis Murray is currently taking care of Alto, a descendant of a hero, as his guardian. The hero was now skipping class and resting on a tree. I found you, damn it. Alto, you skipped class again. Alto-kun, you don't take things serious and I'm always the one who gets upset with you. She is the eldest daughter of the Murray family, the fiancé and childhood friend of the hero Alto, and one of the heroines of the original story. Alicia Murray. I don't feel like doing anything besides, I'm a hero. My job is to fight, and I'll leave the studying to Alicia and the others. Unlike in the original story, the hero is guided by a different person than Maria. Maria used to hold the reins of the hero Alto with a good use of the cane and the whip, but the current leader is at the mercy of the hero. No matter how strong the skills of a hero are, they are useless if a fool is the wielder. Well, okay, a message from my father. Go to the martial arts tournament in King's Landing and win it. Well, that's great. Who's the best? Alicia, do you know any? I don't know. Oh, by the way, I heard that the Ark family is going to participate in the tournament. The Ark family, I think they're connected to dark organization and do whatever they want behind the scenes, right? I'm on fire. I'm a hero, I'm going to destroy evil. I'll kill all the bad guys. It doesn't sound like the words of a hero, but whatever motivates you is good enough. Alicia was exuding hardship as she said, "Oh dear." Chapter 10. Hero versus Absolute and his team visited the royal capital to participate in the martial arts tournament. This martial arts tournament is divided into two sections, one for those 15 years old and older, and the other for those younger than 15 years old. Most of the participants are from the nobility, but those who are recommended by nobles are allowed to participate on an exceptional basis. This time, was recommended by the Duke of Ark to participate in the tournament. The rules of the competition are to use non-magical skills and weapons of one's own. Look, Absolute Sama, it will soon be turn. I'm looking forward to it. Cruel-san, who came with him, wrapped her arms around Absolute's shoulders and pressed her soft, almost swollen twin hills against him, appealing to him. Absolute almost reacted, but he didn't dare to because Maria usually does more than that to him. However, Lady fell even more in love with the hard-edged Absolute. Chris looked at her with dumbfounded eyes and called out to Absolute. "So, Absolute Sama, are you sure she's okay? She may have speed, but she lacks decisiveness." Yes, this time the use of the beastification skill has been prohibited, which is unique to beastmen. The reason is that the purpose of this time is to measure the ability of the hero, so the deepest hand is preserved. Well, watch and see, she has grown up much more than when she was at your place. After all, I trained her myself. Entered. Her opponent was the son of a baron and had an orthodox style. On the other hand. What is that? That weapon that looks like a claw. It looks like it has no claws, but isn't that no different from bare hands? Yes, equipment is the so-called brass knuckles. As soon as the match begins, the opponent comes at her with a slash, but before he knows it, sneaks into his bosom and fires a shot to the stomach. Her opponent was unable to get up, and victory was decided. Strength is her overwhelming speed, but she is still small, and she's not good with long objects. That's why I gave her an equipment that would ensure that she could inflict damage just by throwing her fists. Chris was surprised. He had not expected the slaves he had once managed in his own home to have grown so much. I see, it certainly makes sense. I can't believe you thought that far ahead. Well, it was who fought. The next match is against the hero. Well, let's see how it goes. After watching the hero's match, Absolute looked up at the ceiling and took a breath. Not weak, but he's not making the most of his heroic skills. He just swings his sword around and overwhelms his opponent with power. His fighting sense is also inferior to Chris, is that really a hero? He was struggling. Well, he didn't have much practice. It's true that there aren't so many children who are as experienced as you, Absolute Sama. That's true, I can argue with that. But if that's the case, then the dirty work being done behind the scenes by the Ark family should also be done by the hero. What is the country thinking? Meanwhile, and the hero were winning steadily. Then the final match begins. The hero Alto and face each other, and the hero calls out, "Hey, are you from the Ark family?" Nods silently. If she defeats the hero and wins, her master will buy her sweets and anything she wants. The thought made her hungry, and she smiled and licked her tongue at the thought of sweets. It may look cute to some people, but not to the hero Alto. To have such a young child look so belligerent. What a terrible education standard the Ark family has. Alto was righteously indignant. Is it also the Ark family who told you to come to the martial arts tournament? Controlling his anger, he asks "If I win, I get a delicious meal, sweets. You mean they don't usually give you good food? You Ark family, I will never forgive you." The signal for the start of the match rings. Rushes to the hero and launches a fist at him, but he catches it with his swords. However, continuous strikes do not stop. Kian. She's fast. The hero Alto could barely catch it, but begins to faint, and he becomes unmanageable. I'm a hero, but this little girl. Don't underestimate me. He swung his sword to shake the girl off, but she disappeared before his eyes. Where did she go? She's below. By the time Alicia's voice from the audience reached him, it was too late, and the hero was knocked unconscious by a powerful uppercut from who was hiding below him. Amazing double. The audience was thrilled by the sheer magnitude of the event. The cheers that never ceased to ring out surrounded the venue, but the only thing on Er's mind was sweets. I'm looking forward to the sweets. Chris couldn't hide his surprise. She really won. To be honest, I had thought it would be tough for to beat a hero, but to win by a landslide. Absolute spoke. The skill of the hero was troublesome, but because the wielder was a small fry, he couldn't make full use of it. If the hero's attack had struck with even a single blow, she would have lost. Understood that, so she didn't let the hero have a chance to attack. Well, was strong at this stage, that's all. Absolute was in a good mood. He could see the bottom of his enemy, Alto the hero. Was it because the hero was weaker than Absolute in the original story, because he had no sense as a fighter? Well, I don't know what will happen in the future. Even if he has no sense, there is a possibility that I will lose if the levels are close. I'll keep an eye on the hero in the future. Master, I'm back, let's have some sweets soon. And shopping too. Came back, wagging her tail. Absolute put his hand on head and patted her lightly. The expression on his face was as usual a Buddhist monk's face, but the voice he spoke to her was somewhat gentle. You've done well, let's go and give you a reward. No need to hesitate. Absolute and the others enjoyed the royal city while accompanying reward time. The heroes sighed. Alto, the hero who lost the match, was taken to the infirmary, and inside was his fiancée, the Marquis's daughter Alicia Murray, who had come to watch the match. I never thought that Alto, even if he is a hero, would lose. That beastman girl was so strong. Alto has a tendency to think he can win by force alone, so I hope he learns a little from this defeat. Alicia regretted that Alto had been a frog in a well among her own people, without knowing the actual battle. So she used her father's name to force Alto to participate in the competition this time. Father, instead of leaving Alto to me alone, you could have thought of a way to deal with him. It's unreasonable for me to get angry when Alto skips class, even though he leaves everything to me. It was father who decided to take in a descendant of a hero in the first place. Alicia was a hard worker. She received unreasonable orders from her superiors and was reprimanded by them whenever she did something that the subordinates didn't like. Such a black noble is Marquis Murray. While thinking about this, Alto woke up. Alicia, I see I lost, didn't I? Yes, I'm sorry. How's it going? Did you learn anything out of it? It's the first time you've lost, after all. I'd appreciate it if you'd change your mind a little. Alicia, I've made up my mind. Oh, so you finally understand. I believed in you. I knew that one day you would realize that you are a hero. I'm going to destroy the Ark family. Alto the hero's answer was diagonally below Alicia's desired answer. It was a wild pitch. I'm going to destroy the Ark family. I saw that girl who fought in the finals, and I thought to myself, I'm not going to let a little girl like that become a slave and fight. No noble family should have a little girl like that fighting as a slave. The Ark family is as garbage as they say. No, but that's impossible, isn't it? Even though you are a hero, you are a commoner, and there is no way you can destroy a high-ranking nobleman. And if you mess with the Ark family, the Murray family will be the ones to suffer. Do you understand? I know, but there shouldn't be nobles who prey on little girls like that. I'm a hero. Oh my, you're not listening. We're not on the same page here. Stupid workers are really a pain in the ass. Calm down, Alicia. The future of the Murray family rests on my shoulders. Don't tell me you're going to suddenly attack them. If you do that, I'll cut you off immediately. The Murray family will have nothing to do with you. I'm sorry, but I can't win against the Ark family by myself, so I'm going to look for comrades to fight with me. I was relieved to see that he seemed a little calmer, but it looks like the calamity will continue. So, Alicia, join me and we'll fight the Ark family together. Alicia put the words in his mouth and said no. I'm not going to side with you on your false accusations. If you want me on your side, you'll have to give me a good reason to send tens of thousands of troops from the royal family and the high nobility. Then I won't say anything more. So until then, quit messing with Ark family. I won't have the Murray family destroyed because of you. Alicia's intense pressure pushed the hero Alto to agree. I understand. You are going to gather royalty, high-ranking nobles and soldiers and beat them to a pulp. Alicia is a quintessential. You think differently. I'll get you the proof you need. Alicia was relieved that the worst was averted for now, but her misfortunes continued. Chapter 11. A call from the prince. A few days after the martial arts tournament, I received a letter from Prince Michael asking me to come to the royal castle with Prince Michael, whom I have talked with several times at parties and other occasions, seems to be a brat at his age. In the original story, it was probably Michael who was on the side of the hero, who had the strength to destroy Absolute. It's probably not a good idea, but we can't afford to antagonize him just yet. I can't help it. Let's go. You and I are going to the royal castle from now on. Prince Michael has something to do with you. What have I done? Am I going to be killed? Is understandably upset. She was summoned to the royal castle out of the blue, so it's no wonder. If you haven't done anything wrong, they won't kill you. They probably liked you at the last tournament and want to reward you, or something like that. Looked up at Absolute, almost in tears. Master, are you going to discard me? Do you hate me? It's very touching, I knew it. A woman's tears are the strongest. Don't worry, I won't let go of you. If Prince Michael asks you to come, if you don't like it, refuse. If you do, I will do my best to protect you. You belong to me. Belongs to Master. Was relieved and hugged Absolute. She was still young, so I'll forgive her this much. Absolute let do as she pleased for a while. Castle of the King of Reinana. Welcome to the castle. Absolute Ark and the slave, please have a seat. We arrived at the castle and were shown into the guest room and seated, but the reception wasn't a pleasant one. What is the meaning of this large number of Kingsguard, Prince Michael? Aren't there too many of them to be escorts? The Kingsguard were standing by to surround us as we sat in the guest room. Too blatant to be a threat. Prince Michael is quite dangerous. Absolute raises one alert level against Michael in his mind. Is that so? I am the next king. My bodyguards are very worried that something might happen to me. Well, it's going to be a bit of a pain, but bear with it. Prince Michael shrugged his shoulders blandly. Is standing on her tail in alarm. I pat lightly on the back to calm her down. I understand. Now, may I ask what today's requirements are? I decided to proceed quickly because I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. What? It won't take long. If you agree to it quickly, give me your slave, then I'll let you return safely. I thought he was going to say this, but I never thought he would act so high-handedly. Is this guy crazy? I'm the next head of the Ark family, which is responsible for the defense of the Reinana nation behind the scenes. If you turn your back on me, this country will end in your generation. Well, now it's clear. I'm not going to work behind the scenes for a guy like him while being slandered. From now on, I'll think twice about associating with him. I decline. Is that all you want? Then we will leave now. I was about to get up from my seat when I felt the tip of a sword against my neck. What are you trying to do? Why are the Kingsguard drawing their swords? I'm warning you, let this not happen again. Put your swords away. I warn them, but they show no sign of putting their swords away. I never thought a member of the infamous House of Ark could be this stupid. What can a little boy like you do against this many Kingsguard? It seems a fool like you needs to be shown what pain is. How about it, slave? Come to me and I'll spare you at least. Michael asked but answer had already been decided. Hugs Absolute's arm. Belongs to Master. Master will never be defeated by people like you. Michael has a blue streak on his forehead. Well, it seems that you both want to die. You drew your swords at me and were killed by the Kingsguard. That's how it's going to go. Kill them. As if on cue, the guards unsheathed their swords. But they gave Absolute too much time. What's this? I can't move, there's a black hand wrapped around my body. Dark Hall. This is Absolute's magic. He had extended the dark magic from his feet and spread it throughout the room. Now he can grow his magical arms from anywhere in this room. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on? Michael couldn't understand the situation and panicked. After confirming that everyone was immobilized, Absolute instructed go out of this room and call someone. Prince Michael has gone so crazy that he has ordered the Kingsguard to kill the son of the Ark family. Yes, Master. Left as soon as possible. It's only a matter of time. Absolute takes the sword from the Kingsguard and cuts off the Kingsguard's arm. N. Only a roar echoes in the room as Dark Hall's arm covers the Kingsguard's mouth, so he can't scream. You guys have that look on your faces like, why are you doing this? I told you it wouldn't happen a second time. Once the Kingsguard's arms were cut off, the punishment for the Kingsguard would be completed by collecting the arms and blood that fell in the Dark Halls. Absolute turns to Michael. What did you want in the end? You wouldn't try to kill the heir to the high nobility for the sake of one slave, would you? I don't like it. Michael says something, but I can't hear it. What? I can't hear you. I don't like it, those eyes of yours. I don't like your attitude, your presence, it's an eyesore. He seemed to really hate me. Is this because of my absolute evil skill? I see, but you tried to kill me. You know what happens now? Absolute invoked the king's coercion skill. He intimidated everyone in the room. The Kingsguard and Michael's faces turned blue from so much pressure, and they could only be frightened. It was hard to tell which of them was the royalty. Then the door opened vigorously and people came inside. That's enough, drop the sword. The person who entered the room was the king. Your Majesty, how are you? Absolute, who was in a bad mood, said sarcastically. The worst. The king looked at Absolute with resentment when he saw the devastation of the Kingsguard, who had lost their arms and Michael's figure. As soon as the king arrived, the skill was released and the Kingsguard and Michael fainted with relief. Chapter 12. Settlement. Absolute and were taken out by the king and shown to a different room. Absolute Ark, your maid has told me most of the story, but can you tell me yours? Can you tell me how it happened? The king would not want to hear this. Then please take a look at this video. I've recorded it just in case. The king looked up at the ceiling as if he had given up on the whole thing, because he thought he could use his power to cover it up at worst, since there were no witnesses at that place, and only the parties concerned were in the space. However, Absolute anticipated this and left the magic tool of image as evidence, so there was no way to escape. We can't let him get away with this. Prince Michael will join the side of the hero in the future and use his power to gather troops and kill me, Absolute. I must drag him down while I still can. The king finished watching the video and called out to Absolute. Absolute Ark, I am sorry about this, as you can see. The king bowed his head. If this was not the Ark family, but just a high-ranking nobleman, he wouldn't have bowed. But the Ark family is a distinguished family that is responsible for national defense behind the scenes and is disgraced for the sake of the country. It wasn't a family with whom one could go against. We, the Ark family, have supported the royal family in the sound management of the country by getting our hands dirty. But I never thought they would return the favor like that. Absolute never backed down when the king bowed his head. Is that a royal decision? If so, we, the Ark family, have our own ideas. Absolute uses his skill king's coercion to intimidate the king, but the king withstands the pressure without showing his expression. He's the king, after all. He's ruled the country for so many years. Absolute changes his opinion of the king. No, it's Michael's outburst. You won't believe me, but I didn't expect him to go to such lengths. But Absolute, cutting off the guard's arm was a bit much, don't you think? Wouldn't you have handled it more gently? The king fires back at me, but I am unmoved. Even though I'm the son of a high-ranking noble, he attacked me. It was self-defense, and it was the Kingsguard who didn't heed my warning. If he was a Kingsguard, he should have corrected Prince Michael's mistake, even if it cost him his life. It is wrong to blame me. So how are you going to take responsibility as a royal family this time? At the very least, I want to take power away from Michael, but is it difficult to abolish him? The victim is unharmed. I'll pay the alimony to you and your maid, and Michael will be placed under house arrest. What do you think? Too lenient. He summoned a high-ranking nobleman, tried to take away my slave with power and violence, and finally attempted to murder me. Isn't that too lenient? If you judge him for his crime, he will be in the dungeon forever. At the very least, Prince Michael should be removed from his position as crown prince. Is there any other way to go about this? I have only one son, Michael. Without a successor, the royal family is finished. The king pleads, but Absolute continues. Isn't Princess Haniel here? Wouldn't it be a solution if you took a son-in-law through Princess Haniel? Wouldn't that be better than what we have now with Prince Michael as the crown prince? The king was troubled. Haniel was certainly better than Michael, but there was a problem. Haniel is blind. It would be difficult for her to perform her official duties. Yes, I suppose so. But that is for His Majesty the King and those around him to consider. My demands are that I and my maid, receive compensation, and that Prince Michael step down from his position as Crown Prince. Your Majesty the King, please decide. The king thinks for a moment. Even the king loves his own child. The king's stomach was in knots. I understand. I will remove Michael from the position of crown prince. But if he reflects on his behavior and repents, will you allow him to return to the position of crown prince?" Still saying sweet things, Absolute pushed him away. "I'll then present this video in front of all the nobles, and afterwards he'll apologize to me in front of all of them, right?" "That's right. I'm sorry. I'll do whatever you want. I am sorry about today. I will pay your fee when you leave." With this, the settlement with the royal family was completed, and Absolute and went home while playing lavishly with the consolation money. Michael's point of view. The first time I met Absolute Ark was during a meeting between my father and the head of the Ark family, which I witnessed when I was only 5 years old. My impression of Absolute when I first saw him was disgust. It was the first emotion I had ever felt in my life. I don't know what this feeling is, and I remember crying and clinging to my father to stop when he tried to leave me and Absolute alone. So the party was over, and I never saw Absolute outside of parties again. However, my father would occasionally mention him in conversation, saying that Absolute was smarter or more skilled in magic, which made me feel as if he was comparing me to him, which made me feel bad. Furthermore, he ruined the ceremony for me at my 10th anniversary party. I hate Absolute. My father called me to talk about Absolute. "Michael, do you know what you've done? It's Absolute who is to blame. He attacked me out of the blue, so I had no choice but to engage him." Michael was clueless. He thought he could cover it up because there was no third party in the room. I see. Can you say the same thing about this video? Why is there such a thing? Because it's from Absolute, you've done something you can't take back. He's the one who ruined my 10th birthday party, so I'm going to show him the pain. The king looked at Michael with disgusted eyes. "I told you it was a faction of the Duke's Kako, not the House of RK. The House of Ark is the victim. Well, you committed a crime anyway. Michael, you are no longer crown prince. You should have been imprisoned, but you should be grateful. I'm stepping down as the crown prince. What foolery. By the way, if we show this video to all the nobles and apologize to Absolute, he will allow you to be reinstated as the crown prince. Reflect on it and make the most of it the next time. That's all I ask." Michael suppresses his anger and leaves the room. "Absolute, I'll never forgive him. I will be the king." Michael's anger at Absolute grows, and he thinks about his future plans. Chapter 13, Slave's Perspective 2. Was born the 22nd child in a family of werewolves. Her parents wanted a strong, skilled child, but was sold to a slaver when she was 7 years old. "I've been sold. If I'm going to be bought, I want someone kind." Laments her situation. Then, Absolute and met. At their first meeting, impression of Absolute was terrible. What a scary man. And the Ark family is going to kill me. Was bought by Absolute, and was put in service to the Ark family in horror. However, the Ark family's environment was better than she thought. "I was scared at first, but the Ark family is a surprisingly nice place. The food was delicious. Mido 48, who taught me how to do my job, and Maria, another slave, were kind to me, and even the scary master gave me sweets once in a while. I had never eaten sweets in my life. In the Ark family, where there are only elderly people, presence is becoming an idol. However, not all good things happen to her. Packin, what should I do? I broke an expensive vase. Was so relaxed in the peaceful environment of the Ark family that she made a mistake. She tried to collect the broken vase with her hands, but the glass shattered. Ow! Hand was cut by the glass and was bleeding. Panicked, didn't know what to do, and cried out. It hurts, what do I do? Hey, what are you crying about? She turned toward the owner of the voice. It was Absolute Sama. He's going to get angry. What are you doing? Absolute yelled at her, and reflexively apologized. You're covered in blood, hurry up and show me your hands. Absolute took wounded hand and used recovery magic. She was surprised to see the healing magic for the first time and to have that scary master heal her. Don't touch the shards of glass with your hands, use a broom. Do you understand? Yes. Dark Hall. The shards of glass disappear into the shadows, thanks to Absolute's magic. After cleaning up the shards, Absolute returned to his room. That night, thought only about Absolute. He had been the object of her fear since they first met, and he was the son of the Ark family. However, he also has a kind side, using recovery magic on her and occasionally giving her sweets. She couldn't tell which one was the real Absolute. I don't know who the master is. Was troubled. One day, she overheard Mido and Maria talking with her beast hearing and learned about Absolute's skills. She was so worried that everyone would hate him because of his skill, and that the master was the same as her. Somewhat equated herself, who was sold by her family because of her skills, with Absolute, who was hated because of his skills. She learned the truth about the Ark family when Absolute's father, Villain, told her about his work. But was too young to know this truth. She told Maria what she had heard and asked her to explain it to her. Maria was astonished at what she heard, but she explained it to The story brought tears to eyes. She was moved to tears because Absolute had no salvation. It's too bad that the master doesn't get rewarded for all the hard work he does for everyone. Everyone hates him because of his skills, and he works for the country, but they abuse him, let alone praise him. To Absolute looked like a wreck. I know, I thought the same thing before I found out, but the truth is different. Our master is an amazing man, he will continue to get hurt. He will have more enemies, so we will always be by his side. Even when he is in trouble, even when he is hurt, even when there is no one around. Let's follow that little back. Nodded silently. Let's start by welcoming him when he comes back from his mission. And so and Maria waited for Absolute to return from his mission, but fell asleep. After learning the truth about the Ark family, and Maria began to devote themselves to training. With the help of Absolute's occasional coaching, steadily became stronger. Then Absolute asked her to participate in a martial arts tournament, and she did so. They were all so weak except for the hero, but she managed to win the tournament. Well done, Absolute patted It was an itchy feeling for her, who had never been praised before, but it made her very happy. But misfortune struck again. She was summoned by Prince Michael. Who had no idea what was going on, was worried that she was going to be killed. If you haven't done anything wrong, you won't be killed. He probably liked you at the last tournament, so they want to meet you or something like that. Despaired. She thought that she would be dumped again, as she had been by her parents. Rest assured, I will not let you go. If Prince Michael asks you to go with him, if you don't want to go, say no. Then I will do my best to protect you. You belong to me. Was happy with Absolute's answer. It was because she thought she was needed. Absolute's answer blew away despair that she would be abandoned again. There was a sense of security that she would never be abandoned. In fact, Absolute protected from Michael. Master is kind, strong and cool, my heart burns when I think of him. Speaks to Absolute from her true heart. Hey, Master, is willing to die for your sake. He gave a place to stay, a bed to sleep, food to eat, strength to fight, protection from authority, and this warm feeling. No one in life had ever given so much to her, so she was willing to give everything she had to Absolute. I am not so weak that I must sacrifice you. Let's go home, Yes. And they went home. Side story. The story of Lainana Country after the completion of the original story. Chapter 14, After the original story. This story takes place several years after Absolute was killed in the original novel. The royal castle in the land of Lainana. King Michael, who gained support from the people and nobles by defeating the villain Absolute, had a serious problem. Why is a dark organization from another country working in the country of Lainana ? What are the guards doing? This is going to tear our country apart. Due to the crushing of the Ark family, which had been working for the country behind the scenes, black organizations from other countries were cozying up to some nobles and undermining the country. Powerful drugs and kidnappings are rampant among the people, and things are getting out of hand. The people have no information or contacts in the dark organization, even if they wanted to crack down on them. The Ark family had been working to prevent this from happening, but they have been crushed. This was Michael's own decision. Isn't this the kind of situation where the hero steps in? Tell the hero to hurry up and stop this chaos. Michael throws everything to the hero who wasn't there. Your Majesty, it's an urgent message. Another urgent message. I feel like there are more and more of them related to the dark organization these days. What's next? What is it? Has the dark organization made a move? But the contents of the message were disastrous. A massacre took place in the territory of the Murray family, ruled by the hero, and the hero and his wife were killed by a mysterious monster. The monster is heading toward the capital. What we were told was the sad news of the hero, who had defeated the villainous Absolute Ark back in time. Before the hero was killed, Cruel Sama had come to see off. Are you really going? You have a child with Absolute Sama. In the arms of Cruel Sama was a small beastman child. She was worried about Absolute's wife, but appearance wasn't the same as when she was still a child, and she had become a different person, a vengeful demon. She can't stop now. I waited for the master's return. I believed that he would come back, but he didn't. I can't live in a world without master. It was a heartbreaking cry. In the years since Absolute's death, could not find the value of living in a world without him. Cruel Sama knows it won't stop, but she pulls back. Absolute Sama told us at the end to live. Some of them betrayed him and sold information about him, but he cared for us to the very end. You have a duty to live for Absolute Sama. Absolute didn't send the nobles under his command to the battle between the hero and the king's army, but only told them to live to the end and went to the battle alone. He didn't want to cause more damage with a traitor in the army, but he also thought that if he lost, he, who was hated by the king, would die and everything would be over. In the original story, it seemed that the nobles under his control gave up on Absolute, but the truth is that it was what Absolute wanted. I'm no longer master's slave, so I'll do as I please. Cruel-san, take care of Uriah, our child. Bows deeply to Cruel Sama. I can't stop now. I can't stop someone I have known for a long time from going to die in the future. Cruel Sama felt the same helplessness she had felt when she let Absolute go alone. I understand. If only we had realized Absolute Sama's kindness earlier, this wouldn't have happened. I will take full responsibility for you. For the last time, will you hold Uriah-sama? Holds Uriah gently and lovingly. The tears that hadn't flowed since the day she learned of Absolute's death began to overflow. I'm sorry for being such a bad mother. The young Uriah, perhaps inspired by her weeping mother, also began to cry. The two hugged each other while crying, and this was the last time the mother and child would see each other. Murai territory. Many people gather at the cathedral in Murai territory every day. There was Eliza, the saint who had defeated Absolute as a companion of the hero. The doors of the cathedral opened, and Saint Eliza welcomed the worshippers. Oh dear, hello, you in the lovely robe. How can I help you today? She spoke in a gentle tone of voice. I came to pray for my late master. Well, you lost your master at a young age, didn't you? Don't worry, your voice will be heard. Hiding her face with her robe, in the cathedral, delivers her words to Absolute in heaven. Master, will be there in a moment. When finishes praying, Saint Eliza calls out to her. I'm sure that your thoughts have reached your master. What will you do now? I have something I have to do for the master. I see. I'm sure your master will be pleased. By the way, what are you going to do? To kill them all. As soon as she had finished, beheaded the saint. The first one. The saint's head falls off, unable to cope with the surprise attack. The other attendees screamed, but none of them were able to leave the cathedral and were killed by The slaughter by is about to begin. Saint Eliza dies. Goes to the house of the hero. After killing the gatekeeper, enters the compound. She kills everyone in sight. Then the commotion grows and many guards of the mansion appear. Get back, it's too much for you, I will do it. I'm Maria Stella, a knight of valor. You are a slave of the House of Ark, aren't you? Is it revenge that brought you here? Ghost of the House of Ark, you will die here. Maria Stella swung down her sword. But with her dynamic vision enhanced by her search and destroy skill, saw through the sword, clamped it between her fingers, and shattered it with her finger pressure. I am possible. Revenge, I'm here to die. Maria Stella was helplessly beheaded by the second one. Maria Stella is dead. After killing Maria and all the guards, entered the house to search for the hero. One room was caught in the search and the door to the room was opened. It was Alicia Murray's office, and Alicia was there. Alicia put away the last of her papers and looked at I thought I heard a commotion, but it was you. A slave of the Ark family. You want revenge, don't you? I know it's a little late for that, but I want to apologize to you about your master. I'm sorry if I had stopped the hero. Alicia's regret was evident, but that didn't stop her from urging her on. The master will not come back even if you apologize. I will kill all of you. Alicia gave up everything and offered herself to One last favor, will you kill me quickly? Without pausing to think, replied. I can't do it. Alicia's throat was then crushed so that she couldn't scream. Then her limbs were cut off and she was tortured to death. Third, Alicia Murray died. The hero was in the innermost room of the mansion. He was having intercourse with his wife, Haniel, oblivious to the commotion in the mansion. Bursts through the door. What is it? The hero is bewildered by the sudden turn of events. You are aren't you? Thank goodness. I was going to take you out when I attacked Absolute's mansion, but you weren't there, so I thought something must have happened to you. You're covered in blood. What happened? I found him, the hero. The hero spoke in a carefree manner, unaware of what was about to happen to him. Oh, you were looking for me. I see, you escaped from Absolute, but you didn't know where I was. Glares at the person she has been waiting for. You're the one who did this to me, my master. Die, you bastard. She launches an attack toward the hero, but the hero summons a holy sword with his skill and manages to block it. Perhaps Absolute's brainwashing hasn't been lifted yet. Calm down, I'm not the enemy. Die. Overwhelms the hero with her speed, but the hero was able to respond just in time. Why? She's become much stronger than she was at the academy. Was upset. The hero had defeated Absolute by a margin of 100,000 troops, but he had still defeated Absolute. Of course, his level had risen. Holy out. The hero's attack hits The hero's attack dealt a lot of damage per blow due to the effect of his skill. Took heavy damage and crawled to the ground. You are being deceived. Absolute is a member of a dark organization, an evil that has been tormenting this country. He is a scumbag who has enslaved and tormented you, a young girl. You are still under Absolute's control. Slowly gets up and contradicts the hero. No, the master gave me a place to stay. He cast a recovery spell on me when I was injured. He fed me sweets. He stroked my head a lot, and he loved me. He made me a mother. Don't make fun of my master. Attacks again, howling at the hero. With his skill and number of moves, overwhelms the hero, but she is unable to break the hero's defense. Holy out. The hero attacks, but dodges just in time. I will end it here. I will kill the hero. I'll use my beastification skill. The skill of beastification is a skill that turns the body into a beast, but as the level goes up, the body and power increase. But at the cost of losing all reason while in beast form, you become a beast that just kills your opponents. Maybe I can't go back to the way I was once I've used it. In the end, I wanted to die thinking about my master. Makes her resolve with one last thought of Absolute's face. I love you, master. Activate beastification. Transforms into a wolf more than 10 meters long. From this point on, domination begins. Original story Age 19. Skill. Beastification, V10, transforms the body into the form of a beast. Size depending on its own level. Changes according to its own level. As the level increases, the rationality of the body disappears with each level. Searching for the enemy V10 strengthens a part of the body. Location and terrain. Status. Level. 71. Physical ability. 407. Magic power. 70. Brain. 58. Magic learned. Darkness. Skills. General Maid, Martial Arts. Chapter 15. After the original 2. Transforms into a wolf of more than 10 meters with her beastification skill. As transformed, the Murray family's mansion couldn't contain her physique, and the mansion collapsed. Roar shakes the earth. It sounded as if she was crying out. Gala, the hero, emerged from the rubble. His body was strong, as only a hero would be. But for those who weren't heroes, the damage was enormous. Haniel, are you okay? When the house collapsed, he quickly tried to protect his wife, but it was too late. She had already been crushed by the debris and died instantly. The hero's face contorted at the sight of Haniel's corpse, but he managed to keep his cool. The battle was still raging. The hero looks up at who has changed her appearance. What the hell is that? Is that I thought beastification was just a skill to change your body into a beast. What the hell is going on? The hero is puzzled by the situation, but doesn't wait for him. Having lost all sense of reason, acts on instinct, on desire. Wants to continue slaughtering those who killed Absolute until she dies. Will never let the hero, the main culprit, get away with it. Unleashes her fist at the hero. The destructive power of her fist is such that it damages the entire area around her with a single blow. The hero takes his first damage and falls to his knees. Oh no. This power is out of proportion? Yes. We must all work together to defeat it, just as we did with Absolute. Maria and Alicia must have been at the mansion. If you guys are there, please answer me. Holy out. The hero, thinking that they might be buried in the rubble, targeted non-human targets and blew the rubble away. Then he found his friends and those in the house who had been killed by Oh, Alicia Maria. Oh, what a terrible thing to do. Maria, who had her head chopped off. Alicia, who had her limbs torn off and died in agony. And perhaps Eliza too. The hero despaired at the sight of his companions decapitated. He didn't understand why they had to be killed. Then, realizing that this anger was directed at him, he hurried to clear up misunderstanding. No, we were trying to help you. Absolute was a bad guy, you have to realize that. The hero lost his reason and was caught in the reverse of who was unable to stop herself. In response to Absolute's name, attacks became even more ferocious. Again and again, launches fists and kicks from her huge frame. Even if the hero avoids a blow, the aftermath is so strong that he cannot recover from the shock and is always hit by a second blow. The hero was already in tatters. I give up, let's not fight like this, I'm sorry about Absolute. Didn't stop attacking. She hits the hero over and over again in anger. Please stop already. I'm going to die. Beats the hero over and over again. The hero's consciousness fades away. It was a nostalgic memory of his first love that finally ran through his mind. It was the first time he met the girl, a beastman, at a martial arts tournament in the royal capital. I loved you. I didn't want to see you by Absolute's side all this time. The hero, who had finally learned his true feelings after coming here, lost consciousness there. She could no longer hear anything from the hero. Did he lose his voice? Don't tell me he ran away. I won't allow it. Looked for the hero, trampling over the surrounding houses and fleeing people. But the hero was already dead. Didn't understand that now that her reason had flown away. By the time she realized that the hero was dead, the Murai territory had already been destroyed. The hero who challenged Absolute with overwhelming numbers had his life ended by overwhelming individual power. The hero died. The hero is dead, but it is not over yet. A soldier, King Michael, remains among the nobles who fought alongside the hero. Moves on to the next enemy. They are all going to be killed. The royal castle, in the land of Lainana. At the royal castle, the death of the hero and the mysterious monster, heading toward the royal capital, was causing chaos. I report, the monster moved in Murai territory, slaughtered the surrounding nobles and citizens, and is now heading toward the capital. What do you say, King Michael? Michael punches his desk in anger. Damn it. What the hell, like that monster, even the hero couldn't win. No, didn't you learn that when you killed Absolute? That a strong opponent must be counted against with numbers. All hands, prepare to intercept. Remember the battle with Absolute, we must counter with numbers. A total of 80,000 members of the royal army had gathered. The morale of those who had survived the battle with Absolute was high. The army seemed to be united under the direction of King Michael, but it was overpowered by an overwhelming individual presence. A wolf over 10 meters in height, was identified from the royal capital. What's that monster? The royal army was shaken. Absolute was strong, but he was human, but that was a monster. Don't be cowed, prepare your swords and defend your country. Whoa. The royal army's shouts signaled the start of the confrontation between the royal army and The soldiers charged toward with great vigor, but kicking with her feet was enough to blow away thousands of soldiers. What is that power? The royal army's command is frustrated by overwhelming power. The royal army has a number of soldiers, but the best of them were all killed in the previous battle with Absolute. Most of those present were inexperienced soldiers who had been standing by in the rear. This would not stop The rest was just a massacre. Killed soldiers as if she were playing music. The battlefield echoed with the screams of the soldiers. Master, I bring this cheer to you. 80,000 screams filled the battlefield. These screams were a requiem from to her dear master. The playing of this requiem continued until the last man was left. The battlefield screams ceased, and was the only one standing there. Body reached its limit and her beastly skills were released, reverted to her original human form. She is too exhausted to stand now. After a short rest, the next stop is the royal castle. Master. I will go there as soon as everything is finished. Thinking of her beloved master's face, she decided to hang on just a little bit longer. Chapter 16. After the original story end. The royal castle in the land of Reinana. King Michael, who was in the castle, was astonished to hear the monster subjugation report. All annihilated. No matter how much of a monster the opponent was, he thought he could win by sheer numbers, just as he had done with Absolute, but the result was a crushing defeat. Why, but we beat Absolute. Of course, the Beast couldn't win a battle against Absolute. The reason the royal army was able to defeat Absolute was that Absolute's skill, absolute evil, was weakened against the hero's holy power. Whenever the hero was about to be killed, a good soldier acted as a wall to shield him. The saint healed the hero's fatal wounds many times, and her beauty and skill boosted the morale of the soldiers. All of these elements miraculously led to victory. Without all of these elements, it was inevitable that the current royal army would be defeated. So the monster is gone? What the hell was that? A beastman? No, I've never heard of a beastman's skills being that powerful. Something that has a grudge against the hero, and the people of this country. We must also look into invasions from other countries. King Michael immediately dismisses the possibility that crossed his mind for a moment. The possibility of a slave girl who had served Absolute in the Ark family and had won a martial arts tournament. She was not with Absolute when he died. She must have run out of love for him and disappeared. King Michael denied it in his head, but a strange feeling kept him from dismissing the idea. And then, my king, a beast woman is going around killing people in the castle. We must get out immediately. Michael's intuition proved to be correct. At that time, entered the castle through the front door, killing everyone she saw on her way to Michael. Soon it will all be over, and then I can finally go to my master. Couldn't fight alongside Absolute, so she's trying to make amends with those who killed Absolute by killing them herself, before taking her own life. As she walked, she remembered everything that has happened to her. She remembers how scared she was when she first met him, how he gave her sweets when she was working as a maid, the way he patted her head, the way he protected her when she got tangled up with the hero at the school, the many times they went to delicious restaurants together, the times they made love, the birth of their child. Thinking of her beloved Absolute, who had given her so many happy memories, she put her hand on the room where Michael was waiting for her with an angry look on his face. Don't tell me you're the one who defeated the hero and the kingdom army. What if I am? Why, Absolute is already dead. What's the point of all this? Answer me, slave. Michael is furious. Just for killing Absolute, at least 100,000 more people had been killed by snickered. Just for killing one master? What nonsense. I'm going to go to be with master, and I can't allow the people who killed him to live on in peace. You will die and get down on your knees to the master and me in the afterlife. You're crazy, but you underestimate me. I am royalty and have access to the most powerful magic. You go to Absolute alone. King of Shield. My magic will nullify all physical attacks, and since beastmen fight primarily with physical strength, you will have no means of attack. Let's go. Physical nullification is biggest weakness. But was not planning to use physical attacks this time. Master, I'm going to ask for your help. Dark Hole. Used Absolute's signature magic, which she had seen many times before. The power and range are weaker than Absolute's, which has a lot of magic, but it is still effective enough. The hand of magic power produced from the dark magic dragged Michael into the darkness. Hey, that's Absolute's magic. Why you? Why are you in my way, even after you're dead? Absolute. You have been defeated by my master, and you will die in his arms in the dark. Damn you, Absoluto. And so Michael disappeared into the darkness. This was his last opponent. Master, you have won. Topped Absolute's defeat with a victory of her own. Michael's death. Was walking in King's Landing after her victory over Michael. She walked along the road that she and Absolute had taken many times before his death, tracing her memories. There she found her favorite sweet store. It seemed to still be open. I'm sorry. The owner of the store greeted with a scary face. It's been a while since I've seen you. Welcome. The owner, who probably knows Absolute, welcomes me without saying a word. I'll have the strawberry tart and the Mont Blanc, please. The Mont Blanc was the one Absolute used to eat. Are you going to eat it? I'll take it to go, please. The owner, perhaps seeing the look on Er's face, wrapped up the items without saying a word. No charge, you don't have to pay for it. Hey, don't you have to go too? The owner finally asked. Thank you very much, but it's hard to live in a world without him. The sweets here are always delicious. With that, she left the store. Headed for the Ark house. Of course, there was no one inside. Entered Absolute's former room and arranged tea and sweets for the two of them. Drank her share of the tart and tea and looked around the room. She had seen this room for years, but it had been a long time since she had been in it. It was as if she was back in the old days. Sentimental for a moment, stood facing Absolute's chair. Master, I am on my way to you. I don't know what will happen to me when I die, but if we meet again on the other side, I want to love you again. Confessed for the second time with tears in her eyes and plunged the knife into her own heart. In the end, she could die as she wished, thinking of Absolute. Was satisfied. Er's vision turned white, and a world she did not know seemed to open up as her death grew nearer. Somewhere in that world, she thought she heard Absolute's voice. Ran to the voice, and as the voice of Absolute grew closer and closer, Er's life disappeared. After that, the country of Reinana, which lost many of its royalty and nobility, was taken in by a neighboring country and transformed into a democratic state over a long period of time. And the name of the man who leads that country is Uriah Ark. Volume 2, Original Story begins. Chapter 17, Inheritance. At last, Absolute has turned 15 years old. He will be attending an academy in the royal capital for 3 years starting this spring, and the original story begins when he enters the academy. Preparations to fight the hero is steadily progressing. He's on good terms with the nobles under his faction, with Chris and Cruelson acting as his go-between. Currently, he succeeded in enslaving Maria Stella, a companion of the hero, and keeping her by his side. They get along well, and Maria comes in on her own, but they always bathe together. It's so naughty. The biggest thing is that he has removed Prince Michael from the Crown Prince's throne, so he can no longer move his large army. The rest of the plan was to disrupt the hero's growth events at the school and sabotage his efforts to get to the saint. Today, at the age of 15, Absolute had to kill his father, Villain, in order to inherit the Ark family's unique magic. The Ark family's magic is the magic of making a contract with a spirit. In order to inherit it, you have to kill the current owner and get the spirit to recognize you. Of course, with the spirits watching, you don't have to go easy on me. Absolute, you must be prepared, okay? I didn't think the magic of the Ark family was that dangerous. The reason why Villain didn't appear in the original story was because he died in the succession. The Ark family is so blood-curdling. I'm ready for it, father. Come to think of it, the last time we met in hand-to-hand combat was when I was 10 years old. Then let us begin. Dark Hole. Absolute uses his specialty magic from the opening. From within the dark magic, a great number of magical arms sprout out and attack Villain. However, Villain is unmoved. He cloaks his sword in dark magic and cuts the arms of magic. Absolute is surprised. Now Absolute's level is over 90, and the average level of soldiers in this world is 20. In the original story of Reinana, Absolute is the only character known to be above level 50. However, I felt that Villain's power was definitely more than level 50. You seem surprised. Absolute, you are strong even in the eyes of your parents. If we were to fight normally, I would probably not win. But if I use the Ark family's unique magic, the spirits will boost my firepower so that a lower-ranked person can beat a higher-ranked person. Now let me go next. Villain takes up his sword in the upper stance, closes the distance at once, and slashes at Absolute. Absolute responded with his sword, and the two blades met. The power seemed to be even. Sword attacks were exchanged again and again. Absolute didn't expect his father to be so strong, although there was a difference in level. He is the man who has been protecting the Reinana nation behind the scenes for many years. I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Up to this point, the two men's strengths had been close, but gradually Villain began to be pushed back. While Absolute was also serious but still had some extra strength left, Villain had no choice but to give his all to Absolute's overwhelming power. In other words, his stamina was running out. You've gotten stronger, Absolute. Villain felt both joy at his son's growth and regret for his son, who had been forced to grow up strong by the heavy responsibilities of the Ark family since he was a child. Villain's heart was complicated. This will be the last attack. Go beyond me. Absolute, unique Ark summon liberation. Ark summon, a unique magic to call spirits and make a contract with them. The spirit summoned by Villain appears as a result of the release of the Ark summon. It was a being with a beauty that no human could match. The spirit deploys numerous magic circles and releases magic one after another. Dark Hole. Absolute blocked them with a great number of magical arms. Neither the spirit nor Absolute drew back. However, the spirit was too distracted by the magical arms and left Absolute alone too long. Absolute closed the distance with the spirit and released his fist to blow it away. The spirit was bound by the magic arm where it was blown away, and the decision with the spirit was made. That's it. You've grown stronger, Absolute. The winner has already been decided, so for my part, I don't want to do anything like making you kick the bucket, but how is the system of inheritance working in the first place? You are right. I can't bear to have my son bear that much karma. I wonder if my father felt the same way. Villain stabbed himself in the heart with his own sword. Villain was supposed to pierce his chest, but Absolute used his magical arm to prevent him from killing himself. What are you doing, Absolute? If I don't die, you can't make a contract with the spirit. You have given up your life for this country. But to lose your life just for me to inherit the magic that is unique to the Ark in the end, isn't that too much? I don't want the power that I sacrificed my own parent to obtain. Absolute of the original story probably had no hesitation in inheriting this power, because death had become an everyday occurrence. However, the current Absolute, who has the values of his previous life, couldn't accept it. That's really sweet, but what are you going to do? If I don't die, you can't make a contract with the spirit. But Absolute had already come up with a solution. I have thought about that. I'm sorry to do this to my father's spirit, but let me make a slave contract with you. The deadline is until my father or I die. In short, let me conclude another contract, a slave contract, so that the spirit can lend me its power. As for the inherent magic, you will pass it on to me after you die of old age. Villain laughed at the idea he had not thought of. I see, the loser will do as the winner says, but don't be too rough with him, he's a sensitive spirit. And Absolute, although you couldn't inherit it in earnest, you will still have the power of the spirit. 3 years from now, when you graduate from the school, you will be the head of the Ark family. I humbly accept. Thus, the inheritance of the unique magic was settled by making a slave contract with the spirit to simulate the Ark summon. I am Absolute Ark, your master from now on. Spirit, please take good care of me. The spirit nodded without speaking. The contract was completed. Chapter 18, Entrance Examination. Villain's point of view. Villain Ark is currently meeting with the king at the royal castle. I never thought I'd see you again. I'm glad you're alive at any rate. Villain. The king and villain shake hands firmly, having grown up together since childhood. Oh, I'm a dead man. I killed so many people, even my own father, and I didn't think I would survive. Villain mocked himself. Don't say that. You and your Ark family have done more for our country than anyone else. You have helped me more times than I can count just by being my childhood friend. I'm really glad you're alive, Villain. The two of them had been together since they were very young. It was the relationship of friends that was meant to bind the Ark family to the royal family, but they are friends nonetheless, indeed. I really wanted Michael to get along with Absolute as well as I did with you. Absolute is too good, even from my point of view as the king. I don't think Michael can hope for a good relationship with Absolute anymore because of his inferiority complex and prejudice. Hey, have you thought about an engagement between Absolute and my daughter, Haniel? The king wanted to bind Absolute to the royal family at all costs. He had given up on the idea of establishing a friendship with Michael and was planning to take him as a son-in-law for his daughter, Haniel. I'm sorry, I thought I was going to die soon, so I forgot about it. I wanted to throw the whole thing to Absolute after I die. Villain laughed openly, and the king's shoulders slumped at the answer. Well, Absolute is fed up, though he doesn't say it in so many words, with people like me who get their hands dirty behind the scenes for the royal family and the country. If Absolute becomes the head of the family, He won't work for a royal family that has nothing to do with him. If the royal family can't provide a quid pro quo to absolute satisfaction, the dark organization will go out of business in my generation. Villain's words left the king scratching his head. The next head of the Ark family, which is currently protecting the national defense of the Lainana Country behind the scenes, is dissatisfied with the royal family. There is also the blunder in the case of Michael. The king is planning to marry off his daughter to Absolute at any cost. Section. Finally, Absolute was able to make a contract with the spirit, albeit a slave contract. This power would be a great help in fighting the hero in the future. But then a problem with the spirit arose. What? You can't go back to the spirit world. Absolute overwrote the contract with the spirit that had been contracted with his father, Villain, in the form of a slave contract. However, because it was different from the original contract with the spirit was bound to the human world. I understand. It is my fault that you can't return back. I'm sorry about that. I'll think of a way to deal with that in the future. By the way, do you have a name? The spirit shook its head. I see, then I will name you Toa. Can you be small? Toa changed to the size of a coin. I'll have you stay with me from now on. When you are outside, you will be small and stay on my shoulder. I'm going to keep you busy now that I've entered the academy. I'm counting on you, Toa. Toa gave a small nod. A few days after the discussion with Toa, he came to take the entrance examination at the Royal Academy, where he will be enrolling. The members of the Ark family faction had arrived at the venue ahead of the others, and now they were the only ones there. They took their seats around Absolute, and Chris took the lead. From now on, the first test will be based on magic, melee combat, and written examinations. Based on the results, the students will be classified from A to D. I don't think Absolute-sama will have any problems, but I have already informed you guys not to drag us down by getting low scores. This year, Prince Michael, the descendant of a hero, and even a saint will be enrolled. I don't think we will have much to do with them, but if something happens, the Absolute-sama's name will be damaged. Please be careful. Lastly, please, Absolute-sama. Everyone nodded in agreement. Absolute had nothing special to say. Just do your best, that's all I have to say. Yes. Their spirited voice echoed through the hall. Then, the other examinees entered the hall in droves. Among them was the heroine of the original story. The one in the nun's habit looks like a saint, doesn't she? She has a mysterious atmosphere. Chris was fascinated by the saint. Is that Saint Eliza, one of the heroines? Saint Eliza holds the highest position in the church and is a cleric who uses the skill regeneration, which is a super compatible skill of recovery magic. In the original story, she healed the hero who was mortally wounded in the battle against Absolute many times before sending him to the front line. And she was a leading figure behind the scenes who kept the morale of the soldiers up with her beauty and her skill of incitement. Saint Eliza, she is just as dangerous as the hero. Moreover, she never came out of the church much, so she must have been quite naive. I have to do something about it before she falls into the mind game of the hero. While Absolute was pondering, Alicia Murray, the heroine and fiancée of the hero, entered the hall next. Absolute-sama, it's Alicia, Hero-sama's fiancée. It seems the hero is not with her. Alicia Murray. Alicia is the daughter of the Murray family and the fiancée of the hero. She is also a childhood friend. In the original story, Alicia is portrayed as a stopper for the hero who is unfamiliar with the world of nobility. But her fighting style is mainly long-range, magic attacks, and support with the Murray family's unique magic. Alicia was pushed around even more by the hero at the school. I wonder if Alicia will have a hard time. Absolute answers Chris's question earlier while sympathizing with Alicia. Chris, the hero is exempted from the school's examinations, so he won't be here today. The examinations are about to start. The conversation was cut short, and soon the examiner entered the hall to begin the written test. The written test was completed without any problems since I had already covered everything I needed to know at the academy. Chapter 19, Mock Battle. The next test is a mock battle between candidates. In this test, the examinees are tested on their moves, magic and sword skills, and so on. The match continues until the examiner stops it or the examinees throw their opponents out of the ring. The opponents are generally chosen at random, but they tend to be close to each other in rank. Absolute watched other people's matches until it was his turn. Just now, his friend Cruelsan's match is taking place, and he is watching it with Chris. She has become very strong since Absolute taught her magic. Look, she is dominating her opponent. Lady Cruel's opponent is a swordsman. He tries to close the gap with her, but a pillar of ice released by her ice magic skill blocks him. He swatted them away with his sword, but was gradually hit by the persistent icicles. And in the end, he was overwhelmed by her attack and went off the stage, ending the match. After the match, Cruelsan came to Absolute with a smile on her face. "Dear Absolute, did you see what I did?" Cruelsan asked Absolute, bringing her face close to his. "Oh, you've become stronger again." "I'm not flattering her. I think she has become much stronger since we first met. I think she can fight with on equal terms depending on how she fights. I'm honored by your praise. I'm proud that I was able to fight a battle that lived up to the name of Absolute Sama. I actually got all flushed when you praised me. I'm looking forward to your fight, Absolute Sama. Please do your best." "Ah, that's right." Cruelsan sat down next to Absolute and continued the conversation, feeling elated by Absolute's words of praise. Who will be Absolute Sama's opponent? Is it the family of Duke Kako or Alicia of the Marquis family? Chris answered, it could also be the Saint. Well, the candidates of the top nobility are mostly daughters, except for the Kako and Ark families, so it will inevitably be the Kako family. The Kako family. Duke Kako is the leader of the nobles who attacked the faction under the Ark family, including Chris at Prince Michael's memorial party. I've heard that they are martial artists, but he's not familiar with the Ark family. He didn't appear much in the original story either, so it was unknown how he would get involved. While he was pondering this, Absolute's name was called for the next match. "Please do your best, Absolute Sama. We wish you good luck." Chris and Lady Cruel cheered him on as he entered the match venue. There, Absolute waited for his opponent. However, his opponent betrayed his expectations. Saint Eliza and Alicia Murray and Kako family. The opponents who came in after Absolute were Eliza and Alicia Murray, and the legitimate son of the Duke of Kako. Alicia, the Kako family, and Eliza were also surprised at this situation. But first, the eldest son of the Kako family spoke up. "Well, my dear Saint, Absolute Son, my name is Tristan Kako. Can you please explain to me what is going on here, Mr. Examiner?" The examiner spoke. "It is true that the rules of the game are one-on-one. However, since the Saint specializes in supporting others in combat, it's impossible to evaluate her true value. Therefore, as a special exception, this match will be played 2 against 2. It's true that this exam would be tough for a Saint who specializes in support, so it's a double battle." "I see, but what about the pairings?" "As for the pairings, Absolute Ark and Alicia Murray, then Tristan Kako and the Saint. As for the rules, the match will end when the referee stops the match or when the 2 members of the pair go out of the ring." "I see I'm paired with Alicia. Thank God if I paired with the Saint, I would have ended up not being able to see the power of the Saint. I should let Alicia fight the first half and see the power of the Saint." Thinking this, Alicia spoke to Absolute. "I've never spoken to you before. I'm Alicia Murray. So what's your role?" "I can only use magic, so I'll be attacking from a distance." "I see. Then you will attack Tristan with magic until he is in range of my sword. You don't have to do anything while I'm dealing with Tristan." Alicia asks with a curious look on her face. "Is that all right? Since the Saint can't fight, it would be more reliable if I cover you with magic while you are fighting Tristan, wouldn't it?" Certainly, the way Absolute suggested was to repeat the first half with Alicia, second half himself and one-on-one, and if the 2 of us crushed Tristan, it would most likely be over soon. But then I wouldn't be able to see the support power of the Saints. I must avoid that. HMPH. No matter how much support the Saint provides, Tristan will be the only one fighting. It won't be a very pleasant thing for 2 people to crush him. It would be better to divide the roles and fight one-on-one. Absolute recalled his own current self. Yes, Absolute didn't like the idea of crushing opponents with numbers. Alicia was surprised at Absolute's answer. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It's certainly not what we, the proud upper class, would do. All right, I'll do it your way. Let's fight with pride." Alicia agreed with Absolute. "Oh, and don't hit the Saint, okay. Fufu, I know, let's get started." And so the 2 pairs faced each other. Let's get started. Tristan rushes out to start the game. Fireball. Alicia's attacks Tristan, but he shows no sign of avoiding it. Then the saint moves. Protect, regenerate, healing. Protect is a magic that raises defenses, and regenerate healing is a magic that automatically grants healing magic for a certain period of time. And what's troubling is Tristan's fighting spirit that fearlessly faces Alicia's magic. Could it be that he is using the saint's skill, incitement, to eliminate his fear? Still dangerous. Humans have a stopper in their brains due to fear, but that skill removes that stopper. It is possible to make people do dangerous things without taking risks. What the hell is that guy doing? To be able to move forward in front of an incoming magic. Alicia uses magic continuously, but Tristan doesn't stop. He's about to enter Absolute's range. It's about time, let's take turns. Absolute draws his sword and slashes at Tristan. Their swords clash with each other. Tristan talks to Absolute. "Oh, have you finally made your appearance? Fufu, the power of the saint is wonderful. I am overflowing with more power than usual. I don't think anyone will beat me now. Wow, this guy looks like he's high on drugs. But still, as far as Tristan's skill and level is concerned, I'm winning hands down, right? I thought his sword skills were pretty good, but his head limiter has come off and he is falling apart." Absolute analyzes the saint and Tristan while crossing sword with each other appropriately. "Why don't you and Alicia attack together? The two of you might be able to defeat me. You're the only one who fights even if you have the saint's support, and a 2 against 1 is not a beautiful way to go about it. I misjudged you, but don't let that be the reason for your defeat." Tristan stepped up a gear, but Absolute responded with a generous margin. The two continued to exchange blows for a while. Tristan, feeling impatient with the antagonistic situation, made a move. "Saint Sama, please support me." The saint applies more support magic to Tristan. Tristan's speed and power increased. However, such reinforcement advantage doesn't work on Absolute, who has a difference in level. Absolute had finished observing most of the saint's enhancement magic. So far, only the speed and power have increased, but the rest hasn't changed much. Tristan can't handle the enhanced speed. "Well, it's my first time working as a tag team. But the magic to strengthen the body is not much, but if it could be used on many people, it would be troublesome. And the skill to eliminate fear." Absolute raised the danger level of Saint Eliza. And when he saw how much power she had, Absolute decided to go for it. He flicked Tristan's sword as he was slashing at him and kicked him in the gut, sending him out of the ring. "Your swordsmanship was impressive, but you lack a little precision. Let's have a real one-on-one match at the academy next time." After saying this to Tristan on the outside, he turned to the saint. Only the saint was left now. The saint was frightened when she saw that Tristan had been taken out and that Absolute was coming her way. Absolute threw down his sword, went to the saint, took the trembling her aside, and placed her on the outside of the ring, ending the match. Chapter 20, After the Entrance Examination. Alicia's point of view. "I came to the school to take the entrance exam, and was paired with the son of the Ark family for a mock battle. I heard as a child about the bad reputation of the Ark family and the parties they throw. I always saw from afar that they always have a lot of nobles under their faction in attendance. It's a class I wouldn't like to be involved with if possible, but it is a test, so I have no choice." Alicia turns her head. "And the opponent is Tristan of the Kako family and a saint. If they don't join forces, they will be beaten in no time. I've never spoken to you before. I'm Alicia Murray. So what's your role? I can only use magic, so I'll be attacking from a distance." Absolute Ark gave the impression of being an eerie man, but rumor has it that he is quite talented. "Perhaps if the two of us joined forces, we might be able to defeat the saint and Tristan." I thought so, but Absolute told me that I didn't have to make a move if my opponent got within his range. "Are you sure? Since the saint can't fight, it would be better for me to cover you with magic while you are fighting Tristan, wouldn't it?" Alicia's question was answered by Absolute in a relaxed manner. HMPH. Tristan fights alone while being supported by the saint. It won't be pleasant 2 against 1. It would be better to divide the roles and fight one-on-one. What? Alicia was ashamed of herself at Absolute's answer. Trying to defeat an opponent in a mere test, 2 against 1, is certainly not something to be admired. Alicia was impressed by Absolute's attitude toward the game. By going one-on-one, Alicia was also able to show her support for her teammate. "I've heard so many bad things about him, but I honestly respect him this time. Alicia wanted to show Alto, the hero, his attitude toward this match, because she felt that although he was strong, he didn't have the same pride as Absolute. I wonder what Alto would think if he saw Absolute Ark's attitude right now. I would be happy if he feels something, but if he doesn't feel anything, it would be a little sad. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It's certainly not what we, the proud high nobility, would do. All right, I'll follow your way. Let's fight with pride. Oh, and don't hit the saint, okay. Alicia felt a little smile at the kindness Absolute was showing here. And then the match began. Tristan, backed by the saint, closed the distance. Alicia attacks Tristan with magic, but her opponent doesn't stop. Soon the distance was closed and she had to switch places with Absolute. Alicia was again astonished when she saw Absolute crossing swords with Tristan. No way Tristan is a member of the famous Kako family. He is not weak. In fact, with the support of the saint, he should be able to compete with the hero, and Absolute is fighting him on equal terms. In fact, Absolute was fighting with a lot of confidence, but to Alicia, who didn't have much experience in battle, the two seemed evenly matched. The battle was settled when Absolute defeated Tristan and the saint went out of the ring. Absolute left without looking at Alicia, but Alicia was so surprised that she couldn't move. I didn't think Absolute Ark was this strong. If Alto-kun should ever try to pick a fight with him at the school in the future. Alicia remembers her fiancé, who tends to run wild. He's bound to make something happen. Alto-kun is backed by the Murai family. If Alto-kun were to pick a fight with Absolute Arks, her family would be in trouble. If Absolute and Alto, the hero, were to fight, the damage is likely to be great, and the responsibility for that will lie with the Murai family, the backers of the hero. If I go back to the mansion, I have to tell Alto not to fight with him. I definitely have to tell him. Alicia's troubles continued. The Ark family. After finishing the entrance examination, Absolute and his friends invited the nobles under their faction, who were also taking the entrance examination, to the Ark family mansion for a party. Unlike in the past, people were gathering around Absolute. It was so cool to see you fighting, Absolute-sama. Really? He is a great fighter, overwhelming that Tristan of the Kako family. I'd love to have a hand in a fight with you next time. Absolute-sama, will you marry me, please? He is blunt, but he answers the noblemen under his faction who talk to him. It looks like he is going with the flow, but he is usually like this, so people didn't care. The party was coming to a close, and the last thing to do was for Absolute to give a final message. Well, thank you all for your hard work today. I am sure that you, who always train hard, did your best. The faces of those listening to the conversation were fearless. All of them had trained hard to support Absolute. Absolute knew this. From now on, we're going to enter the academy. Although it is said that status does not matter at the academy, that is just a figure of speech, and of course the barriers of title exist. So, we must show them the unity of the Ark family faction. Absolute looks around at all the faces. In Lainana Country, we, the Ark family faction, have always been treated as the bad guys and scorned. It's because we do gray work for a living. But if I am treated as a villain just for doing gray work, I will remain a villain for the rest of my life. I know that some lives are saved by gray work, and I am proud to be an Ark family member. The question is, why do some people make fun of us out in the open? That's because those guys are underestimating us. I can see the anger on everyone's faces. They've been made fun of so many times before. Absolute continued. I'll say it again, we must show them. The unity of the Ark family faction, you are no longer weak enough to be mocked, and you must show strength. Evil without power will be overthrown at the will of the righteous and powerful. If you don't like it, let's continue to resist together. I am always before you. Take pride in being evil that you are the Ark faction, and I will show you the pride of evil. Everyone nodded. Seeing this, Absolute smiled wickedly and said, "The beginning is the key. Let's all go." Chapter 21, Original Story. I'm off then. Today is just the entrance ceremony, so and Maria, both of you should go ahead and unpack. From tomorrow, you two will be coming to the school together with me, so just keep that in mind. Understood. After and Maria replied, they immediately set to work. Absolute was to move to the Ark family's villa in King's Landing before entering the academy in King's Landing. And Absolute headed for the waiting carriage. Today was the day of the entrance ceremony. Reinana Royal Academy. It is a third-grade school with a regulation that all nobles in the country of Reinana must enroll at the age of 15. Classes are divided into A to E, and students are assigned based on their grades in the entrance examination. In addition to nobles, children of famous merchants, children recommended by churches, and commoners with the backing of nobles are also allowed to enter the school. As a special exception, royalty and descendants of heroes are exempted from the examination. The most important things in this academy are the title, grades, and ability. If you perform well in examinations, mock battles in class, and written work, you will be able to get a job advance in the future and influence the caste system in the school. There is basically no hierarchy within the school, but not completely. Of course, there are some friendships that transcend factional boundaries, but basically, people tend to be from the same faction. And since today's entrance ceremony is a big event, there are many upperclassmen who have come to help the new students with preparations and assistance. However, the eyes of the students are drawn to the area near the school gate. In the midst of all this, a large number of black carriages were sitting in a row in front of the school gate. One of the students said, "I'm sure those carriages belong to the Ark family." Just as the area began to rustle, a person got out of the carriage. It was a man who exuded an intimidating atmosphere, which makes one feel a sense of discomfort. Someone said, "It's Absolute Ark." After Absolute left, the nobles under his faction came down in droves from the carriages that followed. The Ark family faction was now in full force, with Absolute in the lead. The atmosphere of the place became noticeably heavier after the appearance of the Ark faction. The Ark family faction, which appeared to be a strange sight to those around them, must have been an enemy of the country with few high-ranking nobles. Even if there were bad rumors, they wouldn't have been a prominent presence, but now people can't take their eyes off them. What is that presence? Hey, did you know that the Ark family faction was such a dangerous group of people? I've heard rumors that the Ark family is the head of a rather dangerous organization, but maybe that pressure is real. The crowd naturally avoided Absolute and the others. The atmosphere of the place was dominated by Absolute. Absolute used his skill, king's dominance, to slightly intimidate the people around him and create a heavy atmosphere. This event was held to impress the absolute strength of Absolute and his subordinates. First of all, first impressions are important. You should never be looked down upon. If I am around, I will beat them up, but if my subordinates are not within my line of sight, I will not be able to protect them. Therefore, I must show them. The unity of the Ark family must be shown here. We have to let them know that the Ark family is not to be messed with. Maybe we shouldn't get too close to the Ark family faction. Oh, I don't want to be in the same class as them. It was worth it, and those who were present were carved up about the Ark's family faction and Absolute who lead them. The entrance ceremony was held in the school's auditorium. The seats were not assigned, so the back seats were filled by the Ark family. Chris speaks next to Absolute. "I didn't expect you to put the people around you in check like that." I snickered at that. "Don't use the word check in such an exaggerated way, Chris. We just went to school together, didn't we? How can you say that after all the murderous intent you've displayed?" Chris and the others around him are laughing, but I can see that they are looking at Absolute with gratitude and envy. They understand that Absolute dared to put them in check for their own good. "Thank you, Absolute-sama." HMPH, I don't know. Chris expresses his thanks on behalf of them, but Absolute did not accept it and continued the usual exchange. Then the entrance ceremony began, and everything went according to schedule without any irregularities. After the introduction of the principal and teachers, the new students were introduced at the end of the ceremony. The representative was Michael, a member of the royal family. "The principal and teachers, I thank you for your warm words of welcome. We will study at this school so that we can grow as people who have nothing to be ashamed of as members of the Reinana Nation. We will also deepen our friendship with our friends who will support Reinana Nation together in the future. And we will become stronger so that we will not be defeated by any evil. I look forward to working with you for the next 3 years." Freshman representative, Michael Reinana. After Michael's speech, there was a round of applause, and I applauded as well, but I couldn't help but think that what Michael had just said was a little too much. I will gather my supporters at the school, crush Absolute, and return to my position as Crown Prince. That's what I summarized from all he just said. Michael's eyes met mine as he returned to his seat, his eyes full of hate. The look in his eyes convinced me. I was relieved that I had brought him down from the crown prince's throne. I guess Michael hadn't given up yet. A hero, a saint, and an original event for a former crown prince, fine, I'll welcome him. The last one to survive will be Absolute Ark, Chapter 22, Class A. After the entrance ceremony, Absolute and his classmates were told their class on the spot. They were assigned to classes A through E in order of their grades at the time of the entrance examination. Of course, Absolute is in Class A. I wonder if I would have been able to break away from the original story if I had been omitted from the A class. The first time I thought this, it was a strange idea, but I immediately rejected the idea that flashed through my mind. No, I'm Absolute, and I'm from A. It's too lame to fall from A to be a great strong character like me would be treated as a joke as soon as my rank drops once. I'm sorry. I, who should be assisting Absolute Sama, is in a different class. Chris calls out in a depressed voice. Chris is not good at fighting, so he didn't receive a very good evaluation in the mock test and was placed in Class B. Cruel-san pats Chris's depressed shoulder. Don't worry, Chris-sama, I'll serve as Absolute Sama's assistant. I will take care of everything for you. Lady tried to comfort Chris, but it seemed to have the opposite effect, and Chris gritted his teeth in frustration. Absolute ignores the two of them. The only other people from our faction who made it to the class are Oriana and Mist. Well done to both of you. Absolute made it into the class. He praised those under his faction, Oriana Festa. She is the second daughter of Baron Festa, who recently joined the nobility after being a mercenary. Because of his rise from a mercenary, Baron Festa's family is widely known among mercenaries and provides job placement services for mercenaries. She has a quiet personality and always follows Cruel-san's lead. Mist Browser, eldest son of Viscount Browser. The Browser family specializes in destroying evidence and disposing of corpses for the Ark family's shadow jobs. These days, they don't have much work because the Absolute's magic has been cleaning up nicely. We have come to see each other every time we do some shadow work, and we have become friends enough to talk. However, because Mist has a string to his eyes and speaks in a light-hearted manner, Absolute is not sure he can trust him. He secretly thinks that if anyone would betray him, it would be this guy. No, it's because of Absolute's education. I could have barely made C by myself, really. He says as if he is trying to flatter me. Oriana, in contrast to Mist, thanked him solemnly without showing any expressions. I really think Mist is going to betray me soon. I could feel it from every word he said and from his face. Oriana is a really good girl compared to Mist. She always takes care of me with Cruel-san. If I discover betrayal, I'll show no mercy. Your flattery is annoying, so stop it. The others have only just begun. You've got a chance to move up. Chris, Cruel-san, how long are you going to do that? Let's go. Yes. Chris and the lady replied in unison. The others also went to their own classes, and Absolute and the others went to a class. When they entered Class A, they were met with strong stares from those already inside. The stares were filled with fear, contempt, murderous intent, and interest. Wow, they're staring at me like I'm a freak. Michael is glaring at me like someone who wants to avenge his parents, and the hero is not glaring at me either. You and I are going to have a hostile event after this. You're too quick to turn hostile. No, I think he was hostile from the beginning in the original story, I wonder. As expected, Absolute Sama, it's hard to be popular. Don't worry, we've got your back. Well, let's take it easy, Absolute Sama. Yeah. Cruel-san, Mist, and Oriana each encourage me. I appreciate it, but I'm not really hurt. Well, I'm used to it. I'm just surprised at how much they stare at me. I mean, it's not polite to stare at me. I'm a high-ranking noble, after all. I should nail them once. Skill activation, intimidation. What are you guys staring at me like that for? I'm going to kill you. Oh man, that was a lot of words. I couldn't help but speak my true feelings. The class temperature drops dramatically due to Absolute's intimidation. The sudden intimidation made everyone feel as though they were showered with cold water. While many of them shivered and looked away from Absolute, some of them endured the intimidation. The hero withstood the intimidation. He was about to attack, but his fiancée, Alicia Murray, is stopping him with her feather crest. And Michael is also growing up a bit when he stares at me while shaking. And there are a few others here and there. I'm not saying it's much since I'm releasing it in a very weak manner, but it's a big deal. Absolute Sama, are you going to pick a fight right from the start? Mist gets a little nervous. This pressure, Absolute Sama, is really wonderful. Cruel-san admires. Oriana nodded her head in agreement with the lady. Then, a third person shouts from behind her. Hey, you guys are going to be rowdy as soon as you enter the school. You are too energetic, aren't you? I'll let you vent later. The voice belonged to the homeroom teacher of Class A, who had just been introduced at the entrance ceremony. His name is Teach. That's a misunderstanding. Absolute Sama is sensitive to gazes, and when he entered the classroom and they started staring at him like they were underestimating him, he was just giving them a little warning. Cruel-san explains on behalf of Absolute. She wasn't lying. Certainly, Absolute only warned them and didn't raise his hand. No, he said he was going to kill them. Mist, who says unnecessary things, is left alone. I know you guys are curious about your new classmate, but it's rude to stare at him so much, so don't do it. Absolute Ark, don't overwhelm your classmates either. Making too many enemies will get you in trouble in the future. So, a warning to both sides. I think he's supposed to be hated for his absolute evil skills, but I wonder if this teacher has a lot of considerable personality. I'll keep that in mind. With that, the Absolute and his friends took their seats. The classroom was filled with trepidation, but the intervention of the homeroom teacher who entered the room saved the day. Chapter 23. Self-introduction. The dispute between Absolute and his classmates was quieted down by the homeroom teacher. The first HR session of the class was about to begin. As I was introduced at the entrance ceremony, I am Teach Tote, who is in charge of Class A. I specialize in teaching swordsmanship and fighting. Before I was a teacher, I was an adventurer. I'm pretty strong despite my appearance. Nice to meet you. Teach Tote. He wasn't that active in the original story, but judging from his reaction to me earlier, I'd say he's a fair guy and an adventurer. That's a profession I haven't had much to do with. There are no dungeons in this world, but there are monsters. Adventurers hunt monsters and do whatever is requested of them. Well, now it's your turn to introduce yourselves. Just so you know, there is no hierarchy in this school. Don't say anything too demeaning about others, okay? Let's start with those at the end. Teach urged them to introduce themselves one by one, and as they did so, the original characters were introduced from time to time. I am Michael Renana. I'm royalty, but I'll be friendly at the school. I look forward to working with you. Michael introduces himself with a smile that he doesn't show normally. Do it like you usually do. My name is Christina Zen, and I'm not going to let anyone beat me in magic, studies, or as a woman. Christina Zen. She is the daughter of Duke Zen, who is the prime minister of the country of Reinana. In the original story, she challenged the hero to a match and was defeated, and then she repeatedly challenged him to a match in order to get revenge. In the original event, she loses her life early on. By the way, she is now a candidate for Michael's fiancé. I don't remember much from the original story, but the Zen family is pretty black because of political involvement. She's a pretty dangerous-looking girl. And then it's the hero's turn. I'm Alto, who will become the next hero. My goal is to become the strongest in the country of Reinana and protect people from bad guys. He looks at me for a moment, but I ignore him. My name is Alicia Murray. I want to live a peaceful school life. It's just a few words, but it makes me feel like she's going through a hard time. Alicia Murray, and then comes the saint's turn. I have come from Reinana Church. My name is Eliza. I look forward to working with you all. I am Anya, also from Reinana Church, and I am here to escort the saint. I am a holy knight. In the name of escorting the saint, several students were recommended by the Reinana Church and enrolled in the class. In this class, in addition to Anya, there were 2 other holy knights who were escorting the saint. I am from the kingdom of Suiroku. My name is Leon Suiroku. I am the first princess. Leon Suiroku. She is the princess of the Suiroku kingdom and is in the country of Reinana under the guise of studying abroad. However, her real reason is different. They wanted to evacuate the princess because the country is in crisis. And it is the hero who solves the problem. In other words, it is an event. By completing this event, the hero will have an achievement and his voice in the country and the academy will be raised. I must somehow keep the hero away from this event. While I was thinking about this, the greetings were finishing one after another. It's your turn, Ark. Teach urged me. Come to think of it, Absolute refused to introduce himself in the original story. I would like to refuse too, but I won't do that. This is a break with the flow of the original story, a declaration of war as a villain. Let's do it. Absolute Ark, whoever stands in my way will be crushed without mercy. Prepare yourself. The reaction of the class is mixed. Gazes of hostility, disgust, and interest are mixed, but I don't care. Having been born as Absolute, and having traced the life he has led, I am already prepared. Absolute is a proud man who has defended his country behind the shadows, while the country and readers look at him with white eyes in the original story. I really respect him, but in the end, he took all the blame and lost. This is not just a fight for himself, this is a fight to restore Absolute's pride. Haya, I told you not to make too many enemies, but you didn't listen. After that, Teach explained the school's facilities and class schedule. Is there anything you don't understand? If not, we're going to have a mock battle tomorrow as a way for the class to interact. We're all curious to see what the guys in our class are capable of, aren't we? Besides, we've been on the warpath before. It's a good opportunity for us to fight and understand each other. The mock battle is the first opportunity for the hero, and Absolute to fight each other in a recreational event after the entrance ceremony. This is a losing event for the hero, but I will use this defeat as a springboard to further develop my abilities. The pairings will be decided by us, and each student will compete in one match. I'll start with you, Ark and Alto, because I hear that both of you are quite strong, and since you're fighting against the hero, don't use magic or skills that could kill him. I'm sure you'll be fine, but don't use any enhanced magic before the match, okay? So, that's it for today. HR is over and the classmates are leaving. Absolute Sama, it was cool of you to introduce yourself just now, but we are worried about you. I think it would be better not to make too many enemies in class. Cruel-san called out with concern. Oriana and Mist, who came close by, looked as if they wanted to say the same thing. I see, but this was necessary. I appreciate your concern, but this time I really wanted to say it for my own sake. I may cause trouble for you all, but rest assured that I will protect you, and I will show no mercy to my enemies. Absolute Sama, we're all on the same page. But please don't do anything that will draw hate to yourself in order to protect us. There's a discrepancy. It's hard for me to see you getting hurt because of us. I beg you to take a little more care of yourself. Oh, that's how you interpreted it. If anything, I'm a little sorry for the trouble I'm causing you guys. I'm not going to tell you. Don't get me wrong, that was something I said for my own good. Well, okay, I'm going home. The others are waiting for us. The Ark family is also supposed to take them home, so Absolute quickly leaves the classroom. The three of them follow his back with their eyes. Oriana, Mist, will protect Absolute Sama. We won't let him fight alone. Mist and Oriana nodded at Lady Cruel's words. Come on, let's go. They hurriedly chased after Absolute and returned home in a lively manner. Chapter 24, Mock Battle Up. After successfully completing the entrance ceremony, the first day of school life is upon us. Today is the first battle between the hero and Absolute. Although it is in the form of a mock battle, the hero loses the battle with Absolute, which is an opportunity for him to make further progress. So, it's not an option for Absolute to lose this battle. If he loses, his standing will be degraded, and the Ark faction will be lambasted. The Ark family faction is built on the strength of the Ark family. If that collapses, it will be fatal to the faction. Therefore, Absolute cannot afford to lose. He must continue to demonstrate his ability to those around him. Absolute, who was still eating breakfast, was thinking about the event that was about to begin. I can't avoid the losing event, can I? I can't lose, but I kind of hate it when things go on as they did in the original. Oh, I hope he'll be so broken by the overwhelming difference in ability between me and him that he'll retreat to the countryside. Maria and were worried about Absolute, who wasn't eating well. Maria calls out to Absolute. Excuse me, master, is your meal not to your liking? Absolute, who had been engrossed in his thoughts, was surprised by Maria's words, and he chided himself for thinking about it during the mealtime. No problem at all, I was just thinking a little. Don't look so worried, it's no big deal. Maria and could not hide their uneasiness at seeing their master in a different mood than usual, even though he said it was all right. They're so overprotective. They've both grown up and become very beautiful since I met them, so I'm afraid they'll turn out to be bad girls soon if I don't keep a close watch on them. Oh, that's right. Do you remember the hero you fought in the martial arts tournament back in the past? Yeah, yes, I remember him. Had recently been trying to be more polite in front of Absolute, trying to correct her childish accent. I see. For example, if you were to fight the hero again, do you think you could win? I don't think I would lose, but I wanted to hear the opinions of those who have actually fought him. Absolute is weakened by the effect of the hero's holy attribute skill. Despite the difference in level and status, I couldn't let my guard down. Had doubts about the topic of the hero that came out of nowhere, but she didn't care and thought about it for a while before answering the question. It'll probably be a piece of cake. Oh, I see. He's a hero and a strong character. I'm not sure if I can get an answer by worrying about it. Absolute abandoned his thoughts and finished his meal as it was. Absolute went to the school with his faction group, just as he did during the entrance ceremony. In addition to that, from today onward, the students were accompanied by a large group of maids. When they reached the school building, they separated from the maidservants. The maid's job at the school is to go to and from school and prepare lunch, so they are basically separated. The school also has a waiting tower for the maids who are on standby during classes. We will be separated here. You will stay in the waiting tower until mealtime. And Maria are ordered by Absolute to go to the waiting tower, where they meet a boy. Ah, you from the martial arts tournament. The boy was the hero. However, remembers fighting with him, but not his face. And the others were alarmed by the man who suddenly approached them and tried to leave the place. Who are you? I'm sorry, but we have work to do. And the others were about to leave, but the hero stopped them. Wait a minute. The hero grabbed by the shoulders and tried to stop her. But Maria, who was with her, didn't allow him to do so. Maria grabbed the hero's arm. Isn't it bad manners to try and grab a maid from another family's house? Or are you doing this knowing that we are of the House of Ark? Maria's arm tightens. Maria and are told by Absolute that they may use force if something happens to them. There is no hesitation in fighting here. Also took up a fighting stance. It was a situation of a flashpoint. I was just trying to talk to her. The hero was bewildered by the unexpected response, but then he received a helping hand. Wait a minute, he's with me. The one who entered the conversation was his fiancée, Alicia. Maria explained to Alicia what had happened. Alicia looked at her fiancé with disbelief as she heard he tried to grab another family's maid, despite the fact that she was engaged to him. But she puts it to the back of her mind that she has to deal with the girls first. I'll give him a good scolding later. I'd like to apologize to your master as well, so can you tell me? My name is Alicia Murray. And this pickup artist over here is Alto. Maria, now that she knows the identity of the boy, removes her hand from his arm and answers the question. I serve the House of Ark. My name is Maria. This is I will report this matter to my master, then. Maria and bowed to Alicia and left. Gosh, the Ark family, what did you do? Alicia's exclaiming voice rang out, and the hero was lectured in public. Oh, I should apologize to Absolute, but I don't know what he'll do to Alto in the mock battle, so I'll apologize after it's over. I'll serve Alto his meal, so let him please not leave the room. She did not yet know that further misfortune would befall her after this. Section. A mock battle is held as a recreational activity as scheduled, although the hero has been at it since first thing in the morning. The location is the school's training facility, which is quite spacious among the school's facilities. The first matchup card is Absolute Ark versus the hero Alto, as announced. Most of the class is hoping for a victory for Alto. The first match will be a mock battle as planned. The rules are the prohibition of the use of enhancement magic before the match and the prohibition of attacks and skills that can inflict fatal wounds on the opponent. If I find it dangerous, I will stop you immediately, okay? There are no restrictions on weapons, but swords and other blades can be used. That's all for now. Any questions? Then, Ark and Alto, take your positions. Absolute follows Teach's lead and goes to the designated place. However, the hero seems to be talking to the saint about something. When did they start talking? Absolute looks at them suspiciously. Hey, Alto, what are you doing? Get into position quickly. The hero Alto rushes to his position after being warned by his teacher. He took one look at Absolute and spoke to him. I'm sorry for making you wait. It's the first time we've talked, isn't it? I am Alto, the hero. He's pretending to be friendly, but I can see the madness in his eyes. Come to think of it, this is the first time we've talked. Absolute replied blankly, but Alto, the hero, continued without paying attention. I've done some research on you, Absolute, and if I win, will you stop doing bad things? I know that your family is connected to a dark organization behind the shadows. I also know that you've been abusing the little beastman girl. If you lose, you will confess everything and pay for your crimes. What is this guy talking about? Are you out of your mind? Calling a high-ranking noble a criminal in public is not funny. I look at Alicia's face. She's twitching like crazy. Hey, Alto, what are you talking about? You can't suddenly call a classmate a criminal. Teaches tries to stop Alto. However, the hero, who is already in attack position, doesn't stop. He blows away Teach, who stopped him, and piles up the distance to Absolute. Wow, he blew away the homeroom teacher. What is he doing out of control like this? Here we go, Absolute, wholly out. The attack of the hero Alto strikes Absolute. Chapter 25. Mock battle below. The hero blows the teacher, who tried to stop him out of the way, and launches a preemptive attack on Absolute. Let's go, Absolute, wholly out. Wholly out is a magic that can only be used by Alto, who has the skill of a hero. It is a wide-range attack that targets and damages only those whom the hero recognizes as enemies, and Absolute is currently within range. Absolute was originally going to take the first move with the intention of seeing how good he could be. He wanted to check the amount of damage. The hero's wholly out attacked Absolute. Did I do it? The hero was feeling the pressure, but unfortunately, he couldn't do enough damage to defeat Absolute. I'm taking more damage than I thought I would. I thought it would be okay because of the difference in level, but it's not good if I keep getting hit. Absolute Sama, you can't forgive such a surprise attack from the hero after he blew away the homeroom teacher in a mock battle. We have to stop the hero. This is my fight, and you want to take on one person with more than one. You're playing me for a fool. Mist and others who try to join in the fight are stopped. Absolute will never challenge a single person with more than one person. He had no intention of spreading the commotion any further. However, the class members were either watching from afar for fear of collateral damage or calmly analyzing the fight between the two. The idea of tampering with the fight was groundless. I can't beat him. Then how about this? I've been trained by a court mage and my magic power is guaranteed. Holy Lance. The hero had once incorporated not only swords, but also magic into his lessons after his match with This was because he felt that swords weren't enough to defeat Absolute. The magic enhanced by the hero's skill was powerful and would do great damage to someone other than Absolute. The hero deployed a spear of magic with holy magic and fired it at Absolute. However, it didn't hit Absolute. Absolute closes the distance with the hero as fast as possible while avoiding his attack. Absolute is already determined to win the game. Wait, it's too late. The amount of damage from the hero's attack was known, and Absolute's rating would be lowered if he lingered too long. Let's decide with one blow. Absolute, who had closed the distance with the hero, struck his body with his bare hands before the hero could use magic. Although Absolute took it easy so that the hero wouldn't die due to the difference in level, he was still blown away by the powerful attack and slammed into the wall with great force. Duogun, is it over? Absolute felt like he broke 2 or 3 bones in the hero's body. He seemed to think it was over, but surprisingly, the hero stood up. I thought it was settled, but he's still going to do it. Was I myself weakened by the skill of Absolute evil more than expected? That didn't hurt at all. That caught me a bit off guard, but I won't be bluffing anymore. The hero closes the distance with Absolute again. He decided that it would be dangerous at close range with Absolute and tried to attack him from a medium distance using magic and sorcery. However, Absolute knew this, and before the hero could use his magic, he entered his range and struck again, this time with more force than before. Boom, thud, 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 thud. The sound of bones breaking can be heard from the hero's body. Once again, the hero is slammed into the wall with great force. Gwa! The hero vomits blood due to the damage to his internal organs. The hero gets back up again. Despite his appearance, his face is still full of fighting spirit and somewhat insane. No way, how can he get up? Calm down, I am not talking about my attack being weakened. The hero is abnormal right now. Absolute calms down and analyzes once. In the original story, he should have only the skills of hero. The hero's skill had the effect of raising the status, but there was no recovery. How could he be so calm? Wait, could this be? Absolute looked at the saint who was watching the battle. She always had a smile on her face, but this time, it looked somewhat suspicious. That saint did it, didn't she? She used her incitement skill before the fight. That's why he lost his reasoning before the match, cursed me in public, and beat up the homeroom teacher who came to stop him. The incitement skill of the saint not only overcomes the fear of your allies and raises their morale, it also has the effect of removing the brain's limiter, enabling the person to perform beyond what he or she thinks is possible, and also has the effect of constantly secreting adrenaline to make the pain go away. However, as a disadvantage, the removal of the brain's limiter also causes reason to fly out of the window. The hero Alto, who has lost all sense of reason, is now able to say whatever he feels, and his emotions have become uncontrollable. The hero stands up and glares at Absolute with eyes filled with anger. Absolute, did you by any chance use enhancement magic before the match? You coward, you want to win that badly. No, you don't get to say that. Besides, I went easy on you and didn't use any magic or weapons, not even enhancement. That's a terrible thing to be told. Absolute had placed restrictions on himself in his match against the hero. This was to prevent him from showing his power to the hero and others around him. Of course, there was a sense of holding back, but it was also because he didn't want to expose his cards to those in his class who might someday become his enemies. I won't lose to you. There are many people who are suffering in this country because of you and the Ark family. I, the hero, have to help them. I want you to let go of that girl too, so die quickly. The hero has always been haunted by the Beastman girl he once fought in a tournament. He couldn't save the girl at that time, but now that she has grown up, he might be able to save her. And the culprit who is tormenting her is right there. He wants to defeat Absolute and let her go. Even though he had lost his reason, his heart was driven by the desire to save the girl he once could not save. The hero closes the distance and manages to get Absolute within magic range to attack, but it doesn't happen. At high speed, Absolute got behind the hero, grabbed his arm, and dislodged the joint. Gakiri. A dull sound echoed through the training hall. After dislocating the joints, he destroyed the hero's knees. Both arms and legs were rendered useless, and the hero rolled over. The hero, who could not use his arms to stand up and whose knees were also destroyed, could only stare at the Absolute. You're weak. What you're saying is great, but if you don't measure up to your abilities, it's all just an ideal. You are just a kid with the skills of a hero, after all. You think that if you have the skills of a hero, you are allowed to do whatever you want, but only those who have achieved results are allowed to do so. You are just a kid who does not fulfill his duty and only claims his rights. Shut up, you don't know what you're talking about, you evil scoundrel. I'm going to defeat you and save everyone and that girl. The hero tried desperately to get up, but his body was too wrecked to move, only his energy. Yes, I am a scoundrel. I'm the best in the country, and the scoundrel has defeated you. Then, my righteous friend. Absolute gave the hero a blow to the brain and mowed down his consciousness. The hero fainted and didn't move. The first battle between the hero and Absolute ended with Absolute's victory. Killing me to save everyone? Killing me won't make a difference. It will only bring out other villains. Absolute muttered to himself. He wanted to take a breath, but there was still work to be done. Absolute switched his mind and processed after the war. Chapter 26, Cleanup. After the battle with the hero, Absolute moves on to post-war processing. The hero who injured the homeroom teacher was the cause of this commotion, so Absolute gives instructions to his subordinates. Cruel-san, explain the situation to the other teachers and bring them here. Mist, tie the hero to a pillar. Oriana, watch the hero so that he doesn't escape. If he makes any suspicious movements, you may attack him. Yes. Each of them started to act in accordance with Absolute's instructions. The three injured this time were Teach, who was caught in the crossfire by the hero who was beaten to a pulp by Absolute, and Alicia, who collapsed from the strain of her anxiety. I wasn't worried about Alicia, as she was being cared for by a classmate from the Murai family faction. I went to the injured homeroom teacher. Other students were taking care of him, but he seemed to be in a lot of pain. He didn't look too badly injured, but even a normal attack by a hero can do several times the original damage. Several bones were probably broken. "Isn't this terrible, Teach-sensei?" When Absolute called out to him, Teach laughed weakly with a sweaty face that was bleeding from the injury and pain. "Oh, absolutely. This disqualifies me as a teacher, but I'm surprised you still managed to win. As one who experienced the skill of the hero firsthand, you're quite a monster yourself. As expected of you, Ark." It was no wonder that Teach was lamenting. It is true that the skills of the hero are powerful. Even Absolute will not be unscathed, depending on the user. But a hero who has lost his reason, who has no skill in tactics, who pushes with his strength, is no match for Absolute. "Don't force yourself to speak. We'll take you to the infirmary." "Hey, Saint, you come with me. You'll be treating him in the infirmary." Absolute called out to the Saint. Absolute thinks that the hero's outburst was probably committed by the Saint. He was right to ask her what the hell she was up to. The Saint looked frustrated, as if she couldn't believe that Absolute had won, but she immediately smiled her usual gentle smile and followed Absolute's instructions. "Of course. It is a natural thing for a church worker to treat injured people. Let's transport Teach-sensei immediately. We'll carry him away, Saint-sama." The Saint's guards try to carry him away, but it doesn't work that way. "The guards are only an obstacle when I have something to say to the Saint. I told the Saint's bodyguards to hold on. I don't need you. I'll let my guys carry him." "Hey, Mist, after tying up the hero, we'll carry the wounded next. Come quickly." "Absolute-sama, you're a roughneck, aren't you? I don't mind it." Mist, while talking lightly, is finishing the work. But the Saint's guards weren't going to back down. One of the guards took a swipe at Absolute. "I will not let a savage like you anywhere near the Saint. You back down." Have they forgotten that I'm a high-ranking noble? Even if they say that there's nothing like status here in school, there is a proper way to deal with things like this. Be it a prince or a hero, they really get on my nerves. I guess I have to make them understand once. Holy knights are a fighting force held by the church, and their status is no different from that of commoners. Therefore, I must correct this holy knight who misunderstands his status. Absolute intimidates the rude holy knight with his skill, king's dominance. "I told you before that I don't tolerate anyone who gets in my way. Besides, you've been rude to me for a while now. Do you think that a mere holy knight is of the same rank as me? If so, I'll make you suffer the same fate as the hero." Zeh. The rude holy knight was so intimidated that he cringed. The other holy knights were also unable to resist, and their bodies trembled. The air was chilled by Absolute's intimidation, and the Saint shouted, "Stop it, you people, you are disrespectful to Arksan. I will give a stern warning to the guards later, so please can we please put this situation behind us? Also, the church has instructed me never to leave my escort, so please allow me to have one escort." The holy knight regrets what he did when the Saint bowed her head, because of his own actions. Well, one escort is acceptable, it was worth it. There won't be a next time, come on, let's get going. Absolute, Mist, the Saint, and the escorting holy knight moved to the infirmary to treat the wounded Teach. After that, thanks to the skills and recovery magic of the Saint, Teach's body recovered, but he was still in the infirmary as a precautionary measure. After the treatment, Absolute and his team left the infirmary. At this point, Absolute cut to the chase. "So, Saint, do you have any excuses?" "What are you talking about? I have nothing to hide." The Saint remains aloof without changing her expression. "You're so blatant. You used your skills to strengthen the hero and intentionally set him up to run amok. You were planning to use the hero to kill me at the last moment, right?" Absolute questions the Saint. The Saint's guards may have taken this as a false accusation and tried to step forward to protect the Saint. The Saint would never do such a thing. Stop making false accusations." The holy knight was about to close in on Absolute, but he suddenly stopped moving. He knew someone was behind him with a knife to his neck. "Don't move, Absolute-sama is still speaking. And he said earlier that there would be no next time, didn't he? You'll get killed for real, so it's best for your own safety not to interfere. Well, he won't harm the Saint, probably. Isn't that right, Absolute-sama?" Mist stops the holy knight from getting in Absolute's way. Mist is from the house that assists the Ark family in their shadow work. He is also a shield for those who would harm Absolute, and he fulfills his duties without asking any questions. Mist's job now is to remove anyone who interferes with Absolute's conversations. He is used to this kind of work. I don't know, so what do you think, Saint? In some cases, it may look like hostage-taking, but it should work on the Saint. It's a terrible accusation, and what if I did it? You have no proof, do you? The Saint stares at me as if she is offended. Taking a hostage has no effect. She's a pretty cold-hearted person, isn't she? And she's a pretty good actor to lie so nonchalantly in this situation. Absolute analyzes the Saint even as he speaks. Unfortunately, if it were magic, I might have been able to prove it by tracing the magic, but your skills are unique. It would be impossible to prove it this time. Perhaps you have anticipated this, but you are a damned woman. You talk as if you know my skills, which only the top-class people in the church know about. Since there's no evidence, what will you do? Do you want to publicize that this whole mess is the work of a saint? Even if I said it, no one would believe me, so there's no point. Besides, if I did that, it might affect the punishment of the hero, so I'm not going to do it. It's a chance to suspend him from school, if not expel him. If the hero is suspended, he won't be able to be involved in the events during that time. There's no way I'm going to miss it, and I'd hate for it to go the way the saint wants it to go. HMPH. If I do that, the responsibility of the hero will also be in doubt. So this time, I'll go along with your idea. But you've made enemies of the Ark family, and you'll have to pay for this sooner or later. I told you I didn't do it. If you're done talking, could you please let go of my escort? Absolute gives Mist a visual cue to release the Holy Knight. Thank you very much. Well, we will go back first. And I'd like to make up for the disrespectful comment that my escort made to you earlier about taking the escort hostage. The saint bowed lightly to Absolute and left, followed by her escort. Are you sure it's okay? You can't just let her go. Mist had his doubts about letting the saint go without doing anything. It's okay, and we still don't know if it's just the saint or the church that's the enemy. If we let the saint live, they will move through the saint again when they make some kind of plan in the future. By then, we will know who the enemy is. In the original story, the saint may have been a naive girl who had never left the church, perhaps just hiding her true nature. But this time I sensed clear malice from the saint. And her tactics were quite insidious, as she harassed me under the guise of a heroic outburst. This may not have been the only time she did this. Mist asked Absolute, who suddenly fell silent and started thinking. I'm sorry to interrupt your thinking, but isn't it simply that the hero asked the saint to strengthen him? Shouldn't we not think too much about it? In order to beat Absolute, he asked the saint to strengthen him. Mist thought so, but Absolute did not care about that. You are mistaken. The important thing this time is that the hero and the Murai family are at fault and that the saint has turned on us. So it doesn't matter whether or not the hero asked her to strengthen him or not. Let's go back, Mist. As if to say, that's enough, Absolute turned away and walked away. Absolute and the others returned to the training hall after the saint. Chapter 27, at the Magical Science class. Class A mock battle was cancelled due to the fact that some students were injured as a result of the hero's outburst. Since there were no objections from the students, the next class was scheduled as it was. Incidentally, the hero was deported to the Murai family and is now awaiting punishment from the school. There are 3 crimes that the hero committed. 1. Insulting Absolute in front of the whole class. 2. Attacking Teach, who came to stop the match. 3. Attacking before the start of the match and taking the match by surprise. These acts caused damage to Absolute, and he planned to hold the hero and the Murai family accountable. Based on the results of the settlement between the 2 families, the punishment at the school will also be decided. Even though he is a hero, he's a commoner, and if he commits an insult or a surprise attack against a high-ranking nobleman, he may be executed. However, considering the intervention of the royal family, execution is not an option. This is because the other party is a descendant of a hero who once saved the country of Reinana and possesses the skills of hero. The skill of a hero is a very valuable and strong skill in this world. The probability of having one in every 5 countries, and their mere presence is a check against other countries. It's an existence that will benefit the country in the future, and they couldn't afford to lose it. This time, it was difficult to decide where to drop the matter, and Absolute had to rack his brains. The recreation was cancelled and the timetable progressed, ending with a class on magic. The purpose of the course is to deepen students' knowledge of magic and to increase the amount of magic they can use. In this school, magic is taught by a mage who works at the royal castle. Absolute had already learned a certain amount about magic, so he was sitting in the back of the class and listening to the lecture. This lesson is about the basics of magic. The magic we use is based on the 4 basic attributes of fire, water, wind, and earth, and there are 2 types of magic, holy and dark. Darkness used to be called the evil attribute, but due to discrimination and slander, it is now called the dark attribute. The magic attributes that can be used are determined at birth, so magic that doesn't belong to one's own attribute cannot be used. For example, Absolute can use fire, water, wind, earth, and dark magic, but not magic of the holy attribute. Absolute can use recovery magic, but it requires either the holy or dark attribute and uses a large amount of magical power, so it is very limited in its users. That's it for the basic attributes. Now let's talk about the difference between magic and sorcery. Can anyone explain the difference between the two? The teacher asks the students, and one of the students sitting in front of him raises his hand to answer. Sorcery uses magic power to manifest its own attributes. Magic, on the other hand, uses magic power and a skill to express itself. I think the difference between the two is the presence or absence of skill. That's right. You have learned well, Christina Zen. You may sit down. Because magic requires skill to use, the number of users is quite small. The most common is the ice magic skill of Cruel-san, a member of Absolute's faction. She is able to use her skill to perform magic using ice, which is not a basic attribute. The hero's Holy Out is also classified as magic because it is activated by the hero's skill. There are other types of magic that are inherited by each noble family. You must follow the policies of your house regarding magic. It is forbidden to use it in the academy. The class was long enough to make me sleepy, but it was almost time to end it. Finally, the best of the entrance exam and the second will demonstrate their magic. Christina Zen and Absolute Ark, please come forward, both of you. Contrary to Christina, who is standing in front with her chest out, Absolute is in an uncomfortable mood. I saved my magic for the battle with the hero, so why do I have to show it off here? It's the worst magic death. Absolute must always continue to show his power while hiding his card. Absolute heads forward, thinking about how much he will show his ability. Now, Christina, I want you to use the magic of your own attribute that you're good at. Yes, here I go. First, Christina created a pillar of fire that will reach the ceiling. Next, she used wind magic to make the pillar of fire burn even bigger. The fire burns as if it were anointed with oil. Finally, the fire was extinguished by using water magic to weaken the pillar of fire and earth magic to surround and confine it. The whole class was stunned by the magic. That's amazing, Christina Zen. In addition to having 4 basic attributes and with the level of control, it won't be hard to become a court mage in the future. The teacher was also a great admirer. Even Absolute was inwardly surprised. Seriously, that Christina girl is pretty good. Unlike in the original story, the hero was weak because he didn't have Maria, but Christina doesn't have anything to do with it. But what happened to this talented person who died so early in the game? No, this is nothing at all. If for Absolute-san, who defeated the hero, this should be easy, right? Christina was trying to pick a fight with Absolute. Absolute looked at Christina as if he was glaring at her for suddenly provoking him. Christina returned Absolute's glare with a smile. Absolute felt it as a challenge. What is this woman picking a fight for? I'm trying to figure out what to do, because I'm restricted in so many ways. When Absolute was glaring at her, a classmate who was watching poured more oil. No, that's not going to happen. He didn't use magic in the fight with the hero earlier, did he? He's probably not very good at it. You're setting the bar too high. Absolute was getting frustrated, and now that the oil was poured, he became even angrier. I'm pretty sure that's Michael's crony, Lloyd Familia. He's underestimating me. I won't be merciful to the point of being underestimated. Absolute, like Christina, produced a pillar of fire. However, it was a pillar of black flame. How in the world did you do that? The teacher said in surprise. Absolute can change the color of fire with his magic power. It's the result of trial and error to make it a black flame or earth. Furthermore, he can make a pillar of fire burn up with wind magic, just like Christina did earlier. However, the pillar of fire burned larger, thicker, and blacker than Christina's. It was like the fires of hell. At the time of Christina's display, the fire was extinguished by pouring water on it, but Absolute didn't extinguish the fire, but moved the pillar of fire toward Lloyd Familia. Hey, the pillar of fire is coming this way. The classmates noticed the fire pillar gradually approaching and began to run away. Lloyd Familia also runs away, but the fire pillar is chasing him. No, stop it. Absolute believes that people feel the most fear when they are being chased. He was going to terrorize them so thoroughly that they would never be able to talk to him again. The pillar of fire was chasing only Lloyd. When he was wondering whether it was time to put it out, Christina and the teachers managed to extinguish the fire using water magic and earth. Absolute Ark, what are you doing? It is not allowed to release magic of that power towards people. The teacher reprimanded Absolute, feeling that Lyad could have lost his life if he hadn't done so. No, I didn't shoot at anyone. It's just that right before my magic was about to manifest, I was provoked by a classmate and my attention was diverted, so the pillar of fire went that way. It was unintentional. It is a lie. Absolute was definitely aiming at Lloyd Familia. However, an unexpected helping hand came in here. Sensei, I confirmed that Familia was provoking Absolute when he was activating his magic. In addition, I think it takes a lot of magic control to turn that pillar of fire black. So I think it just happened to go to the Familia as a result of the provocation. I think Familia is responsible for the insane interference. The one who defended Absolute was Christina, who had just provoked him. But Absolute Ark didn't even seem to want to extinguish the fire. That's evidence of intent. It must surely have been quite concentrated. How precisely did he control the flames, dyeing them black and so on? And since no one was injured, why don't we just call it a painless split? What is this woman trying to do? She provokes me and then she protects me. I don't get it. I suppose so. Certainly, it's bad for a person to be provoked when using high-level magic. In my experience, when using precise magic, there have been cases in which it runs out of control if the control is mishandled. It's not just Absolute's fault. Let's end this with an apology from both Lloyd Familia and Absolute Ark. The teacher urged Lloyd Familia to face Absolute. Lloyd, who had been traumatized by the black pillar of fire earlier, looked at Absolute as his body was trembling. It was Lloyd who spoke first. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. No, I'm sorry. You suddenly said something funny, so I lost control. Be careful next time, okay? If you say something like that again, the magic might fly again. This guy did it on purpose. The classmates around him were dawned. Lloyd laughed without energy after receiving Absolute's heartless apology. Lloyd swears to himself that he will never say anything strange again. The magic science class is over and the classmates begin to leave the room. Christina stops Absolute as he leaves the room. Absolute's on. I don't think it's a good idea to go too far out of control. I don't think it's typical for you to be pushed around by that kind of wild commentary. What is this woman? I don't know what she thinks she knows. Absolute ignores Christina and tries to leave the room. Wait a minute. I covered for you earlier, you owe me. I know a moneylender who says you don't have to pay back anything. I don't remember borrowing. I don't remember that at all. No, that person is definitely a black market moneylender. Hey. Absolute managed to stop Christina, who was following him. What was with her? Well, I have something to do with the hero and the Murai family. So let's go to Maria, eat a quick meal, and go back home. Absolute headed for the place where Maria and the others were preparing to eat. Chapter 28. Mont Blanc. After a full day of classes, Absolute was having lunch with his subordinates. This meal was an opportunity to catch up with those who weren't in the same class. What? You beat up the hero during recreation. The topic of the meal this time was the confrontation between the hero and Absolute. The fact that their leader defeated a hero made their hearts flutter. But that's not all. He defeated him with his bare hands without a sword or magic. Right, Oriana? Seriously, that's a netens. Hearing the stories from those who actually saw the fight, the others felt envious of those who were there. Chris especially was depressed. I envy you. I wish I could have been there to see it too. Mist cheered up Chris, whose shoulders were slumped and was feeling down. Well, do your best so you'll be in the same class with us next year. Chris, how are you doing in B class? Any problems? Most of the high-ranking nobles are in a class. The Ark family faction that didn't make it into are all in B class, so we're not losing any ground in terms of power. I'm sorry, Absolute Sama, but Uli's got suspended for half-killing a guy she fought in a mock battle class. I see. Uli's cocked. She's the daughter of Viscount Cocked. Viscount Cocked is the head of the Mushy, one of the dark organizations of Lainana Country. The Mushy are active not only in Lainana, but also in other countries. They are also expanding their organization by eradicating the dark organizations of other countries and placing themselves in power. In the country of Lainana, the Ark family holds the reins of power, so they are relatively quiet and take protection money from other noble families in their restaurants and brothels and sell high-grade bread. She used to be a timid, weak-willed girl, but before I knew it, she had become such a rambunctious child. Absolute stares with a faraway look. I was wondering why Ulis-chan wasn't here, and then I found out that she was suspended. I mean, isn't it too early to decide on the punishment? The hero's punishment hasn't even been decided yet. The other party was a viscount, too. The other party is afraid of recrimination, so I cried and pleaded with the teacher and Ulis not to make a big deal out of it. So I heard that she will be suspended because she overdid it in class. Chris explains Cruel-san's question in an easy-to-understand manner. Problems that occur at the school are often discussed between the houses if they are between nobles. However, if the students have already settled the matter, the school will not make a big deal out of it and will end it with a light penalty. This time, the other party was so scared of Ulis that they feared retaliation. Ulis-chan is too much of an outlaw to cry and apologize to the person she beat up. But still, what was the cause? I'd like to believe that she's not the kind of girl who would beat someone up for no reason. I heard that something was said in relation to Absolute Sama. Because Ulis-chan worships Absolute Sama more than anyone else, I'm sure she couldn't hold back. So please don't get too angry with her, Absolute Sama. She was mad for my sake, I'm glad, but I don't know if Ulis will be punished for it. A luxury I have trouble with, but a little too extreme for Ulis. Well, it wasn't a big deal this time, so let's take it easy. I mean, weren't you just about to hit the guy who said that lame thing in class with some bad magic? This guy is always trying to hit me where it hurts. So we got back into the swing of things, this time talking about what had happened in magic studies. When the meal was over, Maria called out to Absolute. Master, Alicia of the Murray family has requested to see you. What will you do? Alicia Murray. Probably she means to apologize for the hero's outburst. This time, it's the saint's fault, but the hero should take responsibility. The hero's backers are not happy about it. I feel sorry for her, but let's be serious when it comes to the hero. No, I won't meet with her. Tell her I will formally protest to the Murray family, and I will hear their side of the story then. Absolute doesn't meet with her right away, but tries to push her into a corner mentally by rushing her across the days. I will tell her that, I have something to report. Absolute was told that had been picked up by the hero this morning and had a quarrel with him. He was so distraught by the details of the incident that he was unable to think of anything else to say. What in the world is this hero guy? Seems fine now, but I think she might be hurting inside. Maybe I should take her to the cafe we went to before on the way home. I heard that some men can be quite scary to women. It wouldn't be funny if she developed a phobia of men, even though she's still a little girl. I think that'll be fine. I will tell Alicia-sama as I told you before. Alicia looked as if she was having a bad dream. Alicia couldn't believe that the hero, who had a habit of running amok but who she believed was good at heart, would abuse Absolute in front of her classmates, beat up their homeroom teacher, and then surprise her. Before she realized what was going on, she had fainted and fallen down. It wasn't a dream, was it? I'll have to apologize to Absolute for the incident with his maid this morning. I need to make a good impression. Alicia found Absolute, who was probably having a meal, and requested a meeting with a nearby maid. But the meeting didn't take place. Alicia was told, "My master said, I will formally protest to the Murray family, and I will hear your side then. Is he trying to rush me into a corner mentally? That's just as I thought. At this rate, there will probably be no naivety. I wish he'd give me a little more leverage. I don't like this at all." Alicia, her hopes dashed, replies emphatically, "Yes, all right, just tell him I'll see him later. A formal apology will be made then. I'm sorry about you too. We'll teach the hero a lesson later. No, please have a safe trip home. Alicia leaves after Maria sees her off. After that, Alicia returns to the mansion to think about the future. It would be good if we could get away with consolation, but it's not going to be enough. The royal family is involved with the hero, so I'm sure they will intercede if the demands go too far. I personally would be happy to break off the engagement, but as the Murray family, we have to avoid that. Just as Alicia is pondering this, she hears a knock at the door of her room, followed by a servant informing her of the matter. Alicia-sama, the master is calling you. Alicia's body stiffens for a moment, but she quickly regains her composure. Okay, I'll be right there. I'm sure a reprimand won't be enough since I've done so much. Oh, why am I the only one who has to suffer this? Alicia's steps felt heavy, but she went to the room where her father was waiting for her. She heard the sound of the head of the family cursing and hitting something which echoed throughout the mansion. After school, Absolute came to a cafe in the royal capital with his attendants, and Maria. This cafe was one they had found earlier when they had a grand outing with the king's consolation money. The interior is not very fancy, but he liked its chic design and relaxed atmosphere. The only thing that bothers him is that the taciturn owner has a scary face. He's still as brusque as ever, and his face is scary. Well, I can't say much about it. Absolute and his friends wait at their seats, and the scary-looking owner brings them their orders. 3 herbal teas, strawberry tart, shortcake, and Mont Blanc. That's all you can order, right? Call me if you need anything else. Lined up on the table are a variety of mouth-watering sweets. Wow, they look so delicious. Thank you for bringing me back again, Absolute-sama. I'm so glad. Is very excited to be brought to a sweet store for the first time in a while. Don't worry about it. Eat up quickly. Absolute urges to eat quickly, and he himself puts his hand on the Mont Blanc he ordered. Mont Blanc is so delicious. I didn't like it much before I was reborn in this world. I wonder if it's influenced by the original Absolute. Maria looked at Absolute, who was eating quietly. Absolute also noticed the look from Maria. Maria, what are you staring at? I'm going to gouge out your eyeballs. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's the first time I've seen the master eat so deliciously. I just kind of got a feel for it from the atmosphere. Do you mind if we serve it at the mansion? No need. It's okay to eat it occasionally, so it's fine. It's delicious, though. I'd like this to be my last meal. It was a word that came out unexpectedly, but it was certainly his true intention. In the original story, it is not mentioned, but Absolute was fond of Mont Blanc here and often came to eat it with Perhaps Absolute, before his reincarnation, is still somewhere in his mind. I want to eat with you every day. If you want to die young, so be it. That's not good. I wonder if is going to be okay as we speak. I thought she'd be emotionally scarred because she's so young. I heard from Maria that you got tangled up with the hero this morning. Is everything all right after that? Hero? He met up with me this morning. It was weird because he suddenly approached me in a familiar way. But I responded in a strong manner, just like the master said. Is it weird? It's true that many protagonist characters have a buggy sense of distance, so it's weird to look at them without colored glasses. I understand how you feel. I see. I've said it many times, both of you should protect yourselves when I'm not around. I'm giving you the power to do so. Yes, master. After that, the 3 of them continued to enjoy their tea time before returning home. Chapter 29, The Murray Family. Days have passed since the hero caused the incident, and today the settlement negotiations between the Murray family, the backers of the hero, and the Ark family, who were victimized by the hero, finally take place. Absolute was taken by a surprise attack this time, in addition to being disgraced in front of his classmates by the hero. Although he is a hero, he is a commoner, and the victimized Absolute is a high-ranking nobleman. Normally, even a hero would have been executed, but after a plea from the royal family, the execution was no longer possible. Instead, Absolute received some magical tools from the royal family's treasury. These items are necessary to complete the events of the original story from now on. Basically, Absolute is going to skip the events that have nothing to do with him or the people he belongs to. However, there was an event that caused many deaths during the year, and there was a possibility that the Ark faction would be affected. He thought that he had to intervene in order to proceed as in the original story, so this time he gave up the life of the hero and used magical tools to deal with the situation. The Ark family, Absolute and his father, Villain, were discussing the upcoming settlement with the Murai family. I don't mind if you take the lead, Absolute. However, is that really the best way to settle the matter? Certainly it would be damaging to the Murai family, but if we strengthen the outer wall, there will be opposition from the surrounding nobles. Villain was not satisfied with Absolute's idea of settlement. Aside from the consolation money, Absolute was planning to strengthen the outer wall using the anti-magic stones that could be obtained from the Murai family. The reason for this is to prepare for a future war with the country, but it is something that Villain, who has not seen the same scenery, doesn't understand. No, I've got the royal family's permission, so I think we'll be fine. Besides, I think it's important to apologize, but it would be better to have them show their sincerity in some way. It's a huge loss for the main culprit, the hero, and I'm taking it in this direction. I see. Well, do as you please, but definitely don't show any mercy. If the Murai family had not been negligent in educating the hero, this wouldn't have happened. Yes, it's all right. It is impossible for evil to show mercy to its enemies. It's 80% the saint's fault, but it's a chance to separate the hero from the Murai family. I will definitely cut him off. Knock knock. Just as they are about to finish talking, there is a knock at the door of the room. Come in. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation. The Murai family is here to see you. Maria, who is waiting outside, announces the arrival of the Millet. Is that so? Well, take them to the reception room. Then we'll have some of this tea before we go. There is no need to accommodate them, let's just hurry them up. Villain understood Absolute's intention, and after having a break with him, they went for the settlement. Settlement. After having a break, Absolute heads for the reception room where Marquis Murai is waiting. There are 3 major factions among the nobles of the country of Reinana. The royal faction supports the king. The aristocratic faction, which fears that too much power is concentrated in the royal family and seeks to gather power in the aristocracy. A neutral faction that stands between the king's faction and the nobles' faction to maintain balance. Marquis Murai belongs to the royal faction and is famous for his increased voice and power within the faction after the engagement of the hero and Alicia. Absolute and Villain enter the room. Inside are Marquis Murai and Alicia, who is covered in bruises. Marquis Murai and Alicia stood up and bowed deeply when they saw them enter. Absolute and Villain looked at the bruised Alicia for a moment and almost stiffened, but then took their seats across from each other as if nothing had happened. Marquis Murai, Mistress Alicia, please sit down. Absolute urged them to sit down, and they took their seats. Marquis Murai, aren't you overdoing it? Even without the saint, it's your negligence of lack of education that's at fault. Are you trying to put all the responsibility on Alicia? They didn't bring the hero with them. Well, you never know what he might do. The first to speak was Marquis Murai. I apologize to Ark-sama and Absolute Dono for the foolishness of the hero. I am especially sorry to Absolute Dono, for something has been done for which an apology will never be forgiven. I was going to bring him in, but he showed no sign of remorse, and I thought it would only make you uncomfortable, so I have placed him under house arrest in the mansion. I am sorry. Marquis Murai and Alicia bowed deeply. Even if he's a hero, he's a commoner who has committed a crime, and there's no way he will get away with it. What on earth have you been teaching the hero, Marquis Murai? He called us criminals without proof. Did you teach him that the Ark family are criminals? No, I didn't teach him that. In our family, we thought it would be better to have someone of the same age to be the educator of the hero, so we left the matter of the hero to Alicia. I knew you were going to put the blame on Alicia, you piece of trash. Nevertheless, for something like this to happen, you foolish girl. Buck! A dull sound of a smack on Alicia's cheek echoed. Alicia was hit vigorously and fell off her chair. I am sorry. Marquis Murai raises his hand to strike Alicia again. You can't just apologize. Shut up. A low, quiet voice echoes through the room. Marquis Murai felt a pressure in his body that he had never felt before due to Absolute's intimidation. Marquis Murai couldn't believe that he was exerting this much pressure while still a student. His breathing naturally became uneven. Where do you think you are, Marquis Murai? Why are we being subjected to your 3-sentence play? If you continue this farce, I will kill you. I am sorry. Marquis Murray was under so much pressure that he forgot that Absolute was younger than him and apologized politely. Marquis Murray, hyperventilating from Absolute's intimidation, apologized and took his seat. Enough, your apology is worthless. The Ark family has 3 demands for settlement. The first is to provide the anti-magic stones needed to repair the outer walls of the Ark territory. Second, the Murray family and the hero must pay 2 billion in compensation to Absolute. At least half of this must be paid by the hero. The school will be suspended until the payment is completed. Third, the engagement between the hero and Alicia must be broken off. These are the 3 demands. I won't hear any objections. That's 2 billion, and to break off the engagement. This engagement was approved by His Majesty. Marquis Murray was dismayed. Absolute used an agent of the Ark family to check the tax revenue of the Murray family to settle the case, and demanded the amount that was just barely within the limit of what could be paid without regard to the market price. As for the hero, no matter how skilled he was, it would be impossible for him to earn this amount of money unless he accomplished great deeds, such as saving the nation. However, what Marquis Murray wants to avoid the most is to break off the engagement. For the Marquis, who had gained his current position in the faction through his daughter's engagement to Hero, breaking it would mean his downfall. Normally, even a hero would be executed, right? But because of the royal family's intervention, this is the extent of the damage that has been done. Ah, that's right. They said that once the alimony has been paid in full, the engagement can be dissolved. That's a very lenient ruling. Also, Marquis Murray, you are to be transferred to the king. This is a royal order, and you cannot refuse. Why me? Why you? You are the Marquis, yet you neglected your duty, and failed to educate the hero, who will be the key to the country's future strength. Therefore, you must take responsibility. Let the royal family hear your excuses. Now, father, please take the Marquis. I'll leave Alicia to you. Villain forced the Marquis, who tried to shake him off, out of the room. With the obstruction out of the way, Absolute turned to Alicia. The settlement is now over. We have unilaterally presented you with our demands. The royal family will send you a notarized document with the content certified and signed at a later date. In addition, your father will be removed as head of the family, at the very least. This had been decided in advance during the negotiations with the royal family. Whether the Marquis agreed to their demands or not, the end result would be the same. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't do things right, and that's why everyone is in trouble. It's all my fault. Alicia continued. Her mouth was still under the tension of Marquis Murray's slap, making it difficult for her to speak. Alto went against the Ark family because I didn't stop him properly, and he messed around with your maid because I let him out of my sight. Alicia stands up and faces Absolute. Alicia's emotions are breaking down and tears are streaming down her face, and gradually Alicia's words are filled with emotion. I know it's all my fault for him calling you a criminal and for attacking the teacher at. Why am I the only one who has to suffer like this? I didn't do anything. I've always been the one they get angry at every time Alto-kun did something. And now, it's my fault that the problem between our houses has developed. Don't be silly, a self-righteous person with that kind of power. There is no way I can handle it. I can't. It was a monologue, as if she was venting all her anger up to this point. In the original story, with Maria's education, the hero wasn't as bad as he is now. In addition to that, Alicia's mental health was also built on Maria's support behind the scenes. In today's world, Maria is not in the Murray family. Alicia had been carrying the burden alone for a long time. Absolute took in all of Alicia's monologue without saying a word. I'm sorry. You're the victim, but I pretended to be the victim. Absolute shook his head as if to say that was not true. After that, Absolute took Alicia's hand and applied recovery magic. Absolute-san, recovery magic. Absolute said to Alicia, who was surprised by the recovery magic. Alicia Murray, it is not your fault this time. The bad guys are the hero who went wild and your parents who left him to his own devices. And me. No, you're not to blame. You are the victim. Alicia denies it, but Absolute continues. If I had more overwhelming power, the hero wouldn't have thought to touch me. I had to clearly show my power, in a way that even a fool could understand. Such a thing. So Alicia Murray, you can hate me all you want. What are you talking about? Alicia had no idea what Absolute was talking about. I'm telling you to blame it all on me and make it easier for yourself. I am evil in this country, and one person's resentment is nothing. Wouldn't it be better if you could blame me for all of your elusive feelings? Alicia didn't understand what he was saying for a moment, but after understanding, her expression relaxed a bit. Thank you, but I'll refrain. I'd rather hit Alto Kun than you, who did nothing wrong. I should have done that from the beginning. I feel like an idiot for taking it all on myself and exploding on my own. Alicia looked satisfied, as if she has digested something. Alicia was no longer the broken Alicia she had been a moment ago. I think I understand why the nobles under your faction love you so much. You're a pretty nice guy. Hearing Alicia's words, Absolute made a disgusted face. I'm a nice guy? Are you out of your mind? I am a bad person in this country. I didn't mean what I said before. Don't get me wrong. The recovery magic was just to make your wounds look bad. Alicia found it amusing that Absolute denied it with a disgusted look on his face, and she smiled. You fufu, it's strange, I feel like I haven't laughed in a long time. Thank you, Absolute-san. You seem to be leading a very boring life. Yes, I've had a really hard time. Alicia looked up at the ceiling as if thinking back. After a pause, Absolute's mouth opens. Hey, Alicia Murray. What is it? After a short pause, he released the words, Will you join me? Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 30. Love or Love. It was a sudden confession. Will you come to me? Alicia did not understand what he was talking about at first, but as she gradually understood what he meant, she felt her face grow hot. What does that mean? I kind of don't understand what you mean. Don't tell me I'm being confessed by Absolute. But maybe he's just trying to recruit me to his faction. Alicia thought that Absolute was soliciting her in a roundabout way, but Absolute's answer was simple. I mean it as it is, Alicia Murray. I am asking you to abandon your position as the head of the Murray family, the hero, and everything else, and come to me. If possible, would a betrothal be most convenient for us? It was a confession, Alicia grew up as the fiancée of the hero, and had never experienced love. Alicia's fiancé, the hero, always pushed her around, and to be honest, she had never seen him as a member of the opposite sex. Why me? Absolute Kun, you're the successor of the Ark family. I'm sure there are plenty of other people out there. Are you serious? Ugh. Alicia could not answer. The Ark family is so unpopular that it is difficult to find a fiancé. There is even a rumor that the current head of the family, Villain, had taken a wife from another country in order to leave an heir. But she left the family early after giving birth to Absolute. It was understandable that Absolute had no love affairs. In addition, since engagements between nobles are usually made between those who are close in rank, there is no one who can serve as a regular wife in the Ark faction, which is mainly composed of lower-ranking nobles. Even in the original story, there was no mention of Absolute having a fiancé. This is because there was no one in the faction or in other countries who wanted to marry Absolute, who was hated by everyone in the country, except for the beast girl who had known all about Absolute since she was a child and shared his suffering with him. I have no other intention. I'm proposing this because I think it's mutually beneficial. You'll be free of the hero and your house, and you'll feel better mentally. Well, you will be hated just like me, but I will protect you if anyone harms you. As a proof, I doubt that anyone in the academy would think of doing anything to those who are now under my faction, would they? I, for my part, would be glad to see us engaged as soon as possible. I'm being pestered by some very nasty people right now. That's why. Alicia was very tempted by the idea of a release from her mental stress. Hey, let me ask you something. What do you think of me, Absolute-san? Do you like me or something? If he says he likes me, what should I do? I'm so nervous after asking that myself. I don't have romantic feelings for you, but I do appreciate your strength as a human being and your sense of magic. You have the makings of a future hero. Well, I can't say I'm not happy, but don't you think that's the part where you say you like me? He simply denied that he had any romantic feelings for her, which was a little different from the answer she had expected, but she was honestly happy that he saw and appreciated her as an individual. So what are you going to do? Alicia thinks. She now honestly respects Absolute, and if you look closely at his face without prejudice, he is a very handsome man and quite her type. but she still has some regrets. What about the Murai territory? Without me as the next head of the family, the Murai family will only have my little sister. Alicia is the next head of the Murai family, and is the one who is supposed to have taken someone as a husband who will be a son-in-law. Perhaps if her father were to step down as head of the family, her grandfather, who is now retired, would take his place. However, I don't know how long that will last. She could not overlook the fact that there would be no one left to rule in the future if she married. Didn't I tell you to leave everything behind and come to me? He seems to be asking her to abandon the Murai family. Certainly, if she abandoned everything, only Alicia would be saved. But Alicia didn't want that. I'm sorry. It's true that I have a lot of painful memories about Alto and my father, but the Murai territory is still my territory, and I am a noble. I'm not going to be irresponsible enough to abandon my people and try to make just myself happy. As for factions, the Murai have their own factions, so we can't be subordinate to the Ark. Do you understand? The engagement with the hero could be called off after he finishes paying the alimony. He doesn't have the ability to finish paying off that large sum of money. Then you'll be back to cleaning up the mess of the hero. Are you okay with that? I know, but still, as a person born into nobility, I have a duty to serve the Murai territory. It is my natural duty, as a nobleman, to protect my land. She thought about the vassals, her little sister, and the territory. Alicia had no choice but to run away when she thought about what she would lose by going to Absolute. She looked into Absolute's eyes with determination. I see. If that's what you've decided, then I won't say anything else. You back down so easily. I had expected him to be persistent a little longer, so I felt disappointed, or rather I had mixed feelings. I said, I'll make you an offer, right? I'm not troubled by the fact that you refused. But as I said before, the hero will return to the Murai family after paying the alimony. If he does anything to us then, we won't let him get away with this next time. Absolute warned with pressure. Alicia felt the strong pressure on her skin and swallowed her spit. If the hero is planning to do something evil, let the Ark family know, and I will spare your life. I don't think Alto-kun will be able to repay the 1 billion, but, well, I'll keep that in mind. After that conversation, the settlement between the Ark and Murai families ended. Several days had passed since the settlement with the Ark family. Alicia's father was ordered to step down as the head of the family for neglecting to educate the hero, and was subsequently placed under house arrest in the Murai family's villa. When Alicia received the notarized deed from the royal family, she talked to the hero about breaking off the engagement. Well, Alto-kun, you and I are breaking off our engagement. It was decided that the engagement will be broken by paying $1 billion in alimony by the time you graduate from the school. The government will cover the fee, so you will have to repay it to the government, and of course, the school will suspend you until the fee is paid. Do you have anything to say? The state was able to bind the hero with chains in the name of alimony. From now on, he will be used by the state until he pays back the money. The hero sitting across from Alicia closed his eyes and listened to the story as if digesting it. Alto had been ranting without showing any remorse before the settlement, but judging from his current state, he may have come to understand the current situation a little better. I'm sorry, Alicia. Something was wrong with me at the time. My body was feeling better than usual, my head was unusually clear, but I felt strangely elated and couldn't use my rational mind. I couldn't control myself. Were you on some kind of weird drug? No, anyway, I wasn't normal at that time. I didn't intend to fight with Absolute so quickly. I told you I was going to get some supporters. Just understand that. Maybe that Absolute guy set something up. Alicia thought he seemed a little sorry, but he was still making bitter excuses after all this time, and she held her head in her hands. Do you understand? You attacked an innocent man and took him by surprise. You are a hero, and you know that if you attack, you will seriously injure your opponent, don't you? And you have no pride in yourself to try to win by foul play. Have you ever thought about how you will be looked at by the nobility and in class? To be honest, I'm really disappointed in you. Everyone says that Absolute is evil, but unlike you, he is sincere and proud in his competition. I will not forgive you if you insult him any further. Alicia's sharp reprimanding left the hero speechless. He had known Alicia for a long time, but he had never seen her so angry. I'm sorry about Teach-sensei. But I also thought that this country would be even better off if I defeated Absolute. The Ark family is evil. Rumor has it that the Ark family is involved in enslaving young children, loaning money at illegal interest rates, and using questionable drugs. I saw with my own eyes a girl being tortured by the Ark family, and I was convinced. Someone had to do it. I don't care if the Ark family is evil or not. But Alto-kun, if the Ark family is making people suffer, it is the state's job to make it right. It's not up to you alone to do something about it, and the power of a hero is not something that can be exercised selfishly. You have learned that from the injured. The hero shuts down. The result of exercising power selfishly has been to hurt people and make the people around him unhappy. We must make amends. You will leave the mansion and become an adventurer. 1 billion is a lot of money for a normal person, but if you are an adventurer, you can repay the money depending on your quests. Of course, you will be monitored, and if you leave the country without permission, your life will be in danger this time. You should contribute to your country as an adventurer. It's the least you can do to make up for it. Alicia, I'm done talking, get out of here. She interrupted him, as if rejecting him. The hero sensed Alicia's mood and tried to leave. Sorry, Alicia, take care. Without showing his face, the hero said goodbye with his back turned to Alicia and left the mansion. Alicia, who watched from her room as the hero left, looked relaxed, as if a weight had finally been lifted from her shoulders. Alicia is suddenly reminded of the days she spent with Alto. I've known him for a long time, and I didn't dislike him, but I didn't like him either. He felt like a very annoying little brother. But now I can mentally ease my mind. The royal family already holds Alto's leash, and I have nothing to do with any problems he might cause as an adventurer. This time, the ending was convenient for Alicia. Both her father, who unreasonably placed the blame on her, and the hero, who she was always forced to clean up after, were eliminated. Maybe he knew and got rid of the two of them. Or am I overthinking that? Alicia thinks back to Absolute, then a warm feeling tingles in her chest. Blame it all on me and get comfortable. That's very kind of you to say, even though I can't do such a thing. I think it's the first time I've ever been treated nicely by someone of the opposite sex. I've been with you for such a long time, Alto, but that's just the way it is. Alicia had always kept in her mind the words Absolute had said to her. An engagement. Alicia had said it out loud, but she still could not have gotten engaged to Absolute. Alicia, with her strong sense of responsibility, couldn't abandon everything. Even if she did, she would be overwhelmed with guilt for the rest of her life. Alicia went to school for the first time since the incident. When she entered the classroom, she was surrounded by her friends who were worried about her and told her not to worry. While she was dealing with the situation, Absolute entered the classroom. The class is always tense when Absolute enters the classroom, but Alicia wasn't concerned about that. Oh, it's you, Absolute. I wonder if it's okay if I say hello to him. It's been a while since I've been to school, so I might as well just show my face. Alicia approaches Absolute and calls out, "Good morning to you, Absolute-kun." Alicia was about to greet him when she was interrupted by Christina Zen. I thought it was loud this morning, but it's you again. Yes, it's me. I'm the one you're going to have a match with today. Alicia was upset. How could Christina call him by his name? And she even called him you. She doesn't seem to be interested in other people. Even people in her own faction, she calls them by their family name, but when did those two become friends? I won't do it. If you want to go on a rampage, I'll lend you Mist, so you two go play by yourselves. Absolute-kun, you should take good care of your friends. Well, okay, I'll come back later to ask you again. With that, Christina returned to her seat. Absolute noticed Alicia's presence as she came to him. Next, it's you, Alicia Murray. What can I do for you? Alicia froze. She was shocked to find someone other than his own people who was willing to talk to the hated Absolute in a friendly manner. I thought I was the only one. She gave Absolute a jittery look and said to him, Absolute-san, you're such a womanizer, aren't you? What are you talking about? Absolute was subjected to an unnecessary misunderstanding. After that, Alicia was freed from the hands of the hero and her father and was able to lead a less stressful life. Chapter 31, Evil. There was a man. His role was to do evil in the country. He did illegal things, but his greatest vice was to kill people. He bears all the black parts of the country and kills evil people who disturb the country without anyone's knowledge. The reason why he kills evil people is because he was ordered to do so by the country, and his family's role was to destroy and control evil except for himself. The man, who is also the head of a dark organization, spends his days fighting. No matter how much he saved people in the shadows, no matter how much he took on a stigma for his country, no matter how much he wielded his power for his family or faction, there were few people who would follow him around or behind him. It was not that he wanted anyone's approval, but he was afraid of feeling that what he was doing was meaningless. He hated the royal family, the people under his control, and the skills that had brought him to be alone. But after hating and grieving for everything but himself, he realized that no matter how much he grieved, he couldn't hate others or their skills. No matter how much he grieved and hated others and skills, it was useless. What he sought was overwhelming power. In search of the power to overwhelm all evil, the man hurt his own body to the limit and tried to gain as much power as he could. It was not just power that he needed. He sought overwhelming strength that would make anyone run away in fear. He trained himself and endured every pain. The man who gains strength and stands up to evil destroys it. He wrestled down malice with overwhelming strength and struggled to protect his country, his domain, and the one person who understood him. However, no matter how strong the man becomes, no one understands him, and in fact, the country considers him dangerous because of his strength. In the end, the man is forced to bear all the sins of the world, and he is defeated by the country. No one knows that the man has been fighting for his country unnoticed. Therefore, he became an enemy of the state by falsifying his achievements and publicizing only the dark parts. Why? The power he acquired to fight evil is now being wielded against those of the same country he was supposed to be protecting. The man wailed as he lowered his bloodied sword and was bathed in the blood of his enemies. Absolute wakes up from a long dream. This dream again? Absolute's life, which was never told in the original story, it's really repulsive. Sometimes Absolute has strange dreams. The content is like the life of a person who looks like him, but it is so realistic that he assumes he is seeing the life of Absolute in the original story. He's been killing people since he was my age, probably without feeling guilty because death is a part of his everyday life. It's different from me, who has memories of my previous life, and rather the original Absolute would be more normal in this world. However, I can't justify killing people like the original Absolute because it's for the sake of my country. After killing so many people, who am I to judge? What am I doing? Absolute was torn between the values of his previous life and the values of this world. The Absolute of today has been killing people with the cause of a national order. Like the original Absolute, he has an unrelenting cruelty when it comes to killing evil and enemies, but the values of his previous life have held him back, and he recognizes killing people as a sin. Therefore, he repeatedly told himself, "I am evil," and tried not to justify his actions. You are surprisingly nice. Every time I think back to the words Alicia told me, I repeatedly deny it in my mind. No, I'm evil. I kill people even though I don't want to, and I don't care if anyone other than myself and my friends die. Killing people is evil, even if it's at the request of the state. I started the morning in the worst mood, because of a dream I hadn't had in a long time. Absolute, who had a day off from school that day, returned to Ark territory for the first time in a while. The reason was that his father wanted to talk to him. He presumed it was because he wanted him to do some shadow work. Absolute, who doesn't like shadow work, heads for his father's waiting room with heavy steps. On the way, he meets some old servants whom he hasn't seen for a long time. The old servants greet him and congratulate him on his return. I always find middle-aged people and old people in this house. I hate the declining birth rate and aging population. It's so disgusting, and I want to get out of here. While complaining in my mind, I knock on the door of the room where my father is waiting for me. This is Absolute. I've just returned. Waiting for a reply, the butler comes out from inside and asks Absolute to enter the room. Welcome, Absolute, sit down. Absolute sat down on the sofa across from his father. After taking a sip of tea that the butler had made for him, Absolute spoke. What is your request? You are as impatient as ever. Well, we can talk about that later. I want to talk about something else first. Absolute, have you thought about the engagement to Princess Haniel that I told you about? Absolute had received an offer from the royal family to marry Princess Haniel, the crown princess. He frowned at the idea of another such proposal. Are you talking about that again? I have no intention of marrying Princess Haniel. It's an engagement to bind me to the royal family. I will not have an engagement that doesn't bring me any benefits. What do you mean by no benefit? If you get engaged to Princess Haniel, your position in the Ark faction will rise. You'll also have more power to use, and there will be less public criticism of us. For some reason, my father was in favor of the engagement. However, since Absolute is now basically in charge of the reins of the Dark Organization and the Shadow National Defense, even his father and head of the family, Villain, cannot decide on this engagement without his permission. Status, power, when have I ever wanted such things? Besides, we are evil, we don't need status or honor anymore. The prospect of a royal engagement was too much of a hassle for him. So he thought that if he could get engaged to Alicia, he wouldn't be tied down by the royal family and could safely get rid of his shadow national defense duties. But since she refused, he was forced to deal with the troublesome matter in this way. Villain sighs after hearing Absolute's answer. I can understand your feelings, but the king is serious about this engagement, you know? I know you don't like it, but there may be a face-to-face meeting soon. When that happens, you'd better be there, okay? Now then, let's get down to business. Absolute receives an order from his father. The Gilius Dark Organization of the Suiroku Kingdom lost the power struggle with the emerging power, Black Fairies, and moved its roots to Lainana. So they have approached us about joining the Ark family. Depending on what they have to say, go ahead and annihilate them. The Kingdom of Suiroku is currently under the active control of a dark organization. It is so dangerous that civilians cannot go out alone, even in the daytime. The reason for this is the current situation in the Kingdom of Suiroku is that the nobles and the dark organizations are in close contact, and they haven't been able to eradicate them. I understand now, but I have a question. How in the world did the Gilius people get into Lainana? Lainana is strictly controlled by the security force in the front and by the Ark family in the back. The idea that a lot of people from other countries' dark organizations are in the country at once is unthinkable. There are two possibilities. Either the members of the Ark family led them in, or they used a negotiator in the Kingdom of Suiroku, probably the latter. Negotiator is a famous alias in the underworld. He calls himself a negotiator and works mainly for dark organizations, but he is a man who will do any job depending on the money. He has the skill of transference, which makes him a nuisance to catch, but he escapes quickly. In the original story, he was the main culprit who released a large number of monsters and caused many deaths during the large-scale expedition test held as part of the school's examinations. I won't give them any help from my home. There's no value in such a crumbling organization. The members of the Ark faction wouldn't make enemies of the Ark family by bringing in Gilius. They probably used that negotiator. He's a total bastard. Villain made the same decision as Absolute. Depending on the timing of when he used the transfer, we might be able to catch him. In the original story, the hero found him when he couldn't use his ability to transfer and killed him. Worst case scenario, it's enough that he's still there. We have a trump card. I felt fortunate that the person I had originally tried to manage during the large-scale expedition test had come along. I'll get that information out of him and take care of it. Then I'll be on my way. Oh, that's right, and I'm going away on a mission for a couple of weeks. If you need anything, please leave it with the butler. Understood. Absolute received detailed information about Gilius and moved into action. Gilius' point of view. At a tavern in the Flower Territory, south of the capital of the Lainana Kingdom, the bar, which was usually deserted, was filled with men of bad character. The men were members of Gilius, a black market organization that had escaped from the Kingdom of Suiroku. Orion, the leader of the Gilius organization, was irritated. Gilius, once the most powerful faction of the Dark Organization in the Kingdom of Suiroku, had lost a battle with the newly emerged Black Fairies, and had ended up defecting to another country. For the prideful Orion, this was nothing but humiliation. Damn it, I will never let it end like this. I will accumulate power in this country and definitely take revenge. Of course, boss. But what do we do now? It's great that we hired a negotiator to get us into Reinana, but unfortunately, there are only 50 members left, even though there were thousands. Let's figure out what to do now. One of the members asked Orion to decide on a policy. Orion had been drinking, but his mind was clear. He responded to his subordinate's question. I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do about it now. That's why I'm going to join the dark organization in this country. The dark organization in this country seems to be under the protection of a high-ranking noble family called the Ark family. If the nobles protect me, I can do whatever I want in this country. Under his protection, I will accumulate power and take revenge. Are you okay with that? I honestly don't think we are worthy enough to be welcomed by the Ark family right now. The Gilius, who had lost the status and wealth they had built up in many of their friends, were nothing more than a bunch of thugs. It's all right. Before we came to Reinana, we kidnapped a good-looking kid from the nobility, and we'll give him to them. Besides, we are Gilius, who used to occupy the shadows of the Suiroku kingdom. We are more useful than those thugs, and we have information about the kingdom of Suiroku. I won't be ignored. Damn that negotiator. I paid him to negotiate, now negotiate and go home. As they were talking, one of his men came back to the bar with a bloodthirsty look on his face. Boss, someone claiming to be from the Ark family is here. What? How many? One man. Well, we've cleared the first hurdle for now. If they want to destroy us, they should have a large number of men. Does that mean that the Ark family is willing to welcome us? Orion, who had been thinking of annihilating them, secretly patted his chest. However, he soon realized that this was a mistake. A man entered the space of the bar filled with the members of Gilius. As soon as he stepped into the bar, the members of Gilius were subjected to tremendous pressure. What is this pressure? This man is not ordinary. I've been through a lot of battles and I'm trembling. The man opens his mouth, disregarding the members of Gilius are unable to move due to the pressure. You are Gilius, aren't you? I'm from the House of Ark. I have heard of your business. You want the protection of the House of Ark, do you not? Orion, the leader, licks his dry lips and manages to reply. Yes. We've been at the top of our game in the kingdom of Suiroku for many years. We will definitely be useful. Orion, sensing that he would be in trouble if his mood was spoiled, desperately appealed for their usefulness. Let me ask you one question. How did you guys get into the country of Reinana? Did you use a negotiator? When did you commission them, and when did you part? The Ark family man asked in rapid succession. Yes. The country of Reinana is heavily guarded, so we requested a negotiator 3 days ago, and when all of us had been transferred, we parted ways yesterday. Was that bad? Orion broke out in a cold sweat, as if something had tugged at the man's heartstrings. The man closed his mouth as if deep in thought, and the space in the bar became even tighter. Oh, yes, I have a tribute for the Ark family. Bring it to me, all of you. Orion instructed his men to bring the tribute. The man of the House of Ark wrinkles his brow at the sight of it. The Gilius men brought twin children, each about 10 years old. Both were covered in scars, and one of them was dying, probably from an assault. They are twin sisters kidnapped from the kingdom of Suiroku. Both of them have odd eyes, which is rare, and with their beautiful looks, they will sell for a high price in the future. Gilius is an organization that has been mainly engaged in kidnapping. We will surely benefit the House of Ark. According to the negotiator, the Ark family has a slavery business, but they don't do kidnapping. There must be a way for us to get in. I see. I understand your enthusiasm, and your usefulness has been conveyed. Well then, the members of Gilius smile at the thought of being sheltered. I'll tell them then. You are not hired. Eh? The tavern where the members of Gilius had been found was covered with dark magic. You are not worthy of evil. Chapter 32, V's Gilius. Dark Hall. While conversing with the Gilius people, Absolute filled the room with his own dark magic, ready to release his magic at any time. Galariza. No. Get off of me. Damn, what's with the amount of arms? Every time a member of Gilius is caught by a huge number of magical arms, a scream goes up. The dull sound of limbs being ripped off echoes through the room. The Gilius members also resist by using magic and swords to cut through the magical arms, but the weakest ones are killed by the magical arms in turn, as their heads and limbs are ripped off. However, even though they are corrupt, they are a top dark organization of the Suiroku kingdom. there are a few who just barely survive Absolute's attack. Calm down, these magic arms are numerous and their grip is a bit strong, but they don't move that fast. Orion, the leader of the Gilius, sees the weakness of Absolute's magic and shares it with his subordinates. The effect of this was that those that could move gradually began to see through the movements of the magic arm. There are kids here, and I'm not putting out high power, but he's a former top guy. He's used to the battlefield. He instantly sees the weakness of my magic. The Dark Hall is a magic that expands magic power and creates a magical arm that crushes and drags the user into a different space of darkness. This magic is often used by Absolute, but its strength is that it can be used at close range, medium range, and long range, depends on the user, because the range can be freely changed by expanding the user's dark magic power into the field. Its weakness is that it consumes a lot of magic power, and the movement of its magic arms is inevitably slow due to a combination of operations. Absolute isn't worried about the amount of magic power, but it uses more magic power to increase the number of magic arms to cover the weakness of the slow speed of the magic arms. Absolute, sensing that he's being dealt with, puts more magic power into his arms to increase the number of magic arms. Even the fierce fighters who had managed to resist are gradually being cut down and fall down. If I could use Toa, the spirit I have a contract with, I could finish them in a second, but I have Toa watching over the guy who is peeping at me. Speed is something I'll have to work on in the future. I'd like to move the kids alone, but they're behind the Gilius guys and by the looks of one of them, she's dying and unconscious. I can't let them try anything weird the kids, and I can't show them my weakness, so I'm going to have to leave them alone for a while until I kill them. When only the leader remained, Absolute released the Dark Hall. The leader of Gilius, who had managed to survive the magic, was wounded to the bone. Why? We only came here to be friends with the Dark Organization. We are not here to kill each other. We are not enemies, so why are we attacking each other? The Ark family has never kidnapped anyone, and we don't need people who do such things. And you deserve to die just for coming into the Ark family territory without permission. Now, if you don't want to die, why don't you try to resist? Absolute draws his sword to finish Orion off. Orion, prepared to die, pulls out his sword to resist to the last. What's wrong with kidnapping people? The kingdom of Suiroku has been in the kidnapping business frequently since I was a kid, and even my sister and her friends were kidnapped. So why is it wrong to kidnap people? Orion, the leader of the Gilius, was from the slums of the kingdom of Suiroku. Every day he had to worry about whether or not he would be able to get a meal that day, but even so, he remembers that it wasn't a bad life. Orion was the type of person that people would gather around, and even in the slum, children close to his age who were in the same situation would all gather around him. He had a big sister who took good care of her younger siblings, and younger brothers and sisters who were always hanging around him. They had no money, no house, no nothing, but they all surrounded Orion and lived a lively life. But Orion and his friends lived in a slum. In the slum, no matter what happened, the guards would not come, and fights and kidnappings were frequent. The evil hand began to reach out to Orion's neighborhood. The first to be kidnapped was his younger sister, about 8 years old. She was a cute little girl who looked up to Orion as her older brother. I still remember the feeling of my knees collapsing and my strength slipping away when my friends told me they had seen her kidnapped. I was aware that this was a slum and that kidnapping was part of the daily routine, but I never thought it would be one of my own people. After that, the number of my friends frequently decreased one by one, and finally it was about to happen right in front of my eyes. It was Orion's sister's daughter who was almost kidnapped. She was being carried by several kidnappers who tied her mouth and hands and feet so that she could not speak or move. Orion tried to save her somehow and stood up to the kidnappers. However, there was a big difference in strength between adults and children, and Orion was beaten and defeated by the kidnappers. The kidnappers laughed at Orion and took his sister's daughter away, leaving him unable to move. I won't allow it. Kidnapping is a common thing in this country, but I won't allow you to touch my comrades. I'll kidnap you too and sell you off for sure. Orion, an uneducated man from the slums, doesn't know the law and does not know that kidnapping is a crime. Growing up in a world where kidnapping is the norm, his common sense and sense of values become distorted, and he himself becomes involved in kidnapping. Orion then gathered his remaining friends and formed Gilius. The goal was revenge against the organization that had sold their friends. Fortunately, he was blessed with friends, and Gilius quickly grew and soon succeeded in capturing the slums. The organization that had been selling Orion's friends was captured and sold to slavers and sex-crazed nobles. While investigating the organization, he discovered that the nobles were behind it, and of course, he took revenge on them as well, selling off their citizens and relatives. Through such repetition, Gilius became the largest organization in the kingdom of Suiroku. For Orion, kidnapping is a common practice around the world and a means of revenge. Orion was still kidnapping people and searching for his kidnapped friends, believing that they are safe and sound. Until he is defeated by another upstart organization. Orion wanted to take revenge on Absolute somehow, but the gap in power between the two was too wide to even achieve that. He was seriously wounded by Absolute's sword fight, and while leaning his back against the wall, he weakly waved his sword to check Absolute as he tried to approach. "Ha ha, I guess this is as far as I go. It's nice, isn't it, that you can do whatever you want with your overwhelming power? I bet it feels good. You can do whatever you want to organizations like us or those nobles. And you. Why do you keep looking at me like that? What's that look in your eyes, in your face, in your ministry? Don't look at me like that. You sorry." Orion, the leader of the Gilius, was stabbed in the chest with a sword by Absolute before he could finish all his words, and he collapsed, powerless. I hate the smell of blood, the feel of a sword being stabbed, everything about fighting. If I enjoy it, I am no longer evil but a heretic. Don't lump me in with those kind of people. After that, the bodies of Orion and the other members of the Gilius were dragged into the darkness at the Dark Hall to dispose of the bodies. Then, seeing that the battle is over, the Bowser family of the disposal team comes toward Absolute. Their face is covered with a cloth, but it is probably mist. Mist. Thanks for your help. I've left the peeping Toms alone as you said. The corpses seem to have been taken care of by you again. You do know that you don't have to do it. The Bowser family can take care of it. The destruction of evidence, disposal of corpses, and measures against witnesses are the work of the Bowser family. And when Absolute is on a mission, he handles all the body disposal himself. Absolute is making a memorial service by burying those he has killed in his own dark place. But Mist and the rest of the Bowser family feel bad that their job is being done by the leader of their faction. It doesn't matter who does it. It's true that it would be faster if I did it myself. Besides, you used to hate disposing of dead bodies, didn't you? The first time Mist had accompanied him on a mission, he had frozen up after his first body disposal. He was frightened by the first moment of loss of life, the immobilized body, and the aversion to death. Absolute saw Mist in such a state and began to use his own magic to make a memorial service. When are you talking about? If you're doing this for me, I got used to it a long time ago, so I'm fine. You don't have to carry our burden anymore. That's why I have become so strong. Sometimes you say things that impress me. I don't understand you. You sound like you're going to betray me soon. Oh, I forgot about the kids. Absolute went to the twin sisters kidnapped by Gilius and his friends, both of whom were battered and bruised, with bruises on their faces and all over their bodies. Absolute healed them with recovery magic, but they weren't fully recovered. That's because physical strength and mental health cannot be recovered using such magic. The Bowser group should retreat with these guys. They may be nobles by the looks of them. We will hand them over to the king at a later date. This has become a real hassle. Yes, what about Absolute Sama? Going to get the peeping Tom to pay for the viewing fee. A man was watching the annihilation from a place where he could look down on the place where Absolute was fighting from above. I was on the verge of collapse, but to take down Gilius by himself. The Ark family is dangerous, as I thought. If you make an enemy like that, you'll die a slow death. No matter how eye-popping the price was, I still should have refused. I told him that my job was to negotiate, but he was the wrong person to ask me to transport everyone to another country. Well, I wouldn't negotiate with the Ark family, no matter how much money I have. The man is called a negotiator, and there is no one who lives behind the scenes who does not know him. He can get anything he wants with money and negotiation, and is an expert at smuggling. That's how he got his nickname, Negotiator. He hates the fact that his alias makes him do more than just negotiate, and that he is treated like a jack of all trades, but he thinks it's not a bad thing to have a good name. Because the more he becomes famous, the more clients he gets and the more money he makes. Money is the most important thing for a negotiator next to life. You can never have too much of it, and love and trust depend on it. I'm glad that I was able to see the power of the Ark family. This information will also fetch a good price. As the negotiator was about to use his skill to leave the place, an oddly white object with a beauty different from that of a human suddenly appeared in front of him. This is a spirit, but why is it here? While he was distracted by the sudden appearance of the spirit, he heard a voice from behind him. You know about spirits? Come to think of it, the leader of Black Fairies is also a spirit user. Do you know him by any chance? You are. The man who appeared in front of the negotiator was the man who had been fighting Julius just a moment ago. I've never seen you before, negotiator. I thought you were a middle-aged man, but you are surprisingly young. You look weak, but you're also clever. I am Absolute Ark, you're the one who brought those Julius guys here, aren't you? How dare you make me uncomfortable? A heavy pressure hits the negotiator as if a heavy weight is being placed on him. He had experienced with his own body the reason why Julius had succumbed to the pressure just a moment ago. The negotiator, who never fights on his own, couldn't bear this pressure. He knelt down and tried desperately to regulate his breathing. What are you keeping silent about? You've got some nerve ignoring me. I'm going to kill you. Don't be reckless. The negotiator, thinking that he will be seriously killed if he continues like this, tries to escape by using the skill of transference. The next moment after using the skill of transference, the negotiator was astonished. He is still in front of Absolute. For some unknown reason, the skill of transference did not take effect. Unbelievable, why didn't the skill activate? The negotiator tried again and again to use the skill, but the result was the same. Seeing the negotiator's impatience, Absolute looks satisfied. Do you think you can leave without saying anything in front of me? You are too rude. It's not that I'm trying to escape. You haven't introduced yourself yet. As you know, I'm a poor negotiator. By the way, Ark-san, did you do something to me? Since a moment ago, I can't use my skills at all. The negotiator was inwardly panicking. Until now, he had been able to overcome the danger by using the transfer skill. But now, he can't use it. Of course, even though it is called transference, it requires an interval for continuous use, so he was prepared to fight in case of emergency, but he didn't think it would be ineffective on the overwhelmingly powerful man in front of him. I prepared it for you, and I see you like it. The thing that blocks your skills is a transfer-inhibiting grimoire. This magic tool was custom-made by Lainana to prevent the assassination by transference of the hero of space, who was once said to be the strongest on the continent. Well, since there are no more spatial heroes, Absolute made a deal with the king to get it for the negotiator. He was glad to see that it works. A magical tool to inhibit transference. He even went as far to prepare something like that. Why do you think you were able to leisurely watch Julius and I kill each other? I let you run free because I didn't want you to run away. There are so many questions I want to ask you. For example, that you are planning to take advantage of the Royal Academy of Lainana's field exercises to unleash a large number of powerful monsters. The negotiator's face scrunched up. Why do you know about that? Only my client and I are supposed to know. Come on, let's just say that you shouldn't underestimate the Ark family's information network too much. Now all we have to do is to get the information out of you. I don't trust you very much, so I'm going to torture you and ask your body. I wouldn't normally do that, but I'm sure I won't feel too guilty if it's you. In case you don't mind, I'm in a business built on trust, so can you give me a break? Of course I'll pay your fee. The man in front of me released a breathtaking pressure. It's impossible. After that, the negotiator was abducted to the Ark family and tortured. He was tortured for days in a space with no sunlight, his mind and body tortured. He was deprived of food, and this continued until his heart was broken. The torture was done to relieve the guilt of having killed Julius because of the negotiator, and to make him understand the hierarchical relationship between the two for the future. The negotiator was investigated, and a shocking revelation was made. Oh, it was the Church of Lainana that asked you to unleash the monsters in large numbers. Chapter 33. The Group. It was the Lainana Church that asked you to unleash the monsters. Yes, to be precise, I was in charge of purchasing and bringing in the goods. I checked the backbone of the request and found out that it was the Church of Lainana. After I negotiate and acquire the monsters from other countries and bring them in using transference, the Church plans to strengthen them and release them by some means when the time is ready. The tortured negotiator's mind is broken, so the conversation goes smoothly. In the original story, the negotiator was the main culprit, but was the Church the mastermind? Probably using the saint's skills to enhance or in some way manipulate the monsters. The target is probably me, Absolute, or someone from the Ark family faction. But Christina died too, so I don't know yet. For now, let's just assume that the Ark faction has been wiped out. The monsters are already in the hands of the Church, and there is no time to spare before the expedition. Even if I tried to stop them, it would be impossible to persuade with the Ark family, which has little influence, since the only evidence we have is the testimony of the negotiator. Absolute thought of a strategy to deal with the saint and the Church. Negotiator, how far along are you with this plan at this stage? My job is to purchase and bring in the monsters by transference to the designated place, so I don't know any more than that. I think they have probably already moved the monsters to another location and reinforced them. When it is released, the Church will probably have a similar means of transfer. A large number of reinforced monsters will attack me and those of the Ark family faction, possibly causing damage to other families as well. Originally, if the negotiator wasn't caught, I was going to destroy the monsters alone and protect my faction alone in the worst-case scenario. The Ark family's power wasn't available yet, and I didn't know if it would actually happen. The evidence is weak with just this guy's testimony. The Church has a high level of security, so if we start looking into it now, we won't make it in time. We'll have to do something on the day. The Ark family is the head of the dark organization in the country of Lainana, but Absolute, who is not yet the head of the family, is not yet able to use this power. Therefore, he has to get through this by his own power alone. Even if he were to consult with them about this matter, Absolute trusts his father and those under his control, but he doesn't trust others. His father is too close to the king, and those under his control are still not trustworthy because they have betrayed him in some of their original stories. The king is in a position to cut off the Ark family at any time, and he is the least trustworthy because he is soft on Michael, his enemy. If he turns in the negotiator, he might be able to persuade his father's villain, but in that case, the negotiator will die. Absolute's goal is to protect the original Absolute and his current pride by winning and surviving in case he has to fight against his country and the hero. The negotiator skill is rare, so it will definitely be useful for Absolute in the future. I wanted to get it no matter what. You sowed the seeds, after all. You're going to have to stick with me until the end. Negotiator. If I can get a negotiator, I can protect the Ark faction and harass the Church. I'll have to pay back the debt I owed you from my time, Saint Eliza. Absolute moved to fight the Church's malice. A few days have passed since the defeat of Julius, and Absolute has classes at the school as usual. During morning HR, his homeroom teacher, Teach, tells them about the details of the field exercise. The first-year students will be doing a field exercise next week. You will form groups within your class and hunt monsters in a forest inhabited by monsters located in the southern part of Lainana. The deadline is 3 days. Your performance will be determined by the rank and number of magical stones dropped by the monsters you hunt. Points will naturally be deducted if the number of monsters hunted is low or if there is conflict between students, but don't overdo it. Everyone should be well prepared. I don't think there will be any, but don't let that happen and come to the day of the event unarmed. The field exercise is part of the classes at Lainana Royal Academy. The students form groups within their classes and spend 3 days in a forest inhabited by monsters, defeating them. The grades are determined by the number of magical stones and ranks of the monsters defeated, but in the original story, this outdoor exercise is an event that results in many casualties. The reason for this is that the number of monsters is abnormally large and their strength is greater than expected. The students weren't able to cope with a sudden emergency situation during the exercise to gain experience in combat, and many students lost their lives. It's a very dangerous event. After the explanation from Teach, the next step was to announce the groups. Groups were basically made up of students from the same faction. In consideration of the students who don't want to show their hands to other factions, groups are made up of students from the same faction, regardless of the number of students in the group. Before we start announcing the groups, there is one thing that is certain. His Highness Michael will be paired with Tristan Kako, and Princess Leone will be paired with Absolute Ark. Princess Leone raises a question. Teach Sensei, can you tell us the reason for this? Princess Leone, if something were to happen to you, it would be a problem for the Reinana nation. And because of that, the decision to not allow only royalty to take this class did not come up at the meeting. Therefore, we discussed having the two most capable students in this class follow the royal family. This is also to protect you, Princess Leone. Will you agree to this? I understand. I am sorry for being selfish without considering my position. Princess Leone was satisfied for the moment and withdrew from the discussion. After that, group assignments proceeded smoothly for each faction. 1. The King's faction group, including Michael and Tristan. 2. The Church group led by the Saint. 3. Girls group led by Alicia. 4. Nobleman faction group led by Christina. 5. Ark faction feat. Princess Leone group. These 5 groups were decided upon because they were to be solidified by those who were from the same faction. After the presentations, the groups were divided into groups for discussion. Absolute meets with the Ark faction consisting of Cruel-san, Oriana, and Mist in Class A, along with Princess Leone, to discuss the creation of the groups. Well, this is the first time I'm talking to you, Princess Leone. My name is Absolute Ark, and these are the members of our faction, Lady Cruel, Oriana, and Mist. You don't have to worry about the combat aspect. My name is Lady Cruel. We are honored to be in the same group, Princess Leone. Oriana Fester writes same with Lady. Oriana greets at her own pace. Hi, I'm Mist Browser, and surprisingly I feel exactly the same with both of them, word for word. Nice to meet you. Mist tries to make light of the greeting. No, you two should at least think about how you greet each other. Lady Cruel is annoyed by the unenthusiastic self-introduction, and Princess Leone is watching the exchange with a smile on her face. I'm Leone Suiroku. I am not good at magic, but I am confident with swords. Let's work together. Princess Leone greets everyone amiably. As expected of royalty, even just by her greeting, she gives us a sense of dignity. I wish our royalty could learn from her. Now that we've said hello, Princess Leone. Hey, what is it? The princess is frightened when she is approached by Absolute. I didn't think she was so scared that her mask would come off. I'm used to people being scared of me, but it always manages to cut my heart out. Absolute tries not to mind and goes on with his words. I'm sorry, but there are some things I need you to promise me when I take care of you. First, you must follow my instructions. Second, you must never be alone. Third, I will place one of my maids by your side. She will be your shield in case of emergency, and she is quite skilled. I'm sorry, but if you don't abide by this, you will be removed from my group. We don't want to be held responsible because of you. Dealing with monsters and taking care of the princess. This is getting troublesome. In the original story, Princess Leone was in the group of the hero, but since there was no hero, she probably ended up in my place by process of elimination. Princess Leone looks like she wants to say something, but she answers without making eye contact, perhaps afraid of Absolute. Of course, I will accept those 3 conditions, since it will be in the form of being allowed to visit Arkson's group. But the government policy requires us to have my personal maid, so please keep that in mind. I don't mind. At any rate, I succeeded in getting Maria into this group. With Maria in the group, they can survive without me in the worst-case scenario, since I have to look after Chris and the others in B class, and I don't care how much strength we have. So, Absolute Sama, what is your plan for this exercise? Do you want to go for the top by a landslide? I will risk my life to hunt big game for you, Absolute Sama. Of course, Oriana has the same opinion too. If Absolute insists, I'll hunt every last one of them. Oriana isn't against Lady Cruel, who is willing to put her body on the line. Well, but I'm not going to work that hard this time. The reason is that the exercise lasts for 3 days, so we will conserve our strength at the beginning. Princess Leone and Lady Cruel have never trained outdoors for an extended period of time, have they? Let's spend time getting used to the environment first. The monsters are secondary. They will have to fight with the monsters released by the church during the exercise anyway. So let's allow the ladies to rest just in case. Absolute Sama, how sweet of you to think of me. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I will do my best to get used to the environment as soon as possible. Ark-san, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I've dragged you down. I will do my best. Lady Cruel and Princess Leone, mistakenly believing that Absolute's policy was for their benefit, are getting back into the swing of things. Suddenly, they heard a voice behind them that they didn't want to hear. Good morning, Absolute-kun. Would you like to join our group? It was Christina who called out to them. She was staring at me with her usual winning appearance. How about it? If you team up with me, Absolute-kun, I'm sure we'll be able to top this exercise. You again? My group has no intention of teaming up with anyone. Besides, you are Michael's fiancé, aren't you? Go ahead and work with Michael. Looking at Michael, he's making a big face at me. No, I'm a candidate. We used to talk about it, but now I have no intention to do so. Please don't misunderstand me. Well, I didn't think you would team up with us because I'm sure you have your own circumstances. Then, why don't we have a competition? Why don't we compete on the number of monsters hunted? Christina is trying to compete with Absolute in any way she can. Absolute was fed up with being asked to compete with her. Whenever you feel like it. Absolute, you're just saying that and won't take me seriously. I'm sad to say that I can't use Bowser-kun as a shield to get by. Christina intentionally cried a lie. Absolute is looking at her with a somewhat sad look on his face. This may be the last time I talk to Christina. To be honest, her magic skills are pretty strong, and I don't think there's any danger if we work as a group, but why did she lose her life in the original story? Would teaming up with her save lives? No. In that case, the monsters would attack Christina's group as well. No, let's not think about it. I'm sorry, Christina, but the priority is to defeat the monsters released by the church. It would be most unfavorable to leave it unattended. There is a high probability that they will attack me and those under my command. I am evil. I am not on the side of justice. I can't save them all. Absolute doesn't like Christina, but he doesn't want her to die. If Christina was in danger in front of him, he would probably save her, even if he didn't want to. But he couldn't afford to care about Christina because he didn't know for what reason she would die. Christina Zen. Absolute called her name. Christina looked at Absolute when her name was called. Her eyes were somewhat expectant. Absolute's sense of guilt increased when he saw the innocence in Christina's eyes. I'm sorry. The words of apology escape Absolute's mouth. She doesn't understand that he said those words because he can't save her, who may be dying in the future. This is unlike you. What's the matter with you? Sorry, I'm a busy man. If you want someone to play with, I'll lend you Mist. He changes the subject to cover his earlier apology. I said something out of character. If I could annihilate all the monsters, Christina might be saved too. It is not yet decided that she will die. Let's not be pessimistic. Mist is surprised at the sudden nomination. Absolute Sama, please don't do this to me. I'm sorry, Bowser, but I really want to compete with Absolute-kun. Stop making it sound like I got dumped. The meeting ended without any further developments. The only thing left to do now was to get ready for the activity. When I returned to the mansion, the negotiator was being overworked by Maria and In exchange for not taking his life, he was contracted to serve as the legs of Absolute from now on. Of course, in order to prevent the negotiator from running away from the Ark family using hostility or transference, he is bound by contract magic in his actions and words, so that he will always return to Absolute. Incidentally, the negotiator is now cleaning the weeds in the garden of the mansion with Since the negotiator was mainly active in other countries, his face is unknown to the Ark family. He decided to make the most of it and put him in the mansion as a new slave and servant. Don't be a messy cleaner, newcomer, so just do a good job of cleaning. I understand, Chan, but please don't say such cruel things. It makes me sad. While listening to sermon, noticed Absolute and came close to Absolute's side. Welcome back, Master. This guy is very convenient. He can transfer back and forth between the mansion and the academy, and he learns his work very quickly. Perhaps happy to have a junior colleague of her own, was actively teaching the negotiator her trade. Can I borrow this man for a while? Absolute and the negotiator enter a soundproofed room. The room had been built to protect from hearing, which had previously been compromised. The room itself is enchanted to prevent sound from escaping. Ark-sama, can't you do something about my treatment? My day job is not to be a servant, but a negotiator. Can you give me a break from cleaning all day long? My back is killing me. I'm sure you'll do whatever it takes. You did anything depending on the money, right? Then, don't complain and do as you are told. Don't think that evil can choose a job. I'm going to go stock up now, so hurry up and transfer. You're seriously the devil. Don't get me wrong, I am evil and I will crush my enemies without mercy. Let's go. Absolute left the mansion by transfer with the negotiator to prepare for the exercise. Next week, a tumultuous field exercise will begin. Chapter 34, Field Training. The Elehim territory in the southern part of Reinana Kingdom. This is a magical land where the largest number of monsters inhabit in Reinana Kingdom. After leaving the school, it took about half a day of continuous rocking to reach the Elehim territory. We finally arrived at our destination in front of the forest, and the carriages carrying the students stopped one after another. We're here, that was quicker than I thought it would be. The time seems to fly by as the Duke's carriage is so comfortable. But his expression was more grim than usual, and the students around him had also become deflated. Master, you look scary. It's my nature, leave it alone. Maria, who was riding in the same carriage, pointed that out to me, and I realized I was nervous and relaxed my shoulders a little. So we're finally here. I never get used to it, no matter how many times I've been in situations where my life is on the line. Everyone, gather in the center. The students gathered at the command of the teacher leading them. As I explained to you beforehand, you will now hunt monsters in this monster-infested forest. The deadline is 3 days. If you find it impossible to continue the exercise due to injury or any other reason, you must release a magic signal in the sky. We, the teachers, will be standing by at the headquarters here, so we will come running anytime. I also promise to give a special grade to the group that defeats the big one. But don't be too hasty and reckless. The purpose of this exercise is to fight actual battles in the forest and defeat monsters. If there are no questions, we will begin the exercise. The route into the forest was decided by the teachers in advance to avoid any trouble. Please follow the route assigned to each group. That's all. Let the exercise begin. The teacher gave the order, and the students dispersed to head for their own groups. Thank you for your patience, Absolute Sama. After the teacher's explanation was over, Absolute, like the other groups, was waiting for the group members to gather, when Chris from the Ark faction of Class B comes over to us. No, sorry for the last minute, Chris. Which route are you guys taking into the forest? Absolute wanted to know the location of his people, so that he could move immediately in case the monsters attacked. He had to increase the speed of progress depending on the route, and that was important. We are on Route F. We're on D, so we're not that far away. I was relieved that I was only a few kilometers away. But on the other hand, there was a possibility that we could be attacked together. I can't let my guard down. Chris, just to be clear, if you sense something is wrong, get your magic up in the air immediately. I'll be there in an instant. Thank you very much. I'll go tell the others. As Chris moves away, Absolute attaches the spirit Toa so that he will not be noticed. If Chris and the others are in position of danger, he can use the power of Toa to withstand until Absolute comes. Absolute-sama, we are ready too. Oh, I understand. Cruel-san, if anything goes wrong, you send up your magic to the sky and tell me what's wrong. No one is good at magic other than you and me. Maria, stay close to Princess Leone. Mist and Oriana will lead the way. Let's go. Absolute and the others stepped into the forest. There are 2 main types of monsters in the world of the tale of Reinana land, humanoid and deformed. The more humanoid monsters resemble humans in appearance and size, the more dangerous they become. This is because the more humanoid a monster is, the more intelligent it becomes, such as an ogre or a dragonoot. As intelligence increases, humanoid monsters will attack not only humans, but also monsters in search of power. This is because monsters understand that fighting and eating is the most efficient way to become stronger. On the other hand, the larger the size of other deformed monsters, the more dangerous they become. Although their intelligence is inferior to that of humanoid monsters, the larger the size, the more powerful and therefore more dangerous they are. In addition, they are also troublesome because they move by instinct, form groups, and are numerous. In the forest where Absolute and his team entered, highly dangerous monsters have already been defeated. However, even weak monsters can be harmful to humans. One of the purposes of this field exercise was to experience this firsthand. Absolute's team, which had been led by the teachers along the D route, repeatedly encountered monsters and engaged them in battle, and now they were fighting a group of about 20 goblins. Lady Cruel, the monster went that way. Mist, who kills the monster with a single thrust of his knife, is proud of his knife-handling skills. Mist, roger that, Ice Lance. Lady Cruel aims at the monster with a long-range attack. I'm done here too. Oriana, who uses her fighting techniques to finish off monsters and also escorts Lady Cruel, who is not good at close range, is also done. I'm done too. I've only been here a short time, but there are still a lot of monsters. Princess Leone, with her overwhelming swordsmanship, recorded the highest number of kills. Absolute's group was bewildered by the large number of monsters after entering the forest, but they were steadily defeating the monsters. Except for Absolute. It seems like a piece of cake at this level, no matter how many monsters there are, but still, the church haven't released any monsters yet. If I were them, I would release them at night and aim at the ones who are off guard. Will we be okay until then? But to be honest, I was worried about Princess Leone, but she is pretty strong. I get the feeling that she is not at a high level, but rather highly skilled. Perhaps she's been training seriously since she was a little girl. I haven't fought yet. I've been watching them for a while now, but I'm honestly starting to feel sorry for them since I haven't done anything so far. I'm not as conscience-broken about killing monsters as I am about killing people, but I do feel a sense of avoidance like I do when I kill a cockroach. So at first I was honestly grateful for the offer, but now it's just so empty. Princess Leone also looks like she wants to say something. Absolute, who had been waiting behind Mist and the others, felt alienated and uncomfortable seeing his friends, who had shared the battlefield and built a good relationship with each other. How about you join in on the fight too next time, Arksan? Isn't it just boring to watch? It's not my imagination that I feel like I'm being asked to fight too, right? On the outside, it looks like I'm a heartless person who only lets his subordinates do the fighting. That's right, next time I'll. No, we're enough for this level of monsters, Absolute Sama. Let us have our flowery way for a while. Yes, that's right. If Absolute Sama does it, it will be over soon, so it won't be an exercise, leave it to us. Are these guys bloodthirsty? When did my guys become so belligerent? I see. But aren't you guys tired? The next time a monster appears, things will be different. Don't worry. Absolute Sama, please stand firm. I'm sure we can take care of the small fry. Do you want some water? I thought I was paying attention to him, but on the contrary, I was being taken care of. Then do what you want, but don't get too excited and burn yourself out, okay? Absolute's group continued on and fought a few more battles. However, there were too many monsters, so they planned to go a little deeper into the forest, but the first day ended without much progress. Several hours had passed since they entered the forest, and the sky was getting darker, so they decided that it would be dangerous to search any further, so they began preparing to camp at a planned campsite they had found while it was still light. Lady Cruel and Oriana were replenishing firewood and water. Maria kept an eye on the area. Leone and the maids set up the tent. Absolute's magic cleaves trees around the area to make space. Mist uses the Bowser family's unique magic barrier to have the results of avoiding monsters stretched. After the tent was put up, an urgent signal was sent from Toa, the spirit. This signal meant that a large number of monsters were coming toward Chris and her friends. After a short delay, a magic appeared in the sky from the direction where Chris and her friends were. They finally moved. They haven't come towards us yet, and with Mist's barrier, we should be able to buy ourselves 15 minutes. We're not that far away from them, so if we go as fast as we can, we'll make it in time. Mist, I'm going to be gone for 15 minutes. If anything goes wrong, have Cruel-san send magic up into the sky as planned. Absolute Sama. After saying this, Absolute ran away at an alarming speed. Mist was left behind, along with the maids and Princess Leone, who had pitched their tent. I wonder if he's gone, it can't be helped. Absolute went toward the direction where the magic went up. If he left the group at this time, he probably went to the rescue. If he had to go, it is understandable that the situation is quite dangerous. and since he moved without hesitation, he probably had some information about something unusual. Mist and the others had not been informed of anything by Absolute. They didn't know whether it was to avoid causing unnecessary confusion or because they were not trusted. They feel a touch of sadness that he didn't consult with them, who have known him for a long time. "Excuse me, Bowser-san. May I have a word?" Princess Leone, who has finished her work, calls out to Mist. "What is it, Princess? What do you think about Ark-san?" What do you mean?" "I don't have good feelings about him, to be honest. He is capable of defeating a hero, I admit that. But until a few minutes ago, he didn't fight by himself, but let you guys fight, didn't he? To be honest, I was disappointed. He has that kind of power, and yet he's still using you as shields." Mist listened to the end of Princess Leone's words without saying a word. "If you are tormented by him, I can help you. I have fought with you today, and I know that you are not bad people. I am a princess, albeit from another country. I may be able to help save you." Mist finally opens his mouth after listening to the conversation. Princess, are you going to tell Lady and Oriana about this?" "Yes, I am going to ask them, after I hear your opinion." "I don't think you should do that. All the girls in the Ark faction are blind to Absolute Sama, and they might go ballistic if you say anything bad about him." Mist's prediction was correct. If Princess Leone had told the lady about what she just said instead of Mist, it would have been a scene. "I don't understand. Why would that happen after you guys are being treated like that? So Bowser-san, why don't you answer the question?" What do you think of Absolute? It seems like a simple but difficult question. Princess Leone has only a bad impression of Absolute's absolute evil skill combined. Mist doesn't think it will be easy to clear up her misunderstanding of Absolute now. Mist is not a very glib person, so he tries to speak his mind honestly. "A hero." "Hero? No, it's nothing. Everyone in the Ark faction loves Absolute Sama. Of course, including me. Even the battle was something we willingly undertook. Of course this was sincere. Why are you covering up for him? I might be able to help you. You may think I'm lying, but I'm telling the truth. Princess Leone, Absolute Sama doesn't like fighting." Hi. The Princess Leone was surprised to hear this story. She couldn't quite understand it because she was told something that seemed like a joke. No, what are you going to say? It's a lie? How can he be powerful enough to defeat a hero and hate fighting? Mist answered Princess Leone's question with a wry smile. There are people who dislike fighting even if they are powerful. Absolute Sama is exactly that type of person. He uses his power for the sake of his family and home. Well, he won't admit it, so I'm just speculating. Let me tell you a little about myself. All of us in the Ark faction are nobles doing dark work in this country. This country has a harsh attitude toward that kind of work, and we are not well liked among the nobility. The first time we went to a party in the capital, the sons of high-ranking nobles said we were dirty and surrounded us and lynched us. It was terrible, even though we are nobles in the same country. Princess Leone sympathizes, and her face is filled with frustration. She seems to be a good and earnest person. That's just the way it is in this country, and it was Absolute who helped us. We were scared of him at first, and to be honest, we were not very good to him. Even though we were the same age, he was intimidating and scary, and no one would go near him. But he protected us from the children of many noble families. We were the ones who isolated him. He even told us not to leave his side in the future. And even now, he is protecting us by using himself as a shield. I understand that you adore Ark-san. Even if, as you say, he doesn't like fighting, it was wrong of him to let you guys fight." Mist scratched his cheek and continued talking. "I've been around Absolute more and more due to family reasons, so I've been watching him closely. I always saw Absolute Sama fighting for the people around him with a wrinkled brow and a disgusted look on his face. It is only when he is fighting that he shows his emotions like that. That's why we all talked it over and decided that at least we would fight the battles that we could take over. We did it so that Absolute wouldn't feel as bad as possible. Mist has seen more of Absolute than anyone else. He is scary, unsociable, and often uses Mist as a substitute for him in troublesome matters, but he is more sensitive and gentle than anyone else. Mist likes such about Absolute. Why did you tell me all that? I know Absolute Sama might be angry with me for saying this, but I feel frustrated that such a kind person is still been hated. I want Absolute Sama to be happy. That's all. You really adore him, don't you? To be honest, I was surprised. I'm sure you're a surprisingly loyal retainer, Bowser-san. Princess Leone approached Mist first, largely because he looked and acted far from loyal. She was surprised to find that Mist had a surprising level of loyalty, despite this, and this changed her evaluation of him. People often say I look like I'm going to betray them. But Absolute Sama is a person who judges people by what's inside, so he treats me without judging me by my looks. Certainly, you shouldn't judge people based on preconceived notions, as I did earlier. I will talk more with Ark-san when he comes back. I'm sorry for speaking ill of your leader. It's all right. Zuo. A mysterious sound echoes near Mist and the others. What is this sound? As Princess Leone is dismayed, a figure comes toward her from behind a tree. Ha ha, Mist, the barriers have been broken. Oh no, there's a monster heading this way. The two people who rushed back were Oriana, who had changed from her usual fast-paced tone and looked impatient, and Lady Cruel, who had fainted and was being carried by Oriana. Chapter 35, Malice. A few days before the exercise. This is the innermost room of the Cathedral of the Church of Lainana. Only a few people are allowed to enter this room, and it is mainly used for talks that need to be carefully monitored. Currently, there are 3 people in this room. Cardinal Nemuria. He may appear to be a mild-mannered old man, but he is a man of radical views. He is a fanatic about the first saint, Meha, and uses her beliefs as the basis for his outrageous treatment of evil. He holds the second highest position in the Church of Lainana after Saint Eliza, but he is practically in charge of the church. Saint Eliza. Saint Eliza is the head of the Lainana Church. She has saved many people by using her skill of regeneration. Michael Lainana. He is a prince of the land of Lainana, but his right of succession to the throne and his position as crown prince were revoked because of his involvement with Absolute. The meeting is held with 3 members, the 2 who hold high positions in the Lainana Church and Michael Lainana, who is a member of the royal family. As the 3 took their seats, Cardinal Nemuria was the first to open his mouth. First of all, thank you for accepting our cooperation in defeating the Ark faction, Michael Sama. Cardinal Nemuria bowed his head toward Michael and thanked him. The Lainana Church had attempted to kill the Ark faction and possibly Absolute by making it look like an accident during a school event exercise. However, it was impossible for the Church of Lainana alone to lay the groundwork at the school and prepare information on the RK faction. Therefore, they requested the cooperation of Michael Lainana, a royal who had a grudge against Absolute. No need to thank me, Nemuria. You and I are good friends. I owe you a debt of gratitude for teaching me many things as a teacher when I was a child. I am glad that you have relied on me so honestly. However, as I have been removed from the position of Crown Prince, all I can do is to put down roots at the school, interfere with Absolute, and provide information on the Ark faction. As we had discussed, I decided to include Princess Leone in Absolute's group, and we also decided on the route to take. When Mikkel was a child, he was taught by Nemuria, who was still the archbishop at that time. As Michael learned more about the Church of Lainana, he felt that it was somewhat insane and dangerous, and recently he has become estranged from Nemuria, but he doesn't dislike Nemuria himself. It's okay. As per our agreement, as soon as this matter is concluded, I pledge once again to cooperate with your restoration as the Crown Prince. Thank you, Nemuria. Michael smiled. Michael's 2 goals are revenge against Absolute and restoration of his position as Crown Prince, and that is why he accepted this request for cooperation. We in the Church of Lainana have the concept that good people are the chosen ones of the goddess. Defeating the evil Ark faction is a must in order to create a better world. In addition, Absolute Ark, his power is too dangerous. If we let an evil that has more power than the hero at this time go unchecked, it will be irreversible in the future. We need to reduce his power before that happens. I agree with you about Absolute Ark. He is a potential threat to the nation of Lainana in the future. It would be better if we could do something about it before it becomes a threat to the nation. The Church of Lainana is a monotheistic religion that believes in one goddess, Meha, the first saint who saved the world with the hero hundreds of years ago. Like the first saint, the church aims to spread goodness among people and eliminate evil. However, the scary part of the Lainana Church is that they want everything to go their way. They have clear criteria for good and evil, and even when they kill evil people, they do it to save their souls. What Cardinal Nemuria is also saying is that they never feel guilty about killing people, they think they are doing a good deed. Michael himself is concerned about the way the Church of Reinana preaches goodness, but in the end uses goodness as a weapon to suit its own needs. He feels it is quite dangerous to think that one day this weapon will be used against him and the innocent people of the world. He has no choice but to cooperate with the Church in order to take revenge against Absolute, but he really didn't want to get involved with the Reinana Church if possible. Michael forcefully changed the subject. So, how are the preparations going? I need to hear about your plans. At this point, St. Eliza, who had remained silent until then, opened her mouth. I will tell you about the plan. The preparation and brainwashing of the monsters has been completed as planned. All that remains is to unleash them on the day of the event. Absolute's faction is divided into two, and one of them will be attacked by a horde of monsters. This leads to Absolute Ark being held responsible for the death of the Ark family faction, and the Ark family is destroyed. Since he was negligent in failing to protect the royalty of another country, he could be executed. Even if he doesn't go to help them, the hordes of monsters will kill them and reduce the power of their faction. This is the plan. As for bringing in the monsters on the day, we will have a priest from the Reinana Church standing by in the path of the Ark faction, and when night falls, we will use the church's unique magic to release the monsters. Oh, that's not bad. But why would he go out of his way to help his faction? That is the question. Michael has a rather ruthless and cold image of Absolute. It's a 50-50 chance. I didn't have enough information to make a judgment, so I made a plan that could have gone either way. At this point, Nemuria, who had been quietly listening, joined the conversation. The plan was worked out by Saint Sama and myself after many discussions, so I don't think there will be any problems. The price was quite expensive, but we have prepared several enhanced monsters that even knights can't beat, so don't worry. In order to become stronger, monsters eat other monsters. In this process, a higher species is born. The appearance of the normal monster mutates and its abilities increase dramatically. I see. I have nothing to say about the annihilation of the Ark faction, but Princess Leone is not evil, is she? And killing the royalty of other countries is a problem, so please stop it. It wouldn't be the Church's intention to increase the number of victims by starting a war, would it? Michael is afraid that if anything happens to Princess Leone, it will not only be sparked by the Ark family, but also by the royal family and the country. If the royal family of another country dies in the country of Reinana, it will become a problem between nations and war will be unavoidable. No, she is evil too. The royal family of the Suiroku Kingdom is connected to a dark organization and supports its activities behind the scenes. Like the Ark family, this is unforgivable. But if the royal family of another country were to die in the country of Reinana, it would certainly be a problem. This time, we will spare her life at least. Michael thought that she had backed down so easily, but the saint had no intention of killing Princess Leone from the start, and from the beginning she had wanted to injure her so badly that she couldn't be cured by recovery magic. They dared to put forward opinions that would not pass and made it easier for the latter to pass. If she couldn't be cured by recovery magic, she would have no choice but to rely on the saint who possessed skills that went beyond that. The saint was thinking of selling her favors to the royalty of another country. Even so, I'm honestly surprised. I didn't think you, a saint, would show hostility toward Absolute. Moreover, your eyes filled with hatred that you sometimes show. What did he do to you? Michael had met the saint at the school, but he had never thought she hated Absolute that much. He was slightly curious about what had happened to her. I am sorry, Your Highness, but could you not pry too much into a woman's past? It's something I don't like to remember. Well, excuse me for that, Saint. The saint laughed off Michael's question, and he himself didn't pursue the matter further. If revenge and the return of the crown prince were to be achieved, her past would be of no concern. Michael has been compared to the superior Absolute since he was a child and has developed a sense of inferiority. From there, the bad elements such as the birthday party, the attempted murder at the royal castle, and the bad impression created by Absolute's skill, absolute evil, were intertwined, and a malice was born. Michael has a malicious intention to drive Absolute away, not for fun like when he was a child, but to clearly drive him away. The saint adds to Michael's explanation. Let me give you a word of caution. On the first night of the exercise, we are planning to unleash monsters on the route where the Ark faction is located, so please stay away from them. Even if they have been brainwashed, they are still monsters, so there is no guarantee that they will not attack you. Don't worry about that. My group's route is away from Absolute. That's superimposed. The brainwashing was done by a priest with tamer skills. I can strengthen them, but I can't make them listen to me. I don't want to think much about it, but if something happens to him, his skills will be broken and they will lose control. My group will be by the priest's side as an escort, so I don't think there is anything to worry about, but if something does happen, I will give the signal and you should retreat. I understand. I will leave that to you and the Reinana Church. After a few more confirmations, the meeting was adjourned and Michael returned to the royal castle. Michael looked out the window of his room. He could only see the courtyard, but he imagined Absolute and the Ark faction people being attacked and overrun by monsters, and he scoffed. Come on, have fun, Absolute Ark. Chapter 36, Attack. Oriana came back from behind the trees carrying the unconscious Lady Cruel and said to Mist. Mist, the barrier has been broken. Oh no, the monsters are coming this way. Oi, are you serious? More importantly, when Master Absolute is not here. And what kind of a monster could break the barriers of the Bowser family? The Bowser family's unique magic, barrier generation, can create barriers with all kinds of effects. The barriers created this time to avoid monsters were made very strong on the outside to prevent monsters from entering. Mist could not hide his shock at the fact that there were enough monsters to break through the barriers he had placed his trust in. Oriana, is Lady all right? She seems to be unconscious. And tell me more about what happened. I couldn't see much from afar, but I saw a humanoid monster throw something that looked like a rock at us from outside the barrier and destroyed it. Lady Chan and I managed to avoid it, but Lady Chan lost her balance and hit her head. I see, the situation is very bad. If Lady is unconscious, there will be no one to release magic into the sky. We can't call Absolute Sama or the teacher for help. Oriana, I want you to listen to me. Absolute Sama is out right now and won't be back for about 15 minutes. So we have to do something on our own. How can that be? Oriana's face turns blue with despair as she listens to Mist's words. They felt something approaching from deep in the forest. Looking in the direction of the sign, a huge black-skinned humanoid monster over 2 meters in height appears from the direction Oriana had just passed. While Mist and the others were checking the situation, the monster followed Oriana and came to Mist and the others. The monster was so intimidating that they wanted to run away from it, and they could feel the difference in power between the two. The monster took a glance at Mist and the others with red eyes as if underestimating them. Feeling the same kind of pressure that they felt when they were under Absolute's pressure, Mist and the others instantly turned around to face the monster, weapons at the ready. What is that monster? Princess Leone replies to Mist's muttering. It's an ogre, a higher kind. I'm certain of it because I've seen one that was defeated in the kingdom of Suiroku some years ago. Hearing that it was a higher species of ogre, Mist and Oriana gulped. The closer humanoid monsters are to humans, the more intelligent they are, the more they feed on other monsters to become stronger. In this process, a higher species is born. The appearance of the higher species mutates from that of a normal ogre, and their abilities increase dramatically. The strength of a normal ogre is equivalent to that of a knight of the land of Reinana. It's not difficult to imagine the strength of a higher species of ogre. Princess Leone, please take the lady away from here. Oriana, please go get Maria. There's no way to escape from the ogre in this situation. The other party is a monster and will surely come after them. So, Mist thought it was a good idea to buy time for Maria to come. Maria is a powerful person whom Absolute brought to guard the princess. Mist himself has had several mock battles with Maria in the past and understands her abilities. She should be able to beat even the higher-level monsters. She should be able to at least by times she was trained by Absolute Sama for times like this. The reason why Princess Leone was placed in the back was because he thought that if something happened to her, it would become Absolute's responsibility. Mist asked Princess Leone to stay in the rear, but she drew her sword in defiance. No, I won't let you fight alone. I'll leave her to my maid, don't worry. If anything happens to you, it will be Absolute Sama's responsibility. Don't worry, I will protect you if something happens. And it is taught that in times of emergency, the Suiroku royal family will put their bodies on the line to protect their people. You may not be my people, but you are my friends who fought with me today, and I will not let you fight alone. Mist has been watching Princess Leone's battle as part of the same group all day. To be fair, she would certainly be stronger than him. Mist scratches his head and comes to a conclusion. Ah, please put your own life first. Your life is the heaviest of all. Fine, let us take care of the monster until Maria-san arrives. Oriana, please go get Maria-san. I understand. I'll keep that in the corner of my mind. And Bowser-san, don't say anything about stalling. You'll die if you don't go in with the intention of defeating it. Mist and Princess Leone faced the ogre, and Oriana rushed out to call Maria with those two in the background. Princess Leone was the first to move. She ran toward the ogre and tried to kill it. She slashes the ogre's body from the side with her sword and focuses her attention on it. The red eyes of the ogre catch Princess Leone. The next moment, the ogre closes the distance to Princess Leone and swings down with his strong arm. Ah! Princess Leone instantly evades by kicking the ground. The ogre's arm swings down to the ground, and the tremendous impact is transmitted through the air to Mist, who is at a distance. Princess Leone, are you all right? Don't worry about me, worry about yourself. Princess Leone shouted back at Mist. You could have died from just one blow. Let's just keep grinding steadily for now. I'll distract it this time, and you can attack while it's distracted. Mist closed the distance to draw the attention of the ogre and slashed at its legs with his knife. And Princess Leone, as if to support him, took the ogre's blind spot and slashed repeatedly with her sword skill, which she is proud of, to surely inflict damage on the ogre. The princess is far stronger than I am, and I'm jealous of her. But still, this guy never moves just when I attack him. It's as if it doesn't care about me at all. It doesn't seem like a monster at all. The ogre moved. The ogre sets his sights on Princess Leone without even glancing at Mist, who just cut him. Princess Leone, this thing is targeting you. Mist repeatedly slashed at it from behind in an attempt to somehow change its target to him, but its hard skin made it difficult to do any damage. The ogre continues to move straight ahead, showing no sign of stopping. It's okay, I'm going to activate the enhancement. Princess Leone fights, using her physical abilities, enhanced by the magic of the Suiroku royal family, and her swordsmanship honed through her efforts. Although her power is inferior to that of the augmented ogre, she can still compete with it if she uses her enhancements. Princess Leone, whose body has been strengthened with her own magic, rushes out to intercept the ogre and slashes at it from an upper stance, swinging down. Blood spurts out from the body of the sliced ogre. Princess Leone herself felt the sting of the attack and thought it was over, but the ogre wasn't dead yet. The ogre reared up against Princess Leone with its stiff arm. GGHH. The ogre's attack hits her body, and Princess Leone is sent flying away. Princess Leone. It's all right, you need to worry about yourself. Princess Leone manages to stand up with the support of her sword. She had strengthened her body, so she doesn't appear to be badly injured. However, she is still unable to move sufficiently because of the damage she has sustained. Mist observes the wounds Princess Leone has inflicted on the ogre. It is a very deep cut, not shallow at all. With that kind of wound, she could have decided it all at once. Mist decides that this is the moment to win, so he gets between Princess Leone and the ogre, and plunges his knife deep into the wound Princess Leone has inflicted. Unlike before, he could certainly feel that he was inflicting damage. I can do it. I can defeat the ogre if I keep going like this. The ogre doesn't recognize Mist as an enemy, but it swings its fist down repeatedly toward Mist in an attempt to eliminate him, who stands in front of Princess Leone. Mist, just barely avoiding the ogre's attacks, risks his life by repeatedly thrusting his knife at it. However, the ogre was still alive even after being mortally wounded many times. The knife was caught in the fibers of the ogre's muscle, and it took a moment to pull it out. In the meantime, the ogre swung its fist at Mist. Oh, I can't avoid it, I'm dead. The ogre's attack appears to be slow, but its body doesn't move. Mist was just waiting for his death, Dangerous. The moment the ogre's attack was about to hit Mist, Princess Leone pushed him away to protect him. But instead of Mist, Princess Leone took the brunt of the ogre's attack. Mist rushed to Princess Leone and carried her body to distance themselves from the ogre. Princess Leone was vomiting blood from her mouth, as if her internal organs had been damaged, but she had used a strengthening spell, so there was no need to worry about her life. However, she was unable to stand up because she had been hit so hard in the lower back, so she was in a position where she had to surrender her body to the ground. Princess Leone, why? Why are you protecting me? I told you to put your life first. Princess Leone laughs weakly at Mist. Bowser-san, please don't be so down on yourself. You are a kind person who sincerely wishes for Ark's happiness. You are not evil. Mist is pained by Princess Leone's words. No, I'm not such a good person. It's not worth helping a dirty person like me who only disposes of corpses. The ogre stands in front of the two wounded people and tries to put a stop to them. It is not an opponent who he can win against while protecting the injured Princess Leone. The ogre swings his fist down, and just as Mist and the princess surrendered themselves to their fate, the ogre's body is suddenly cut in two and it dies. Mist and the princess, unable to keep up with the sudden turn of events, are called out to. I'm sorry it took so long. Oriana told me what happened. The voice was Maria. After a delay, he also sees Oriana's figure. He was surprised for a moment to see that her entire body was covered in blood, but when he recognized the voice as Maria, he was so relieved that he felt his body relax. Thank you very much. You have saved our lives. Maria, are you all right? You are covered in blood. I had several battles with the black ogres I fought before I got here, and I'm sorry for my unsightly appearance. How many of the top species did you fight so hard against? You're not half bad, are you, Maria? I'm fine, but Princess Leone was injured protecting me. I'm sorry. Mist felt like he was going to be crushed with guilt when he saw Princess Leone, who was injured, protecting him. Maria rushed to the fallen Princess Leone to check her wounds. It looks like she has a back injury, but it doesn't seem to be life-threatening. Under the circumstances, she is lucky to be alive. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. A horde of monsters is heading this way. What horde of monsters? I had many battles with monsters before I came here. It seems that was the first group of monsters, and that horde over there is the second group. So many of them appeared out of nowhere, without any warning, just like the black ogre. Mist and Maria felt a sense of discomfort at the appearance of the horde of monsters and the appearance of the higher species, which appeared without any signs. It's hard to believe that there were several higher-level monsters in this forest, and the timing of this chase, it's too contrived. Let's retreat quickly. We can't protect ourselves with that number of monsters. Mist uses the tallest tree nearby to look down from the top of the tree to see what is going on. Then Mist's eyes widened slightly, and his eyes shook with astonishment. There's a great number of monsters gathered here. If that many of them attacked us all at once, there would be not a moment to spare. Mist's field of vision shows a swarm of more than several hundred monsters. After checking, he hurriedly climbed down from the tree. Even I can't handle this number while protecting the wounded. I will serve as your leader, so all of you must retreat. Maria tells Mist and the others, sweat beading on her forehead. Princess Leone must be returned alive, and Maria's power is necessary for that, so we can't just leave everything to her. Mist was determined and took action. Barrier generation. The horde of monsters and Mist are driven inside the barrier, while Maria and the others are driven outside. This barrier is to trap the prey with the activator in the center. I'll use the barrier to keep the horde of monsters at bay. Maria, please take Princess Leone and the others and retreat to the headquarters. Fortunately, the headquarters is not far from here, so I should be able to buy enough time. Mist, you can't take on this number by yourself. You are going to die. Oriana shouts at Mist. I have no intention of dying, but the damage will be much worse if someone doesn't take the role of leader. If that is the case, I am the most suitable person among us who can confine the monsters with a barrier. Maria, who is the strongest, has to guard Princess Leone, and Oriana has to be with Cruel-san, right? If Princess Leone dies, it will be Absolute Sama's responsibility, so please send her back safely. Bowser-san, please stop. Let's all run away together. Princess Leone tries to hold him back. It's tough to run away from that many monsters, and since you saved me earlier, I have to return the favor. I'm sure Absolute Sama will be back in 10 minutes, so I think I have a good chance of winning. But if something happens to me, please tell everyone that Mist was cool. She sacrifices the friend she fought with. Princess Leone was frustrated by her own helplessness. I can't tell everyone that you were cool, Mist. I can't lie, so make sure you come back alive. Oriana leaves the scene, carrying the unconscious Lady Cruel on her back, leaving him with a light word. The master will come for sure, Miss San, but if you are in danger, don't hesitate to run away. Good luck. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Princess Leone, do not let Miss Devotion go to waste. Maria, who is still convinced that Absolute is coming, carries Princess Leone and leaves the scene. I'm sorry. While being carried by Maria, Princess Leone apologizes again and again, as if squeezing out her tears. Princess Leone's voice faded into the depths of the forest with the sound of their footsteps. After confirming that Princess Leone and the others had safely left the area, Mist turned to the group of monsters that were coming toward him. There is no higher species like the one just described, but it feels somewhat consolidated. I didn't think I might die here, but I had no choice. Will I be able to last for 10 minutes? In the words of Absolute Sama, don't think that evil can choose where to die. I can't destroy them like Absolute, but at least I can buy some time for the others. Activate the skill Fog. Mist uses his skill Fog to generate a thick fog within the barrier. The skill is not very useful, and Mist only uses it to dazzle, so he doesn't use it very often. Now, let's get back on our feet. 1 against hundreds, Mist's lonely battle has begun. Mist Bowser. 15 years old. Skills. Fog Generation V5. Creates a fog around the area. Range increases with level. Unique Magic. Barrier Generation. Creates barriers with effects based on the user. Status. Level 25. Physical Ability 50. Magic Power 24. Brain 45. Magic Learned. Wind. Skills. Concealment, Evidence Destruction, Knife Skills, Swordsmanship. Chapter 37, What is a Hero? I want to be a hero in the future. Every man has at least once read a heroic story when he was a child and wished he could be like the heroes in the story. For example, the adventures of the first hero who saved the world with the first saint, Meha, from the demon king who ruled over monsters several hundred years ago. The Legend of the Earth One Empire, where a man who could neither use skills nor magic slayed more than 10,000 monsters with only his swordsmanship in an age when there were more monsters than now, and was feared by both humans and monsters alike. Biography of Ira the Sword Saint, a pirate who continued to seek romance as he sailed around the world in his ship with his friends. He is a sea champion who built an era on the sea. Diary of Pirate Drake, the first single dragon slayer in history, to take on and successfully defeat a dragon monster alone in order to strike an enemy of his comrades. Memoirs of S-Class Adventurer Brizzle, a hero who single-handedly brought down a country and protected the great sage of the Holy Land from all malicious intentions. This is a record of the exploits of the space hero, who is rumored to be the strongest on the continent because of his strength. I read the Tales of Heroes every day, and every time I read them, my heart would skip a beat and I would yearn for these heroes. I was convinced that if I worked hard, I too could become like them in the future. But one day, I realized that I had no talent, that I was on the wrong side, and that I could never be a hero. The Bowser family has been affiliated with the Ark family, a noble family that is said to be the most villainous in the country of Reinana, and in other words, I am one of the villains. As a villain, I cannot be a hero. I told myself over and over again that there was nothing special about me in terms of magic or skills. I put a lid on my feelings, saying that I had never been able to do it from the beginning. The Ark family has been working for the country for generations, taking out organizations and individuals who pose a threat to the country, as well as dark organizations from other countries. They bear all the darkness in order to maintain the health of the Reinana nation. The Bowser family is a noble family created to assist the Ark family. Their role is to dispose of the bodies of those killed by the Ark family, destroy evidence, set up barriers to exterminate people at the scene of the crime, and deal with any omissions. Mist, who was only 10 years old at the time, was assigned to accompany Absolute, the next head of the Ark family, on his Shadow National Defense mission. The still inexperienced Mist was entrusted with the task of disposing of the bodies. It was the first time he came in contact with death. Mist couldn't move because his body trembled when he saw the corpse of an evil person who had just died. It wasn't that he was afraid of the corpse, but that he was afraid of his own death, which he associated with the corpse of an evil person. It was as if he was seeing his own future as one of the evil ones, and he couldn't move his legs. I have to handle it quickly, but my body doesn't move as fast as I want it to. Mist remained frozen, unable to move his body. It was Absolute who saw him and moved. Dark hole. Absolute buried the corpse that Mist was supposed to dispose of in the darkness himself. Mist stared at Absolute without understanding why. Absolute turned his back to Mist and said, "I should be the one to do it since it was I who killed him. So from now on, I will mourn the body. You will have to take care of other tasks." Gradually awakening from his confusion, Mist understood that Absolute was concerned about him. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you do the Bowser's work. It's something I've been thinking about for a while. I took advantage of your goodwill and tried to make my guilt a little lighter. I killed him, but you being here makes you just as guilty. It's funny that I'm the one killing them. Seeing you today, I'm convinced that, after all, these people should be mourned by me, the one who killed them. So don't worry about it." Looking into Absolute's determined and sorrowful eyes, Mist was unable to say anything. "I don't get it. Why do you feel guilty for the bad guys you kill and the Bowsers who deal with disposing them? We are talking with an evil man who avenged his country and a mere low-ranking nobleman. Why should someone of a higher rank like Absolute Sama be bothered by them?" After that, Mist accompanied him on many missions. Absolute carried out his duties as usual, and Mist gradually became accustomed to and tolerant of human death. However, since Absolute began to dispose of the bodies himself, he had a little more leeway in his duties. Instead, he spends more time with Absolute. Mist has seen Absolute kill people so many times that he has a thought in his mind. Why does Absolute look so grim despite his power? I asked him about his feelings when we were alone. Absolute pretended to think a little and began to talk. Killing people for the sake of the country is probably right in the country of Rainana. However, I believe that those who kill for any justifiable reason are evil. Even if I did it because my father told me to as the next heir to the Ark family. Life is a heavy thing, that's what I believe. No, these are not the words of a man who has taken thousands of lives so far. Forget it. It's just nonsense. Absolute Sama's values are somehow distorted. I'm certain he's been killing people since he was younger than he is now, but how can he still feel the value of life so purely? Even I, who have little experience in missions, can only think of the life of an evil person as that of an animal. Yes, Absolute Sama is too kind. I honestly don't understand how you feel, Absolute Sama. I feel that being in this country is not so good. In the future, when you become the head of the Ark family, will you take the nobles under your jurisdiction and start your own business? Of course, it was meant as a light joke. If he did such a thing, not only the country of Rainana, but also neighboring countries would not remain silent. If everything is settled, that's not a bad idea. No, I'm joking. Absolute is not one to joke around. Mist felt a cold sweat running down his back. If you go independent, you won't have to dispose of the bodies either. Maybe it was just a joke, but I was very happy to hear that for my own sake. I'll consider it positively, but this is a secret between us, okay? Yes. Mist was happy because he felt as if their friendship had deepened with the sharing of a secret. After that, the two continued to talk, with Mist complaining that he wanted to be a hero when he was a child and Absolute complaining that there were only old people in the Ark territory. The two usually have a hierarchical relationship, but the way they talked to each other was certainly that of friends. Mist snapped out of his nostalgic memories and back to reality. I don't know if this is the time to remind myself of this, but I think this means I'm in trouble. He succeeded in Maria, and the rest escaped from the hordes of monsters by becoming a bait himself. But Mist was now dying. He used his skill, Fog, to make the entire area white as if a cloud was hanging over the mountain only in the area where he was, blocking the vision of the monsters, and gradually reducing their numbers, intending to endure until Absolute arrives. Of course, Mist himself was unaffected by his skill and kept his vision clear. If it was 100 against 1, there was no way to win. But if it were hundreds of one-on-one, I still wouldn't know. It seemed a reckless strategy, like following a thin thread, but it had worked in the beginning. However, after killing a few dozen of them, the monsters started chasing and attacking him in the thick fog as if they knew where he was. Chased and cornered by hundreds of monsters, Mist was now surrounded on all sides and in a tight spot. He wasn't afraid to die, but he had one regret. Mist's hand holding the knife is tightening. In this situation, there are only two options: kill himself or fight and be eaten. Mist's answer is obvious. If it was Absolute, he won't run away. Absolute would have continued to fight until he was the last man left, even if he was alone. If it were Absolute, repeatedly inspiring his heart to give up and break, Mist got up and jumped at the monsters. Ooh! He swung his knife at the monster, while raising his voice to get into the spirit. The knife pierced the monster's vital spot, but before the monster could fall, the surrounding monsters continued to attack with their claws. Mist's face is distorted as he is sliced open by the claws, causing pain all over his body. The knife is repeatedly pulled out and stabbed again, and each time Mist's body is wounded. Too much blood has flowed, and he feels as if his head is shaking. His body smells of death, which he often smells during his missions. Finally, he loses his strength and collapses on the spot. Ah, this is dangerous. His vision gradually darkened, and his consciousness began to fade. The last thing he saw wasn't a monster, but a woman-like being of unbelievably beautiful appearance, standing there as if protecting him. Good job, Mist, I'll take care of the rest. Mist thought he heard the voice he wanted to hear, but then his consciousness was cut off. Are you awake? Mist woke up and was now on Absolute's back. Absolute Sama. Mist understood the situation and was relieved that he had been saved. It is too late for you to finally wake up. It's a little irreverent of you. I'm not sure that's something to say to someone who was fighting to the death just a few minutes ago. Well, it's just like you, Absolute Sama, and I'm used to being somewhat relieved. Mist tried to get off Absolute's back, but was stopped by Absolute. He decided to take advantage of Absolute's words and ask him to carry him for a while. I'm so grateful for your help. I made it just in time. It must have been less than 15 minutes since Absolute left. He didn't know how he had managed to get to Mist. It's thanks to your skill, Fog. That was noticeable from the outside, even if you didn't like it. I saw it, knew it was an emergency, and was able to rush in. So I'm sorry you just woke up, but tell me your story, what happened? Mist told Absolute what happened after he left. The barriers were broken, and the high-species monsters attacked. He told him how Lady Cruel had fainted and couldn't call for help, and how he and Princess Leone had fought a higher species type of ogre and were saved by Maria. After that, a horde of monsters appeared, and he had to stay back to allow Maria and the others escape. I see your barrier was broken, and Lady Cruel's case, I understand the situation, although there are some puzzling points. May I ask you something, Absolute Sama? What is it? The higher species monster broke through the barrier and attacked us suddenly, and just when we thought we had defeated it, a horde of monster arrived. Do you know anything about this? I'm not accusing you of anything, but... Absolute doesn't speak. Mist continues, his voice trembling. But I feel bad that you didn't rely on me at a time like this. We've been working together for a long time on our missions, haven't we? Aren't we friends? Why? Mist trusted Absolute, but Absolute didn't trust Mist, and he couldn't stop crying. Absolute opened his mouth and began to speak. I'm sorry, I won't ask you to forgive me, but this was necessary. Absolute continues. I can't tell you the source of my information, but this is something the church has been planning for some time. Perhaps there were collaborators at the academy, perhaps even within our own family. I knew that the church was against the Ark family because of the hero, but I didn't think you were wary of any of their collaborators who might be among us. If there had been collaborators, and they had known that I had discovered the plan and changed it, the damage would have been much worse by now. Therefore, I wanted to minimize the number of people who knew the information. In the original story, some of those under the Ark family sold information about the Ark family and its factions to Michael and the hero. The fact that it was still in his heart and he could trust his friends, but he couldn't trust them. What about Maria? She didn't know either. She's a bad liar. Absolute muttered in a whisper, as if to organize his thoughts. I had Maria hold the transition-inhibiting magical tool to seal the transition within the barrier. But I didn't think they'd break through the Bowser family's barriers and rush in. The barriers shouldn't be broken by anything more than a higher species of ogre. But what's going on? Mist was surprised to find that the problem seemed to have deeper roots than he had expected. It is true that you can't confide in someone when you don't know who is on your side. He decided to accept it for the time being. But, are you sure? I don't mean to ask, but are you sure you want to talk to me about it? If Mist was a collaborator, there was a possibility that he would reveal the existence of the source of information he had obtained from somewhere. The next time he might not be able to use his sources. Absolute snickered and replied, HMPH, you, a collaborator of the enemy? I don't think so. From your side, you're a flake with a frivolous attitude. That's a terrible thing to say. But you sacrificed yourself to protect your friends. I don't doubt that you risked your own life to protect your friends against the hordes of monsters. Absolute Sama. Here we are. Mist got off Absolute's back and looked around. They had arrived at the headquarters. The B-class Chris and the others, Oriana, who had evacuated earlier, and Princess Leone, who had received medical treatment, were all at the headquarters. Bowser-san. Princess Leone rushed to Mist's side when she saw him. Bowser-san, are you hurt? Princess Leone touched Mist's body to check for injuries. I'm fine. I was saved by Absolute Sama. I'm glad to see that you're okay too. Princess Leone. After confirming Mist's injuries, Princess Leone put her arms around Mist's body and hugged Mist tightly. Princess Leone, I'm sorry, this is not a good idea. Everyone is looking at you. The soft touch peculiar to women enveloped his body, and Mist's heart rate quickened. Mist, unable to touch the princess's body, holds up his hands. I'm so sorry to think that you died protecting me. Oh, thank goodness, I'm so glad you're still alive. I'm sorry I left you. Princess Leone begins to cry, and the strength of her arm around Mist's body grows stronger. Mist, not knowing what to do, calls out to Absolute with his eyes for help. Put your left hand around Princess Leone's waist and stroke her head with your right hand to calm her down. That should help. Impatient, Mist followed the advice and Mist calmed Princess Leone. Princess Leone, I am glad you are safe, but this is not good. Mist, you are a hero who risked his life to save the princess. You are entitled to her embrace. Take it. Absolute turned to Mist. Hero, oh, because I saved the princess. I dreamt of being a hero when I was a child. A hero who remained alone to protect the princess from the monster horde and returned alive. It was only for a time, and only those who were around at the time knew about it, but I can say that it certainly came true. Thank you, Bowser-san. I'm so glad you're safe. Princess Leone looks up at Mist's face as she hugs him and says thank you. Her smile was beautiful, with a slight tinge of red. Mist felt as if he had been handsomely rewarded with just that smile. Chapter 38, Chris Group. Oh yeah. After I finished putting up the tent, I received an urgent signal from Toa, the spirit. This signal meant that a large number of monsters were coming toward Chris and his group. After a short delay, magic rose into the sky from the direction Chris and the others were in. Mist, I'll be out for about 15 minutes. And keep the barrier tight. If anything happens, have Cruel-san raise the magic to the sky as planned. Absolute Sama. After saying this, I ran to Chris and the others at a blinding speed. Chris sighed. Chris and the rest of the B-class Ark faction group had also decided that it was dangerous to wander around the forest at night, so they were preparing to set up camp. After setting up the tents and finishing dinner, Chris and his friends were relaxing around the campfire, conversing as they reflected on the day ahead. In the middle of the conversation, they felt someone was coming from behind the trees. Chris and his friends' friendly atmosphere changed to a tense one. The one who appeared in front of the wary Chris and his friends was a girl with her hair wrapped around her head as if she were at a ball. You're Christina of the Zen family. Chris was the first to speak. Good day, Ark faction. Yes, I am Christina Zen of the A-class. What a coincidence to find you here. Christina replied with a graceful bow. The Zen family is a duke family of high nobility, and the head of the family is the prime minister of the country of Rainana. Chris and his group do not have good memories of dealing with high-ranking nobles, so their vigilance is heightened. Nice to meet you. I'm Chris Hosa, the head of this group. What in the world is the daughter of the duke doing here alone? Don't be so alarmed, Hosa-san. I was just strolling around the neighborhood and saw some of my friends' people, so I called on them. I have no other intention. I think it's a bit suspicious that you are walking alone in a forest with monsters. And by friends, do you mean Lady Cruel and Oriana? Lady Cruel and Oriana from the Ark faction in Class A would suit this description, but from what I've seen, they don't seem to be compatible with each other. Lady Cruel is like a calculating woman, and Lady Christina is like a gruff woman, opposite personalities. Oriana wouldn't talk to someone who seems egotistical like Lady Christina, maybe missed. No, I meant Absolute Kun. SHHHHH. The moment she mentioned Absolute's name, the air became quiet as if frozen. Chris and the others' alertness reached its maximum. There was one reason for their alarm. Absolute can't possibly have any friends. Absolute's skill, absolute evil, affects all people around him. There are not many people who can feel anything more than disgust when around him. And even though they are under the same faction, it is doubtful that Absolute, with his thick walls, would have any friends. It's a lie. Absolute Sama has never talked to me about you. What is your real purpose? If you persist too long, I will call Absolute Sama. Chris tried to call Absolute, as if he were a cautious woman who would call the police if something happened to her. If you call him for just that reason alone, won't he get angry with you? I'm really a friend of his, you know? We talk a lot in our free time, and we get along very well. Chris doesn't pause in his response to Christina's statement. She is lying. I know that Absolute Sama likes to spend his free time reading books and relaxing. He would never open his mouth to speak to you. Chris is, in a sense, Absolute's most understanding person. He knows almost everything about Absolute, except for his involvement in working behind the shadow. He researches everything from his favorite foods to how he spends his days off to the names of the servants in the mansion. He is meticulous. In fact, Chris is right. Absolute ignored Christina at first, but she was so persistent that he had to deal with her. You may be right about that. You're also right about my intentions for coming here. I want to know about Absolute Kun from your mouths. Chris' eyes turn sharp as he learns of Christina's purpose. You want us to tell you what Absolute Sama won't tell you. There is no one in the Ark faction who will give such information that easily. No, it's not that. I want to know how you see Absolute Kun. He doesn't talk much about himself, does he? Absolute Sama is taciturn person. He is not the kind of person who goes around blabbing about himself. I'm sorry to return the question, but why do you want to know about Absolute Sama? Christina answers Chris's question with a sly smile. It's simple. To find out what kind of person he is, that's all. What are you trying to find out, and what do you want to do with that information? I don't care. I just want to get to know him as a friend and a rival. Isn't that enough reason for you? As Chris listened to her, he wondered if he could trust her. As Chris is gathering his thoughts, the beast girl from the same group stands in front of Christina. I've been listening to you without saying a word, and now you want us to tell you about the boss so you can find out what's going on. I'm going to kill you. This rough talker is Uli's Cocked, the second most problematic child of the Ark faction after Absolute Sama. She is a beast with sharp claws and yellow and black ears, which are the characteristics of a tiger, and she has a very quarrelsome personality. So much so that even Absolute, who is a big shot, sometimes raises an eyebrow at her. She is a problem child who will take a swing at a nobleman of higher rank than herself and even bites a teacher. But when it comes to combat, she is as dependable as an A-class player. Uli's family, the Cocked family, runs a dark organization called Mushy, and since the Ark family is above them, she calls Absolute boss out of respect. Hey, Uli's calm down. Chris tries to calm her down somehow, but once turned on, Uli's Cocked does not stop. You must be Uli's Cocked, the one who used to hurt our faction in the past, aren't you? You are a mad dog, or rather a mad cat, as they say. Are you really a nobleman? At Christina's words, Uli's, whose forehead had a blue streak on it, grabbed her by the chest and glared at her as if in rage. You've been picking fights with me for a while now. I have no mercy for those who follow the boss even though we're not from the same faction, and for those who treat me like a cat. Christina has a resolute expression on her face as she glares at Uli's as if she is threatening her. Take your hands off me, Cocked. I don't want to be rough with Absolute Kun's faction, but if you're going to do it, I'm going to have to show you that I'm of a different class as a high-ranking nobleman. Try it, you bitch. The two glared at each other, and the air was tense. Chris tried to intervene between the two and mediate between the two. Stop, you two need to calm down. Everybody, monsters are coming. A member of the group, who was on guard, announced the attack of the monsters. The atmosphere that was on the verge of exploding changed drastically when the monster attacked. Christina and Ulis also stopped glaring at each other and got ready for battle. Tusk. Let's get rid of the monster first. So how many monsters are there? There are a lot of them. They just appeared out of nowhere and were already surrounded. Ulis looked around and saw that they were indeed surrounded by a horde of monsters. What the hell is going on? How did this happen? Ulis and the others were surprised by the sudden appearance of the horde of monsters. How is it possible for a horde of monsters to appear without the guards noticing? Besides, with this number, it is really an emergency. Chris judged the situation to be an emergency and launched his magic into the sky. I have accessed the situation and decided that it is an emergency, so I've called for help. Now the teachers and Absolute Sama should be able to come. I'm sorry, Christina, but until then, can you help us? You mean Absolute Kun? Christina thought for a moment when she heard Absolute's name, and then said, I don't mind, but I have a condition. I'm not going to be able to fight with you here, so let's split up. I will make a way for you to escape, so you can retreat and deal with the monsters that are chasing you. Chris's eyes widened at the seemingly reckless conditions. What are you talking about, Christina? Even if you are an A-class student, this is reckless. Don't worry about me. I'm good at extermination. Burn. The flames that Christina activated, like a big wave, attacked the horde of monsters and swallowed up many of them. The overwhelming firepower and volume of the flames burned away the monsters, thus creating an escape route for Chris and the others. You see what I mean, don't you? I can't control the amount of fire, so I don't want to burn you by mistake. Now that you have a way out, hurry up and go. It's very powerful magic, is it unique? Surely with this, even one person might be able to endure until backup arrives. But still, I'm sorry, but I'm going to stay here with her. Chris, take the other and go. Ulis. Anyways, I think that if we leave her alone, it will affect the boss's pride and the faction later on. I'm going to see if she's really qualified to be the boss's friend. She was right. The truth of the matter was that if they left Christina alone and ran away and something happened to her, the blame would go to Absolute, which made Chris hesitate. Oh my, it would be easier if you went with them too, so I don't have to be bothered by you. I don't care what your reasons are, but it would be nice to split up the monsters in half. If you kill them all before me, I'll tell you about the boss, okay? Okay then, I'll take you up on your offer. Ulis. Chris, what the hell is wrong with you? You're the leader now, hurry up and go. Ulis pushes Chris to make a decision. I'm sorry, Christina, but I need you to take care of Ulis. Let's go, everyone. Chris and the others turned their backs to Christina and started running. As the monsters were about to attack Chris and the others from the side, Christina barricaded them in flames to support Chris and the others in their evacuation. After confirming that Chris and the others had escaped safely, she once again confronted the horde of monsters. If we destroy them, we'll be in first place in the exercise. I'm sure Absolute Kun won't be able to ignore me anymore. Don't tell me until you've done it. I intend to, then I will ask you to play against me, Coxan. The two turned their backs to each other and headed toward the monsters. We must not forget about the noblesse oblige, even if we are from another faction. Christina has no doubt in her own victory, because she is convinced that she is number one. Chris and the rest of the B-Class Ark faction group were currently trying to retreat after encountering a horde of monsters for the second time. The monster's goal is Chris and his group. More than half of the monsters were chasing Chris and his group, avoiding while Christina and her fighting partner. They fought back several times, but each time they were wounded and were now being hunted down. Just when they were about to give up, help finally arrived. It was Absolute Ark who came to the rescue. Toa, increase the output of your magic. Dark Hole. The spirit Toa, who had been following Chris and the others until the arrival of Absolute, assisted with the magic, causing the dark magic to swell even more greatly. The monsters that had been hunting Chris and his friends down were instantly caught in the arms of the magic and dragged into the darkness. Are you guys alive? When Chris and the others realized that Absolute had arrived, they collapsed as if their tense threads had been severed. So you came, Absolute Sama. Quickly, let's get out of here. We are almost at the headquarters. Thank you, but Christina and Ulis are still in the woods, buying us time to get away from the monsters. That woman and Ulis. Why is Christina with Chris and the others? No, Christina lost her life in this exercise in the original story. Maybe to protect Chris and the others. Please, Absolute Sama, help Christina and Ulis. I left Christina, knowing she was going to die. But if Christina has saved my faction, I should go and save her now. Well, if Ulis is there, there's no reason not to go from the beginning. I understand what you're saying. You guys head for the headquarters as fast as you can. Absolute rushed to Christina and Ulis. Christina and Ulis from the onset had managed to survive the horde of thousands of monsters. More than half of the monsters flowed toward Chris and the others, but the two of them managed to destroy the rest of the monsters. After fighting the monsters, Ulis was lying on her back on the floor, and Christina was sitting near her. That skill of yours? I think it's a foul play. If you use that kind of skill, I won't be able to compete with you. You're taking away all my prey. Christina remembered Ulis fighting. The body size increased several times and she looked down at the monsters as she laid waste to them. Oh, it's just a beastification skill. Don't be a bitch about it. Well, it's been a while since I've used it, but it was so bad that I felt like I was about to lose my sense of reasoning. I can't move for a while, and when I realized it was over. So let's call this a draw, shall we? Christina sighs in dismay when she sees Ulis smiling with a triumphant look on her face. Huh, you're a foul loser. More importantly, is the beastification skill supposed to make everyone grow that big? I don't know, but I've never seen anyone that big around me. Maybe it depends on one's race and power level, it's just... Huh? Just what? The beast maid at the boss's place is a lot stronger and bigger than I am. Watch out for that one, she's not like me. You're kidding, right? Ulis just shrugged her shoulders and said nothing. To be honest, Christina had always regarded Ulis as a low-ranking nobleman, no matter how brawny she was. However, when she opened her eyes, she had to admit that Ulis had the ability to defeat nearly 1,000 monsters, even though more than half of the monsters went to Chris and his group. I guess it's because most of the strong ones went over there, but it was over quickly. I wonder if they'll be all right. Well, if the boss is on his way, they should be fine. That's a lot of trust. We'd better get moving then. I'll give you a ride and you'll be in my debt, Ulis cocked. Just as Christina stood up to move, something happened. You've gone too far. Zash. Someone slashed Christina from behind. Her back was hot and painful. When she heard my hand around her bleeding back, she can feel the slippery sensation. The wound was not shallow, and she fell to her knees on the spot. She looked back, and there was a familiar face. You are the saint's bodyguard. Why did you? She was completely unaware of his presence until he cut her. It was as if she was suddenly surrounded by monsters. I'm Evan. I hope you at least remember the names of your classmates. Christina-sama. The holy knight, who introduced himself as Evan, looked down at Christina, who was kneeling on the ground. The other 3 holy knights were breaking her bones, so Ulis couldn't resist. Sorry, but I'm not going to remember the names of the weak. So why are you doing this? I don't know, I'm just following orders. I'm sorry, but don't resist. He didn't seem to want to answer. Evan, the holy knight, tries to slash at her again with his sword. Kill the bitch, he's going to kill you. Damn you, fireball. Christina quickly releases a spell to resist. The magic hit the holy knight Evan, but he dived through the flames, burning his body and struck Christina again. Christina's body, which had managed to withstand the blow with her energy, reached its limit with this blow and fell to the ground. Bitch. Impossible. I can't believe he attacked while his body was burning. I don't value my life. The saint's knight Evan had received the saint's incitement, skill in advance, and the limiter in his brain had been removed, allowing him to act without regard to pain. And although Christina resisted as quickly as she could, she had never killed anyone before, so she unconsciously went easy on him and used a less powerful magic. As a result, she allowed Evan to attack her. Evan and the other holy knights were mounted on top of Christina and Ulis. Apparently, the reason they didn't kill them right away was because they wanted to play with them from the beginning. The holy knights are the ones who keep themselves disciplined for the sake of the church's righteousness. However, he lost his reason as a result of the skills of the saint, and the stress of unleashing monsters and taking people into his hands affected his mind, causing him to lose control and run to his instincts. It's a shame because if you hadn't sided with the Ark faction, your turn would still be ahead of you. But now I'm going to have some fun, Christina-sama. The Holy Knights covered Christina and Ulis, who were bleeding and dazed and unable to move, with their lust. Christina remembered while feeling faint. Christina's father was the Prime Minister of Reinana and extremely busy. Seeing her father at work without a care for his daughter and her mother at parties and tea parties, she realized that he was not interested in her. Her parents didn't care whether she cried or whined, because it only annoyed the servants. In order to impress her father, who wasn't interested in her, Christina insisted on being number one. Even at a young age, she tried to get his attention by producing results. Fortunately, Christina had talent. The more she tried, the more her magical skills improved and her academic abilities grew. When she hosted a tea party for Prince Michael's prospective fiancé, her table manners and language skills were unmatched by other young ladies her age, and she quickly rose to the top of the list of prospective fiancés. However, her parents still didn't pay attention to her. The love that was supposed to be poured into her by her parents when she was a child remained empty, leaving a void in Christina's heart. In her frustration, Christina became a nasty child, hitting even the nobles in the family, which caused a rift between them. This is when Christina was truly left alone. Even so, Christina continued to improve herself. However, Christina also had a change of heart. She changes her mind when she sees Absolute protecting the nobles under his faction at Prince Michael's 10th anniversary party. She has known Absolute for a long time, and although she felt a little uncomfortable with him, she felt that they were somewhat kindred spirits who were alone in the same Duke's family at the occasional parties they attended. After she saw Absolute protecting the nobles under his faction, she saw more and more people around him at the parties he attended. At first, there were 2 people, then the number gradually increased, and he was surrounded by people. He was no longer alone. His loneliness was over. Christina's feelings toward him, a kindred spirit, were honestly good. And when she saw Absolute surrounded by people, she thought it was better that way. She no longer wanted to chase after her ideal parents, but wanted to be like him. However, even at the age of 15, Christina couldn't bridge the gap between herself and those around her, and she remained alone. When she entered the academy, she met Absolute again. He still had people around him. Christina wanted to know, how had Absolute changed? Or had the people around him changed, and what was she missing and what could she do about it? Then Christina started to get involved with Absolute. She challenged him to a match, followed up when something went wrong, talked to him during breaks, and actively tried to interact with him. She was genuinely interested in seeing his strength and comparing their strengths, but more than that, she wanted to know more about Absolute. At first, he didn't take her seriously, but as she persisted and persisted, he began to take her seriously, even though he seemed to find it troublesome. I guess you could say they are friends now. However, he doesn't talk much about himself. So Christina decided to ask someone from the Ark faction. Lady Cruel, who is in the same class with her, is hysterical when it comes to Absolute, so that's a no-no. Oriana Festa would not open her mouth even if she tried to talk to her, and Mist Bowser was out of the question because he could not be trusted. So she decided to contact the B-class Ark faction. Luckily, they were on the same path as the Ark faction of the B-class in the exercise. Even though Christina's group consisted of the Zen family faction, they weren't on good terms with each other, so it was no problem for her to leave in the middle of the exercise. It was a little lonely, but she was thankful for that now. Then she came into contact with the Ark faction in Class B and got into an argument, which led to a horde of monsters and classmates slashing at her, and now she was dying. In the original story, she was curious about Absolute, who was always the same as her in school, and contacted the Ark faction to learn more about him, and was attacked by a horde of monsters. And now, as in the original story, she is about to be killed in every aspect as a woman and a human being. But even if she tries to resist, her body can no longer move. Will I die alone? My parents will think nothing of my death. The servants might spare me a little. I wonder if everyone under my faction will think I'm a sucker or something. What about Absolute Kun? After all, I didn't know him until the end. I consider him a friend, but I wonder what he thinks. I wonder if he will spare me some regret for my death. I'd be glad if he did. What do you guys think you're doing? I hear Absolute Kun's voice. After the voice, the heavy object on top of me disappears, and body heat returns from my body that was almost cold. Before I knew it, the pain in my body was gone and I could breathe easily. Christina, feeling a little sleepy now that the pain is gone and she has calmed down, slowly closes her heavy eyelids and falls asleep. Chapter 39. Lonely girl, what are you guys doing? Absolute says the words with anger in his voice. When Absolute rushed to Christina and the others, the holy knights who were there were about to mount up and attack the two women. The knights were in a state of excitement and didn't seem to realize that Absolute had arrived. Dark hole. The 4 knights on horseback were separated from the 2 knights and restrained using dark magic arms. What is this? I can't move. Absolute leaves the bound holy knights alone and goes to Christina and Uli's. He covers the 2 disheveled people with blankets stored in dark magic and casts a recovery spell on Christina and Uli's. Christina's severely wounded complexion gradually returns from pale to reddish skin tone. After making sure that her breathing and pulse were normal, he turned to Uli's. Thanks, boss. Sorry I'm late, Uli's. Are you okay? Uli's held the blanket that Absolute had put on her and thanked him without effort. The wounds were healed by the recovery magic, but the mental wounds weren't healed. I was worried when I saw Uli's not in her usual mood. Yeah, I'm fine. The boss came and saved me before I got hit. I'm sorry I almost let these guys get the better of me. Uli's was shedding tears of frustration. She was even more angry at the holy knights who had hurt her. Absolute puts his arm around her back and tells her to calm down. Forget it, and I'll pretend it never happened. I'm okay. Absolute turns toward the knights who are bound by dark magic, intimidating them with his skill. Some of them were the ones who goaded Absolute after the mock battle with the hero. Do you have anything to say to us, you dirty knights? The holy knights are still looking at Absolute with hostile eyes, as if Absolute's intimidation is not working. Get your hands off me, Absolute Ark. Is it possible that this feeling of being intimidation is not enough to make them stop to fight? Absolute puts all his strength into the magical arms that are restraining the holy knights, destroying their arms and legs. Backy, 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 backy. The holy knights repeat the same insistence as before, telling him to let them go without screaming in pain. They don't feel any pain. I wonder if they are under the influence of the saint's skill, since they are holy knights who discipline themselves more strictly than ordinary people against sexual desires. They have lost their reason and have lost their ability to stop. However, the fact remains that they tried to wound Christina and Uli's, no matter how much they were under the influence of the saint's skills. Absolute spoke to one of the holy knights with a familiar face. You there? You're in the same class, aren't you? Do you think you're allowed to try to touch the noblemen Christina and Uli's? It's not you, it's Evan. Damn it, Absolute Ark, you're going to keep us in custody to get information out of us. Too bad we have the church with us. We did the right thing under the direction of the church. We won't say anything until the saint come to our rescue. Evan, who was backed by the church, was very bullish. The other knights must be thinking the same thing. Absolute shook his head. It was a somewhat ruthless move. No, I'll kill you here. The holy knights looked blankly. Absolute continued talking. Did you not hear me? I said I will kill you here. I don't need information, testimony, or anything else. I'm going to kill you right here. Kill us. Your classmates, we have information, you can get it out of us. And if you kill us, you'll be the one who gets caught. You know what I mean. I don't need your information. I'm supposed to ask someone higher up. What are you talking? Ark-sama, as you asked, I have captured the bishop who we believe was controlling the monster that was with the saint. The person who had interrupted Evan's words suddenly appeared. Well, you're excellent. You did your job as expected. Now we can take care of these guys without any worries. Absolute Ark stared at the holy knights with eyes filled with murderous intent. Even though the knights' brains aren't afraid because of the saint's skill, their instincts are telling them that they are about to die, causing their hands and feet to tremble and sweat to break out. Ah, you're really going to kill us. Of course I will. You know I'm evil, don't you? Besides, I warned you before, never again. The holy knights are convinced that Absolute's words are serious, and their expressions harden. Seeing their expressions, Absolute looks satisfied. Evil that has buried many evils until now. The Ark family, the rulers of evil in the land of Reinana. No matter how much he is pulled by the values he had before his reincarnation and feels guilty about killing people, his essence now is undeniably evil. He must not forget that. Dark hole. Absolute activates his magic. I, Absolute Ark, am evil, but weak justice is less than evil, you dirty holy knights. No screams were raised. Just the nibbling sound of a crushing grip echoed through the place until the attack was over. The bodies of the holy knights were transferred from this place using the negotiator. I didn't expect the holy knights to attack, but it didn't hinder us. Negotiator, you take care of the rest. Ah yes, I'll take care of it. The negotiator is trying to say something. Absolute, who was in a bad mood after killing someone, told the negotiator to say it. What is it? If you have something to say it quickly. Yes, those holy knights just now, it would have been better to let them live. We did capture the guy in charge, but wouldn't it be better to have more evidence? It is true that more evidence is better. In addition, these guys even touched the daughter of the Duke of Zen. It would be a painful blunder for the church, but there was a reason why I couldn't let them live. You are right. If I had used them, I could have brought the Duke of Zen's household down on them and destroyed the church, at the expense of Christina and Ulis. In order to prosecute, the evil that these guys did must be made public. In that case, the attempted rape that just occurred would also become public. Appearances are important to the nobility. A daughter who might have been damaged before marriage is worthless. As a nobleman, she is as good as dead. At best, she will be confined to house arrest for the rest of her life. At worst, she will be sent to a convent for the rest of her life. In short, you killed them to keep up appearances. I don't understand the world of the nobility, where appearances are more important than children. That's the way it is. The nobles are always pulling each other down. Therefore, they are always trying to keep up appearances and leave no stone unturned. Absolute is no exception. In order to protect his faction, he tries not to show any weakness to those around them. Oh, that's right. Before I came here, I saw fog coming from Arksama's group. What? Absolute uses wind magic to lift his body up to the sky. Indeed, a fog can be seen in the direction where Mist and the others are. The fog is Mist's skill. Did something happen to Cruel-san that prevented her from sending a signal? He gets down on the ground and hurries to give instructions. Negotiator, I'm heading for Mist and the others. Transfer to the nearest location. What about the girls? You transfer and take them as close to the headquarters as you can. Can you walk, Ulis? Don't worry, I'll take the girl with me, so you should go quickly. Did you say he's a negotiator? Ulis is also a member of the Dark Organization, so she would know about the negotiator, but there was no time to explain now. Ulis, I've got orders. Don't tell anyone about the negotiator. The negotiator will take you and Christina to a location near headquarters. Roger that, see you later, boss. After confirming that Ulis and the others had been transferred, Absolute returned to his group. A holy knight who wants to violate me with his lust is slowly approaching me to attack me. Don't come. I managed to squeeze out a voice so small it seems to disappear. But the holy knight has no mercy. The knight doesn't stop trying to attack me. My body doesn't listen and the knight pushes me down. The darkness engulfs and erodes my mind and I lose sight of myself. Shortly thereafter, Christina wakes up. When she wakes up, she first sees a tent-like structure that she doesn't recognize. What is this place? Christina looked around to see a familiar figure standing beside her. Are you awake? Ulis cocked. Next to Christina, who was lying down, was Ulis cocked, with whom she had just been fighting with. Yes, it's me. Do you know what happened? The boss saved me when I was about to be killed by the Holy Knights. After that, I brought you to the headquarters. Absolute Kun, well, I owe him a debt. I don't care if you ignore me or not, and this exercise is going to be cancelled. Cancelled? What's going on? The faculty members came to me with the news. They said that besides our group, the boss's group and the saints' group were also attacked by demons. We and the boss's group was only injured, but the saints' group was devastated with many injured and dead. It was inevitable that we had to cancel the event. The dead members of the saints' group, could that be? The image of the holy knights who attacked them passed through Christina's mind. Hey, you said that Absolute Kun saved us from the knights earlier, right? What happened to the knights who attacked us? Do you want to know? Ulis's mood changes drastically. Her current mood was as if she was saying, if you ask me, there's no turning back. Christina was taken in by Ulis's mood, but she thought about it for a moment and quietly shook her head. It's fine, I don't need to know. Absolute Kun, you saved my life, that's all I need to know. Christina decided not to inquire further. I know the Ark family is connected to the Dark Organization, and I wouldn't be surprised if Absolute is doing something behind the scenes. However, she was afraid that if she were to confirm it right in front of her, it would change the way she looked at Absolute. Christina, who considers Absolute a friend, decided not to know any more about him. Well, if it's okay with you, I won't say anything. And about this. I know, if this becomes public, it will be the end of you and me as nobles. So we shouldn't do anything strange, right? The perpetrators seem to be dead, and it was an attempt, so it's okay. Of course, I will take revenge if I get the chance. There was nothing to be gained by pointing out the outburst by the Holy Knight this time, but Christina's loss. She had no choice but to let the culprit die. That's all right. Noblewomen have no choice but to keep quiet even at times like this, so there's nothing I can do. Well, since the boss is not silent in our company, there is little to be done but to cry oneself to sleep. The church is finished. Hey, you promised to tell me about Absolute Kun. I need you to tell me something. The result was a tie. Why do you feel like you won? Well, no matter, I'll just tell you. I used to think that Absolute Kun wasn't liked by other members of his faction, but how did he reconcile with you guys? Christina wanted to know. She wanted to know why Absolute, who had been alone, had changed his stance. Ulis folded her arms in front of her and thought for a moment before answering. I don't know how to put it, but I think that taking your time is the answer. Ulis continued. In his case, everyone misunderstood the boss. So the guys who noticed that tried their best to clear up our misunderstanding of the boss. Thanks to their efforts, it took a while, but the misunderstanding was cleared up. I see. His surroundings changed. Christina hasn't been able to repair her relationship with her faction, even though she took the time to do so. Surely they can't change as they are now. If in Absolute's case the people around her had changed, she felt that in her case she had to change. Thanks to you, I have my answer. I see. I have a message from the boss. From Absolute Kun. I'm listening. You took care of my people this time. As a thank you, I'll only spar with you once, just like you wanted. He doesn't mean that in a lewd way, does he? Christina's eyes widen, and her cheeks relax when she hears Absolute's message. Fighting Absolute is what she has always wanted. She has never been so happy. Ulis, it's me, I'm coming in. She heard Absolute's voice coming from outside the tent before he came inside. You're awake, Christina Zen. Christina almost laughed at Absolute, who was as blunt as ever. Yes, thanks to you, I heard what happened, so when are we going to spar? Absolute sighs when he sees that Christina can't wait to spar with him. I don't know when you'll be back up on your feet. Well, I don't care when. I'll take it easy on you, so don't worry about it. Really? Then let's do it now. Christina then got up and got off the bed. I can't let you do that. You're wobbly. Christina laughs at Absolute's words. No, I'm in the best shape I've ever been in, and it has to be now. I was almost killed by those knights. If I don't fight now, my heart will refuse to fight, and I won't be able to come back, I have a feeling. Christina stares at Absolute with eyes filled with determination. This is not just a contest of strength, this is what it takes to dispel the fear of that death. I won't say anything if that's okay with you. Come on out, follow me. Yes, Absolute Kun, I'd like to see you fight normally. The two moved into the forest and fought to the bitter end. Absolute took all of Christina's fire head-on. Christina, who had given all of her strength, was severely defeated by Absolute. However, Christina's face was bright. It was her first defeat from a fighter of her age, but it was so intense that she forgot the incident with the Holy Knight. She was convinced that she had overcome her fear. Christina will remember this battle for the rest of her life. Thank you for the fight. Christina is lying on her back on the ground after running out of magic power. The trees around her were scorched, showing how intense the battle had been. Oh, that was all Absolute could say. Christina didn't mind, as she always did. As expected of my friend, you didn't get a scratch in the end. I'm so disappointed. Who's your friend? Well, you certainly didn't get through to me, but your firepower amazed me. You should be proud, you are strong. It was a superlative remark to no end, but Christina, who had never seen Absolute praise anyone, was honestly pleased. But there were some things she couldn't help but hear. Thank you, that's nice of you. And you are my friend, Absolute Kun. Absolute refuted with a disgusted look on his face. Don't get me wrong, I'm not. I risked my life to let your faction escape from the monsters. Christina interrupted Absolute as if to say, you owe me. Absolute knows he owes her a debt too, so he just stares at her and doesn't argue. I've been thinking about the possibility of it being my one-way street, but I guess it's just as I thought. So here's what I'm going to say. Let's be friends. If we're friends, you don't owe me anything, right? Absolute's eyebrows furrowed at Christina's offer. He seemed to be thinking about something rather than being reluctant to do so. Absolute sighs after a few moments of silence. Christina was hoping that Absolute would loosen his heart. From a classmate point of view, I guess. Why? After that, the two managed to find a compromise, and the discussion was settled. The two became friends, and whether or not they will become true friends will be known when everything turns against Absolute, assuming things continue as they did in the original story. Let's get along with each other, Absolute Kun. Let's not. Thus, the training of Absolute and his team came to an end. Chapter 40, Death to Fools. The time goes back to when Absolute joined Chris and the others. The church had set up a simple base in the woods for the exercise, and the saint was currently there watching the progress of the plan. I have a report. Princess Leone seems to have retreated to the headquarters. Upon receiving the report from the Holy Knight, Saint Eliza opened her mouth regretfully. The plan seems to have failed. Bishop Sirius. The man who was called Bishop Sirius by the saint, who was 1 year younger than him, just kept his head down. Bishop Sirius, who sounds like a gentle voice but feels somewhat pressured to say something, says, I didn't think that there was such a powerful man on Princess Leone's side. Indeed, that is true. Who the hell is that maid to defeat all the higher species by herself? The saint was listening to the report of the upper-class monsters being killed with her usual calm expression. Bishop Sirius was atrophied by the saint's words, even though it was not his fault. Saint Eliza, I remember that at first she was just an ordinary girl who was brought from a remote town in the country of Lainana to be installed as a saint. However, now I feel that she has become too devoted to the Church of Lainana and has gone somewhat mad. There is something wrong with the Church of Lainana in recent years. In the past, the church wasn't so tightened against evil. However, since the return of Cardinal Nemuria, the Church of Lainana has gone so far as to take action behind the scenes. Even for this operation, it wouldn't be normal to take action against a nobleman. To be honest, Sirius really wanted to get out of there right away. According to the information from Prince Michael, she is probably Maria Stella, a slave and maid of Absolute Ark. Anya, a holy knight of the same class, and Saint Eliza's bodyguard, added. The Stella family has been producing excellent knights for generations, and I've heard of Maria Stella. She was recruited into knighthood when she was 10 years old. Why did she become a slave of the Ark family? The original plan was to surround Mist and the others with the main force of higher-ranking monsters, blocking any escape route, and then attack them. However, 2 incidents prevented this from happening. One of them was the presence of Maria Stella. Maria Stella had defeated almost all of the main upper-level monsters that were to attack Mist and his group before they could surround them. The church didn't expect that there were people who could defeat a large number of high-ranking monsters among them, with the exception of Absolute. The accident forced the church to suddenly deploy a total of 300 monsters that they had originally been saving as a reserve force. It was inevitable that all of the higher-ranked species were wiped out. But Bishop Sirius, why don't you move the monsters closer to them? We missed Princess Leone because there was a lag before the monsters could get to them. Saint Eliza blames Archbishop Sirius, who is in charge of taming and transferring the monsters, with a smile on her face. That's because I couldn't use my unique magic in their vicinity. Perhaps some kind of skill or magical tool is at work. You think they had a way to block the transfer? Yes, a magical tool to inhibit transfer. Perhaps one of them possesses it. It is possible that Princess Leone is in possession of it, since it was probably made in the kingdom of Suiroku as a countermeasure against the spatial hero. I didn't think that there were still magical tools for blocking transference that could be used against the spatial hero. The second accident that the saint didn't anticipate was that they weren't able to transfer to the place where they were originally supposed to transfer, and as a result, they had to transfer at a distance, giving Mist and his team time to escape. Of course, this was no coincidence. Absolute knew in advance that the church would use a method similar to transfer. Therefore, he put the magic tool to inhibit transfer that he used to capture the negotiator in his luggage as a countermeasure against that. As a result, he succeeded in buying time and allowed Princess Leone to evacuate. The Holy Knights I asked you to send to take care of Christina, and the others haven't contacted me yet, so I guess that's it for this time. Bishop Sirius, please leave before they find you. I will return to the exercise. Yes. Excuse me for interrupting. Saint Sama, a spell has been launched by our group. It seems to be an emergency. I see, then we must return quickly. Bishop Sirius, I'll see you at the church. Saint Eliza said, and returned to the group with her escort, the Holy Knight Anya. When the saint left, Bishop Sirius made sure that no one was around and took a breath. He was released from the stress, and all at once his strength drained from his body. I'm tired. I seriously want to go home. The saint is blaming me in a roundabout way, and I'm having to use monsters to kill people indirectly, and I don't want to do it. Bishop Sirius is a man who is easily influenced. He was forced to follow the orders of his superiors, but in truth, he never wanted to kill anyone, even if they were bad people. I don't know who's more evil, the Ark faction or the one who tries to harm people outside of the Ark faction. Sirius was about to get up to prepare for the retreat when he heard a feminine voice, still childish, coming from behind him when no one else was supposed to be there. If you don't know which side is worse, I'll tell you. You're one-sidedly evil. The voice came from Sirius' ear. The next thing he knew, a blade was being held against his neck. What? No way. When did you get behind me? Don't move. If you open your mouth or move without permission, I will kill you. Nod quietly when you understand. As he was told, Bishop Sirius nodded slowly. Then the person behind him swung the blade she had been holding at his neck and stabbed deeply into his right shoulder. Jaya. He is stabbed with the blade and blood spurts out. Why? I did what you said. Why did you stab me? It's your punishment for moving when I told you not to move. Do you not have ears? You told me to nod. Damn, this is bad. She's too unreasonable. I have to get out of here. He tried to use his magic to escape, but he had to get past her eyes to do so. I knew from observing you that in order to transfer, you had to create an opening and go through it. That's why I have to hurt you all over, so you can't move before I take you in. Bishop Sirius shuddered as he anticipated what was about to happen to him. He was stabbed in the shoulder, which made him bleed and his breath become ragged. Don't think that you will die easy if you lay a hand on my master. Master is kind, cool, and stronger than anyone else. He always sacrifices himself to protect others. I will never allow a little rascal like you to touch Master. I will kill all the Master's enemies. What is she talking about? This guy? She's from the Ark family? Oh, it's over. Where did I go wrong in my life? It's retribution for trying to hurt the people cares about. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The Master will be furious with me. After that, to prevent me from screaming, she first crushed my throat and broke every bone in my body. Luckily, I lost consciousness in the process, so I probably didn't feel the pain for long. The sound of bones being broken continued to echo through the base. It's over, newcomer. Take me and this guy back to the compound. Ah yes, senpai. The negotiator, who had been watching from a distance when Bishop Sirius was being hurt, had the two of them transferred to the Ark mansion on order. The negotiator was left hanging in the empty bishop's base after transferring and the main culprit. Senpai is also a dangerous person after all. The Ark family is dangerous. I have to escape before they kill me. I've got to go report to Ark-sama now that we've captured the main culprit. I want to go home to my friends. The negotiator muttered helplessly as he looked up at the night sky. Section. After parting with Bishop Sirius, the saint headed for the campsite to join her group. When she arrived at the campsite, the smell of blood was in the air. Sensing something was wrong, the saint saw an unbelievable scene. The saint's campsite had turned into a sea of blood. Scattered about the sea of blood were the corpses of the holy knights who had spent so much time with the saint, and among them was a monster covered in blood and flesh, feasting on the corpses of the holy knights. Anya's eyes widen and the Saint Eliza quietly gazes at the scene with cold eyes. Oh no, everyone, what are you doing? Anya's loud voice made the monsters who were eating the meat notice the saint. The monster turned toward the saint. It was a dark-skinned ogre. Is that an enhanced species of ogre? There should be no one in this forest except those released by the church. Could it be that he betrayed us? Cardinal Nemuria. The saint, unfazed by the death of her friends, calmly analyzes the current situation. Then, in this worst-case scenario, she came up with a possibility: a betrayal from her friends. The plan has failed. Could they be trying to get rid of her to keep her quiet? The saint shook her head to the side, as if to deny her own thoughts. No, that's not possible. Anya, get ready. Power increase, speed increase, regeneration healing, damage protection, lucky critical, sword of slash, and skill incitement. Anya, be my sword and destroy the monster. The saint continuously invoked her magic and skills to strengthen Anya, the holy knight. A fierce battle unfolded between the strengthened Anya and the enhanced ogre. However, Anya was supported by the Saint Eliza. No matter how wounded she was, the saint would heal and give her strength. No matter how many arms and legs were torn off, no matter how much blood was spilled, Anya continued to fight. And after a fierce battle, Anya was victorious over the enhanced ogre. It's impossible. Did Cardinal Nemuria really try to kill you? If so, he would have gathered more monsters. I was troubled by the feeling that he was a little short of murderous intent to kill the saint. After thinking for a while, the saint went to the bodies to get the names and numbers of the dead holy knights. There were 8 victims. The total number of the saints' group was 10. This meant that everyone except the saint and Anya, the holy knight, had been killed. Among them were Evan and the others who had been ordered to take care of Christina. Why even Evan and the others who had been asked to take care of Christina? It is possible that Bishop Sirius was the sole culprit, but there's also a possibility that the Ark family is behind this. But I hear that Absolute is scrambling east and west to save his friends. She thought that it was impossible for the Ark family to have the monsters work against them. The 8 people who died this time were holy knights who had supported the saint from childhood, both publicly and privately. She made a sad face and prayed for the souls of the deceased. When did I stop grieving the deaths of my friends? It's not funny that I, such a heartless person, am a saint. Right now, I'm just an actor playing the role of an ideal saint. But that's fine. All I want is revenge against the Ark family. Seeing the saint praying for her friends, unaware of the saint's heart, the holy knight Anya cried aloud. After that, the saint was protected by the teachers who came to the rescue. The teachers all sympathized with the saint as she prayed with a sad expression on her face, and no one doubted that she was a victim. However, this was also staged by the saint. She made a sad face and played the role of a poor woman in response to the death of her friends. She played both the victim and the perpetrator, but she was also good at winning the sympathy of those around her. That is Saint Eliza. At any rate, I need to find out who is behind this. If Cardinal Nemuria is the enemy, that's not good. She was a saint who was thinking about something else while praying for her friends. The negotiator, who was the one who released the monster in the saint's camp, was observing her from a distance to report the result to his master. Section: The saint survived. The bodies of the 4 people killed by Arksama were disposed of in the form of those killed by the monsters, plus the 4 people killed by the enhanced species of monsters, and the 1 captive captured by Senpai, will be the results. After the exercise was over, the negotiator gave a report about the situation of the saint in the soundproof room of the Ark family's mansion. Absolute entrusted him with handling the saint's cronies, the holy knights, in order to test the negotiator's skills. As a result, the negotiator had the knights attacked by monsters, just like the church did. I asked him to capture some monsters in preparation, but this was how it was done. As expected of a negotiator. He's a valuable asset that can be entrusted with this kind of work, not just teleportation. I was right to catch him. Was it really okay not to kill the saint? Yes, I know she didn't make this plan by herself. I let her go free to see the scale of the enemy, but I'm certain that the whole church is involved. I gathered evidence to make sure they don't get away this time. If Arksama kills her secretly, won't that be the end of it? If it was a low-level person like a holy knight, that would be the end of the story. But we have to be careful when dealing with people in positions such as saints and cardinals. Religion is a messy business. The main thing is to gather evidence and to fill the moat. We have a video magic tool of the saint with the bishop, who is the main culprit. Now all we need is evidence against the cardinal, and we can legitimately get rid of the saint. While I'm wondering what to do, the negotiator calls out to me. Ark-sama, would you like to make a deal? Well, say it. At the moment, there is still no evidence that you can finish off the cardinal, right? If that is the case, I will bring proof that the cardinal of the Church of Lainana will not be able to escape. In return, will you free me from slavery? Absolute gives a slight look of thought. Negotiators do not make a deal on what they cannot handle, so he must have some idea of the evidence. Negotiator, I order you, tell me what evidence you know. The negotiator, now a slave, cannot disobey the orders of his master, Absolute. There is a secret account book in the hideout of the Black Fairy, a dark organization in the Suiroku Kingdom, and through me they have trafficked with the Empire several times. There is Cardinal Nimuria's signature in it. I thought that might be evidence. The negotiator regretfully spit out all he could think of. The slave contract didn't allow him to negotiate with his master as an equal. The kingdom of Suirokuit was the location of the next event where the hero saves the country from the dark organization. Unlike the original story, the hero who has no connection with Princess Leone wouldn't be involved in the event. So I honestly don't care about this event, but if there's proof, I can go there during a long vacation. I understand all you've said. If you can really bring it, I'll let you go. Really? But you won't be released until 10 years from now. Absolute is acting on the assumption that there will be a war with the country in the future. The number he found was 10 years. The negotiator despairs of 10 long years. No way, can't you do something about it? I won't give up this one, or you can have another one. Now, I'm done talking. I've been called into the academy for an interview, so tell Maria and the others I'll be late. The negotiator is an effective pawn for Absolute, so he made the maximum concession he could. The conversation ended and Absolute left the room. The negotiator kept staring at his back. Chapter 41, Epilogue, Alicia's Point of View. Alicia's group consists of only 7 girls in total. The center of the group is, of course, Alicia. Alicia is popular not only within her own faction, but also in other factions and classes. Her caring nature, cultivated during her time with the hero, and her good nature that even Absolute accepts, make her reign supreme among the cast of daughters. Even without the title of being the fiancée of the hero, her position was unshakable. While Absolute's faction were struggling to survive, Alicia and the rest of the girls were enjoying their exercises in a relaxed atmosphere. In the original story, the exercise had been a tumultuous one with the addition of the hero and Princess Leone, but the two in question were no longer in the group. The group was now spending a leisurely time together around the fire, chatting and laughing. Alicia-san, what do you think about the hero now? Do you miss him? You have no taste. The topic of breaking off the engagement with the hero wasn't talked about because of everyone's concern. The atmosphere became a little tense when the topic was brought up. Ha ha ha, it's okay. I didn't feel that way because it was an engagement that my family had decided on. I don't feel like he looked at me that way, and surprisingly, I don't miss him as much as I thought I would. Alicia answered with a bitter smile to drown out the bad mood. In fact, she has been living a peaceful life since the hero left. It's so peaceful that it's hard to relax. I see, he certainly didn't seem to understand the female mind, did he? He's an adventurer now, right? I've heard reports from the royal family that he's been able to solo up to B rank, but beyond that, it's going to be tough with his current abilities. I wonder if he knows that he will be kept in captivity for the rest of his life if he continues as he is now. That's why I warned you to be serious about your training. Alto-kun, you're just slacking off on your skills. Alicia can't stop thinking about the hero who is not here now. The adventurer's rank is determined by the Adventurers Guild's examinations and evaluations. Reaching B rank in a short period of time is considered to be quite excellent, but in the case of the hero, it's different. No matter how much he's still a student, if he's a hero, he has to be at least A-ranked. Alicia, who was blabbering with her head in her hands, was watched by the group members with a wry smile on their faces. As if to change the subject, one of the group members spoke up. Well, putting aside the subject of hero, who is everyone's type in the class. Hearing these words, the other members of the group grinned. This kind of talk is a hot topic among the girls, and one that all of them are eager to get to grips with. I'm definitely in the Prince Michael camp. He's so cool and has a great personality, isn't he perfect? No, no, Tristan is just as good as him. He's so stoic and so nice, he's not interested in anything but his sword. I heard that Tristan-san is not very fond of his fiancée, who is 2 years older than him. Isn't that different from your image of him? I think I'm with Velvet Senpai, the senior student council president. I admire him because he's always so dignified. Each of them named a boy of their choice. Alicia was silent. Who's your type, Alicia-san? Zay. Alicia is surprised to suddenly have the question dumped on her, but she immediately regains her composure. Ah. Alicia swallowed the name she had momentarily tried. She and he would never connect, and she had refused to do so herself. I wonder if anyone other than Alto is my type. I forced myself to be deceptive, but no one mentioned this because it seemed to be too dark. A few moments later, a teacher appeared in front of Alicia and the others and told them that the exercise was cancelled. It was a bit of a regrettable moment, but for her, it was a very good memory. Lady Cruel's point of view. After a few days of turbulent training, the first day of school arrived. On the morning of the first day of school, Lady Cruel prepares herself by first combing her long, pure white hair she inherited from her mother and setting her hairstyle. Most nobles would leave such things to their maidservants unless their lives were in dire straits. In the case of the lady, however, she wants her lover to always see her beautiful self, so she takes care of her hair until she is satisfied with it. She knows best how to make her hair shine. I sit down at the large mirror to set my hair as usual and stare at my reflection in the mirror. I see myself in the mirror looking more depressed than usual. I know the cause. It was because I had unexpectedly fainted during a training exercise, causing a lot of trouble for my friends and my beloved Absolute. I don't remember what happened before I fainted, but if I had made a mistake this time, someone would have died. It was unacceptable. And yet, my friends were worried about me fainting, and Absolute only told me not to worry. I would have felt better if they had just blamed me, but they wouldn't have allowed it. If this is the punishment, then it can't be helped. Oh, what have I done? I can't believe I've caused trouble to Absolute Sama as well. All the good feelings I've built up will have gone to waste. The lady let out a big sigh and looked at herself in front of the mirror. Cherry lips, white skin, long, thin, silky gray hair, and a figure that is a head or two above the average for a young lady of my age. I looks the same as I always do, but a little darker. It would sound better if I said I was tinged with melancholy, but the atmosphere that wasn't my usual self made me feel uncomfortable. I look terrible, don't I? I can understand now what my mother said about not indulging only in men. I wonder what I'm really doing, being so happy and sad about Absolute Sama. It's no good. I'm going to make another mistake like this. I have to get my act together. I mutter to myself in front of the mirror. I'm hesitant to meet Absolute in this state. I don't want to show him my current ugly self. Despite this thought, I still couldn't stop myself from wanting to see him, so I took more time than usual to set my hair, put on my makeup, and left the room. After arriving at school, Lady Cruel entered the classroom as usual. There were many empty seats in the classroom due to the recent exercise. The church group, including the saint, were all absent, and Princess Leone is also absent. What's going on? Absolute Sama isn't here. How unusual. Good day to you, Oriana, and Miss too. It seems that Absolute Sama isn't here. Do you know anything about that? I exchanged light greetings with them and asked about Absolute. I haven't seen him today. Isn't he late? Mist answered, and Oriana shook her head. The lady's expression darkens when she sees that Absolute is not here. Although she didn't say it in words, she was stressed out inside. How could Absolute Sama be late? Your ideas are too cliched. That's why you'll always be missed. Lady Cruel cursed in her mind. No, you're saying it out loud, and let's not call people's name as though we're swearing. While we were having this exchange, it was time for the homeroom teacher, Teach-sensei, to enter the classroom. It has only been a few days, but I feel nostalgic. Yo, fellas, I heard that the exercise was a bit of a mess. Unfortunately, there were some casualties, but I'm still glad to see you guys again. Teach said with a sad look on his face as he looked at everyone in the class. The victims of this exercise were the holy knights of the Church of Lainana belonging to the class. Some of the class members also looked regretful. I have some regrettable news. Princess Leone is going back to her country for an urgent matter. I don't know if she will return to this school again. I heard that she was regretting not being able to say goodbye to you all. The class was in an uproar at the sudden news. That sudden, I knew that the kingdom of Suiroku was in danger. But bringing back the princess who had been evacuated means that the problem has been solved, or... Lady Cruel suddenly looks at Mist. He was the one who was closest to Princess Leone at the end of the exercise. Absolute had told him to watch over her, so maybe they were getting along quite well. Mist seemed as aloof as usual, but for her who had known him for so long, he looked a little sad. And I have one more piece of unfortunate news. Anxiety spread among the students as they wondered if there was more to the story than this. Absolute Ark has been suspended indefinitely. LA. Lady Cruel's head is confused by the sudden news. How could Absolute Sama possibly? The blood drained from her face as she thought of this possibility. It's my fault. I honestly do not agree with this disposition. Her heart was beating fast, and her breathing was erratic. She couldn't hear what Teach was saying, and her vision gradually became blurry and distorted, and she fainted. End of Volume 1.